Chasing the charts under neon skies. Hola Prime's the name where the profits rise. Fingers on the keys, dreams taking flight. We trade the future, we own the night. Hola Prime, the rhythm of the trade, where the bold and the fearless are made. From London to New York, the thrill's the same.
Aloha, James, good to see you. How are you? Well, welcome to Pre-Market Pulse. I'm sure James will be with us momentarily. If we could just put my charts up, that'd be fantastic. We can jump straight in. Let's have a look at what's happening. Okay, so I'm sure James will be with us soon, so don't get worried, everybody. Nice to see everybody in the chat. Keith, Tanaka, Ritesh, Mark. Great to see you. Thanks. Keep the comments coming. If you haven't liked and subscribed, please do. James, you're here. That's fantastic. Okay. You all right, James?
Yeah, hello, everyone. Hello, Paul. We've had some technical problems this morning overall, not anything to do with Hola Prime, but it's a YouTube and streaming internet cable issue, not just in South Africa either, all over the show. So we made it. We're all here and we're having a wonderful time. I've just come out of 4.5 hours with the Forex Fire team. I took a lot of trades and we talked a lot of stuff. We had a good time. So I was thinking of a more rude word, but I won't use it because we're a family show and we don't do that sort of thing. So although it's more acceptable to use those words in America these days, I believe. So, but we're trying to keep it British.
Yes.
So welcome to the show, Rob. And Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure everyone is very keen to hear your insights, James, today. So I'm glad you finally made it. But just before we start, I'm going to jump into Forex just for a second, if that's okay, James. But just wanted to continue with something I mentioned yesterday. We will look at Bitcoin at the end of the show once James has gone through all the good stuff. But yesterday I was talking about altcoin season, essentially the path to it and the signs we need to look out for, because it's not just a starting gun and then we go. There is a cascade which essentially happens, and we can monitor this to see how successful and how much progress this has been making. So we've got Ethereum versus BTC chart, really straightforward, but I want to draw your attention very quickly before we look at Forex to this phase chart here. So the first phase, of course, is flow of money moves into Bitcoin and causes price surges. We've had that for a couple of years now, right? So Bitcoin has been making tremendous gains since it broke out from 25, 30K back in 2023. Now, altcoin season was arguably delayed for whatever reason, but now we are definitely in phase 2. So we have Ethereum is outperforming Bitcoin, and we start hearing talks of the flippening, which means essentially that Ethereum, is it going to be bigger than Bitcoin in the future, that sort of thing. And this is exactly what's happening at the moment. So this chart represents...
Paul, tell us about the flippening. I heard that word for the first time yesterday. The flippening. What is the flippening?
Yeah, so it happens like clockwork, and it's where everyone starts to talk about Ethereum becoming the number one cryptocurrency in terms of obviously market cap, because that's how the list is. Now, Ethereum is nowhere close to Bitcoin, and there's no threat to Bitcoin. But nonetheless, this is a conversation and a narrative which we start to see happening at the beginning of altcoin season. And you can see, I mean, it's the flippening is probably not the best word, it's flippant, whatever, but it's essentially where Ethereum, you know, becomes the queen takes over the king, essentially. Now, that's not going to happen anytime soon. But as you can see on this chart, Ethereum has been outpacing Bitcoin since essentially July, even though we've got a bit of a pullback at the moment. So we are definitely in phase 2. And the next phase is when the money then starts trickling into the other large caps and everything goes parabolic. Hasn't happened yet. But if you think with interest rates around the corner, then maybe that's what boosts us into phase 3. So I just wanted to qualify what I mentioned yesterday for those of you who were with us then, and we'll talk more about Bitcoin's health at the end of the session. But let's have a quick look at the Forex market. A very, very quick rundown because we've got a lot to cover today. So firstly, of course, the pound is problematic at the moment, weakening sharply as US gilt yields hit a 27-year highs. Wow, that's crazy. Amplifying, obviously, these fiscal concerns and weighing on the sentiment. So we have definitely had a breakdown here with this pairing. So it's not looking pretty good, and we should presumably see some further moves downwards from here. So a short play is looking like is on the cards with quite certainty at the moment. And of course, the euro is under a bit of pressure, sliding around 5%, though it has found support at around 1.6 by the looks of it, is now hovering. So we're still a bit of a range play with euro, but be very mindful of this head and shoulders pattern potentially forming, which could add some extra pressure. Looking at the USD Japanese yen just very briefly. So the dollar is obviously remaining quite firm at the moment and a little bit bullish, but we've had a bit of a bullish breakout, of course, here with eking out a bit of a higher high above this range. So interesting to see what happens next with this. Now you could move this range up from here, and we're currently kind of putting in a bearish retest of this upper range to see if we can maybe attack this area. So that's going to be quite interesting, but obviously we need to keep an eye on the dollar, and that's going to have an impact. In terms of the Aussie dollar, so we've had this breakout of this pattern, but we're still not in an uptrend yet. And it's facing a little bit of headwinds, of course, because of the strength of the US dollar at the moment. So that's a little bit problematic, but that's generally the context for that pair. And then just moving quickly over to USD Swiss, which we're in this kind of downwards channel, which in terms of trading dynamics, we do have probabilities in our favor of a breakout, but it is sliding a little bit, of course, as you can see with this move upwards, because of the recent dollar gains. So really the dollar is what you should be paying attention to as always, but it's going to be interesting to see what the dollar is going to behave over the next couple of weeks as we head into potential some interest rate cuts. James, any thoughts on that from your more experienced perspective?
Yeah, sure. So as you probably know, I've been pretty much a dollar bear for most of the last year, most part of this year really, and last year. But I think the dollar is now prematurely finding its feet. I think it's a possibility. I'm not banking on it, but I think the dollar, okay, we've got my charts. Let's have a quick look. I think the dollar actually might be basing a little earlier than expected. So, and that kind of throws the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, because we have to change our views on the dollar and think about the long side now. And that will affect all sorts of other things as well. But let's deal with the dollar first. So here's the megaphone pattern that I was hoping to reach the bottom of, and we did not get there. And we've been held up sort of 3/4 of the way down. And I think that is probably, at least maybe just in the short term, but probably a medium-ish type base for the dollar. And that's, let me just zoom in here. That's kind of borne out by, I don't know, man, these charts. That's kind of borne out by this chart pattern here. It's very difficult with these colors and things, like, because everything. Anyway, I'm not going to moan about it anymore. So we had that big dip down and the recovery above the support ledge, which is a market structure break zone and a double order block. Excuse me. So and holding up really well, and we got all the moving averages around about the zone, clustering at the zone that we're at. We've got the 20 and the 50 and the 100 just above us. So we're trying to get through the 100 now. I think the dollar may have actually now found at least an interim bottom, and we may have to abandon this idea, and that we may actually start moving up earlier. So let's move that thing up a wee bit. I can move it back if it doesn't work out. That's no problem. And move it to there. Now, that kind of sort of makes sense, right? There's a super powerful support level where this red line is. If we look to the left, not really defined, but there's huge amounts of volume. If we just follow this red line all the way along in this zone here, you can see that's a very highly frequently traded zone and probably a point of control on this chart. I don't have those volume profiles on the right. So that's where we are right now on that red line, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's as far as we're going to get, and we've moved our path to the left now. So I think that looks okay too. And it's followed my line pretty accurately, even though it's a random line. And maybe we'll get something like that. So that's the dollar. And I think in line with that, we should start to think about selling the majors against the dollar.
Yeah.
And that would include the pound and the euro and all the other majors, the yen and so on. Except the yen might be a different case. But here's the euro. I'm talking about selling the euro against the pound if we see any reason to do so. If we look at this euro chart, the dominant pattern, it's a good idea to do this as well. Just look for what, zoom out so that you've got 150 or 100 candles on your page. I'm so sorry about this coughing. 50 or 100 candles, and try and pick out the dominant pattern on the page. And we've got a bit of a rally there, but it was immediately smacked down by this big bear move down. This is the dominant move on the page right here in the center. And until we break above these levels, I'm pretty negative on the euro now, having seen what happened to the pound with the gilts and the pound itself selling off. So I'm pretty short in mind across the board, really. And I think we've got opportunities at these sorts of levels to sell into, given the right trigger. If you're a day trader, you'd be looking at your normal stuff, on 3 or 5 minute charts, 15-minute maybe, looking for stochastic and RSI divergence, trendline breaks, candle reversals, oversold and overbought conditions, 513 EMA cross, whatever you use. Look for that at about this current time. And at the same time, we should actually focus on the pound, because it's the pound that triggered off the sell and the rally in the dollar. And if you remember from, did I do a session on Monday? Yeah, was it Monday or yesterday? Can't remember. This pink line, Monday was a holiday. We didn't have a session on Monday. This pink line in the center here is the 50% retracement of this last candle. It's really as simple as that. So big move down with a tweezer top and a potential double top over here on the pound. And having moved down to this green line, we can now draw a line right in the center of that whole candle travel, right in the middle. And also note that the 20 and the 50-day moving averages are right here, just above that line. I'm waiting for a move back into that zone to sell into, and for a move down, breaking through this tweezer bottom. And the tweezer bottom is a concern for this idea because that's a powerful reversal signal, and it could well lead the pound to move into new recent highs, simply because of that tweezer bottom. When I see a tweezer bottom like that, and it's perfect, these lows are identical, I immediately think, I think I need a drink of juice, Red Bull, to give me wings.
Don't worry, you're doing great. Keep going, please.
I've been speaking for 5 hours already, so you can imagine it's a little tough.
Give James a break. He's
And
been
probably
working
not-
very hard for Prime TV. Very, very hard.
Yeah. And the human voice box is not designed for this sort of torture. I'm sure of it. We used to not say very much when we were cavemen and women. We used to just grunt. Now we use words.
Hey, we could try that for one
And they're
session.
tiring. Yeah. So when I see a tweezer bottom, I want to go long, and I'm not the only one. But I think this is a market that we may be entering into. So we have a conflict of opinion between the tweezer crew, the tweezer bros, and the sell the dollar bros or buy the dollar bros. So who's going to win? I think the tweezer bros might actually win. So let's keep an eye on that. But if we do get up to the pink line, or even better, up to this 50 and 20-day moving average confluence, and that price is precisely 1.3480, that's the place to sell. And if we do get that, that'll be my entry point. I've actually got an order already in place at 3450, just at the pink line, and I'll place another order at 3480 to catch that move if we do have to get slightly higher. Having said all that, these will be small positions because we've got this tweezer bottom, And as I said, that tweezer bottom will encourage a lot of the bulls to see if we can blast up and break up through this high. So very interesting little setup there. I don't think it's going to determine the overall direction for the dollar, but I do think that if this is actually not a pound failure and it's just a blip, and that the sell-off in gilts and the pound was just, someone said something. Maybe Jacob Rees-Mogg or someone weird like that said something strange to the Prime Minister or whatever. It's a strange place, England. So yeah, maybe that was just a blip, and that actually the pound's going to move up and the dollar's going to carry on moving down to the bottom of the megaphone, and that my sort of spooking out of my idea might be premature. In other words, this line, this green line that I've drawn in here, might have been the correct place down here rather. I'm going to leave it back where it was. I haven't fully decided, but we'll find out soon enough, I guess. And remember, this week, starting today, and we've actually already had the number, which I neglected to have a look at, the JOLTS jobs number. I haven't even got the screen off. I've been so mad and crazy. I don't even know what the number was. By the looks of it, it wasn't good. I'm just taking a guess, because the markets have rallied in response to a potential interest rate drop or reduction. I imagine that the jobs numbers weren't good. I don't know. I'm sure Paul will fill us in. But anyway, so that's my idea on the currency markets overall, and I don't think it's very clear. And I'm going to be guided by the cable, the pound, the British pound, the great British pound, will guide me in making the decision. If we fail at this pink line and move down and break through this tweezer bottom, I will then assume that we're going to see the dollar moving further up and that the currencies trading against the dollar, the other majors, are going to carry on moving down. If we don't get through that tweezer bottom and we move up and get through the top instead, starting with the pink line, the moving average confluence just above there, the 20 and the 50, and then this top, if we manage to mash up through all of that stuff there, then I will reverse vision and say, yeah, I was correct in the first place. It is short the dollar down to 93 or 90 potentially, and that we've got more to go down, and therefore the pound and the euro and all the rest have got to go up some more, a little bit further. And I think in that case, the euro is going to 1.2 and the pound's going to 1.4, and that's where we'll end up before a potential reversal. So we're at 1.1650 on the euro, so 350 pips up on the euro, 350 on the pound up. That is only if we break up through these levels and don't fail and move down. So yeah, I'm going to go with the long dollar proposition for now until proven otherwise, which means that we should find some support on the dollar here, to the bottom of the megaphone, and start moving up. If we don't start moving up, and it's very easy to find out whether we're going to move up or not, because we'll be watching it. And if it starts moving up, it's moving up. If it starts moving down, it's moving down. And trading really is as simple as that at the end of the day. Looks like we're trying to base here. We've got a spike low through the red line. We're forming a good sort of base above this order block. And yesterday's big rally got us going up through all those moving averages. Still got the 100 above us to get through, but it's looking pretty strong, I think.
You talking about non-farm payroll on Friday. You talking about non-farm payroll. Yeah, so that's Friday, I think.
Yeah.
I think we've got a couple of days left to go.
Yeah, non-farm payrolls on Friday. Yeah. No, I was pull up the JOLTS job number that came out. It might still be coming out a little bit later on. That's today. It may have been at 2:30, but I have a feeling it could be at 4 o'clock. I'm not 100% sure. It's normally at 2:30.
Yeah, I'll try and find out. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So so jobs today, tomorrow, and on Friday, and then the FOMC meeting on the 17th, on Wednesday the 17th of September. That's a couple of weeks' time. And all of these things combined together are going to influence this market and probably set the direction for the next quarter, the final 3 months of the year. So it's going to be a very, very key few days.
Yeah, JOLTS are out very shortly at 10 a.m. Eastern time, which is 3 p.m. UK time. So we've got a little bit to wait, but yeah, they'll be coming out very soon.
Okay, so not while we're on stream here, in the next session.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll keep everyone up to date. So hang around for that, people.
Yeah, jolts. 10 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
So, having said all of that, we've got a couple of ideas on stocks. So, generally, okay, I want to show you one thing first. That was the S&P. I want to remind you of what we spoke about yesterday about the US 30. This is the Dow Jones Industrial Index, US 30, or just Dow Jones or Dow, whatever you call it. Yesterday, because of actually the sort of rally in the dollar and the slump in the pound and all that stuff going on over the last number of days, has been a bit mixed along with everything else. But what we did have was that big move up through this potential triple top. I call that a periscope candle. You might just call that a white soldier or something like that, depending on your nomenclature for these things. But it's basically a single strong shaven candle, in other words, very small or no wicks, followed by consolidation, a retest of the breakout, and then I think we're moving up from here. Good buy this today, I think. This would be a play I'll be looking at later on once we finish the stream, trying to get long on the US 30 right here, right now. Not going to do it online now because I'm going to have to manage it. It'll be a swing trade too, not a day trade. So that's the sort of thing that we're looking at right now on the Dow. And I think we may have something similar potentially forming or about to or thinking of forming on the S&P. Now, what you saw on the Dow was that sort of a rounded flat top. We had a triple top, actually. Let me go back there. It's a really good and important comparison. So there's the rounded triple top, right? Little rounded bumps, and then the periscope. Let's go back to the S&P, and you'll see a very similar pattern, although we don't have the periscope yet. So there's the little rounded tops, 3 of them, just like the Dow, but no periscope. So I think that's probably what's next, or at least, potentially. And it all depends on the jobs and interest.
I mean, it's obviously all about that jobs data at the end of the week, and obviously treasury yields as well as tech gains to keep an eye on, which is going to be quite interesting. But yeah, I can see if we get. I mean, are you anticipating if we have positive job data? Are you anticipating that we could launch up from there, just to keep it simple?
Negative jobs data will push this up.
Yeah. Okay, so let's hope.
So if we get a really bad NFP number, well, I mean that's what I think. Obviously it changes depending on the context. These numbers, fairly meaningless in isolation. But I think we're going to have a worse jobs number, and that will pull the dollar down and push US stocks up, and potentially the euro up, and potentially the European stocks down at the same time. So it's going to be a lot of whipsaw and mess around these numbers coming out. I think the most likely scenario is that we get a bad jobs numbers, or worse at least, or anticipated to be, what's the word I'm thinking of? Considered to be bad, not necessarily the number itself, but just the reaction to the number, will push the dollar down and the stocks up. And I think that first initial move, I mean,
I think it's just important.
So I think that first initial move will take us up to. I know there's a very powerful lag going on today, Paul. I've sat through 4 hours of it already. It's the internet. It's not us. It's. I think the most.
To remind everybody of the context, of course, that there was approximately 75,000 jobs expected to have been added in August, which was an increase from July. But if you remember, it was complete chaos in terms of political implications as well with the last data point. So it's a pretty hot button topic at the moment. So Friday could be quite explosive in either direction, and it may not be necessarily immediately clear what the implications are as well, given that context. So a lot's really resting on Friday, but also it's not particularly helpful when we get these data points on Friday, because we get these market reactions and we have to wait till the next week to see how the dust settles. So it's going to be a very interesting few days, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. No, for sure. So we have a couple of target points here. First of all, the 100% extension, or what you might consider the full Fibonacci extension, the 100% Fibonacci extension right here. And I think of this move up from there to there and the pullback, a very tiny little move. There's not a lot to go on in terms of fibs here, because the last really important swing low was down here. There's not much going on up here. So I've had to take it from this little swing low up to the top, that tiny pullback, and that gives me these fib extensions. It's not really very valuable or helpful, but it's something. And I think if we can get to the 100% Fibonacci extension, this one right here, that candle shape, and I could almost draw it, but I don't know if we can. If I could draw a candle in here, I would, which would look very similar to the candle on the Dow that we've already got in place. This candle here, the big green one that you can see there. I think we could get that on the S&P as a result of some of this news, and maybe even ahead of the news in anticipation of it. And that sort of candle there, if we see the same, that's the Dow, if we see the same on the S&P, it would take us up to the 100% Fibonacci extension, just up to that level there, and then we'll decide what to do. But I do think this has got potential to carry on further. It's very difficult to trade it right now, and if you're swing trading it, as I am, you probably don't want to have a position on ahead of these numbers coming out at the end of the week. So I do have positions on. I've got a long, but I've also got a short. So I got long down there, and I hedged it just yesterday after we fell back into what may have been just a trap. But I had to hedge it because it could have collapsed. So I'm now not really, I don't have skin in this game, apart from this one hedged position. I'll have to unhedge that at some point. I'm reluctant to do so until we get the jobs data. And the same on the Nasdaq. I'm also hedged on the Nasdaq now. So we didn't manage to get any profit on that little run up, on this little move up. Well, I got a little bit of profit on the Nasdaq locked in, but we haven't taken any profit. Just a tiny little move up, and we collapsed back down yesterday. And so I'm now hedged on both of these indices. But looking to get long, but reluctantly so, depending on how the market may react or anticipate the jobs data. So pretty tricky right now. And you'll see on currencies that it's all quite messy too. We were trying to look for trades today in the Forex Fire session. It was pretty tricky. So we all took a number of trades. I think between us we took about 15 trades. Ended up with about $100 in joint profit, which is, not much when you split it between three people, $30 each, but enough for a coffee and a good chat over the Forex charts as us nerds gathered around the charts to chat trading, which is quite a lot of fun.
Sandwich,
but it's also pretty tiring.
And
the sandwich, yeah. Yeah. So we had great time, and but tricky, very choppy sideways markets on the currencies. And the problem with the jobs weeks, this is one of the big jobs weeks, is we don't always get all the jobs numbers subsequent days at the end of the week. When we do get that, it becomes a bit of a Adam Shift show, and it's very difficult to trade. So yeah, just be careful. And if you don't want to do anything until Friday, that's not a bad idea too. There are plenty of other things you can do, like go on holiday, go for a walk with your family every day in the morning and do some fun things and walk away. You'll probably come back if you trade the rest of these days into this Friday NFP result and get whipsawed and chopped around, which you could do if you're a little slow or a little not nimble enough. You might look back on this last 3 days and go, what was I doing? Why was I even at my charts? I've lost some money. I could have been doing something else, and I could have come back next week after the NFP and in a much more relaxed manner.
It's all about
so
your trading approach, really. And I think crypto obviously is still going to be impacted, of course, by these data points, but there's always something to trade on crypto. But I mean, for me, when there is hesitation, you have to change your strategy, and it's going to be quick in and out trades, nothing holding for long. So these longer term patterns don't have time to pan out, and that's really the strategy. But whatever you do, your strategy has to adapt based on what is going to be happening at the end of the week. So I personally am very strict about just backing away from the market to avoid all of the chaos, right? Because chaos is difficult to predict, right? But I mean, I live in the crypto space, but ultimately I will zoom in and do very quick in and out trades on certain areas, especially within range plays, right? But you just have to make sure you're adapting and you're not just blindly trading. Like perhaps some of my fresh students tend to, they just blindly trade ignorant to what's going on. So it's got to be a balance, I think, but caution, as long as you're feeling the caution, then you're halfway there to a good trade. So
yeah, Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I guess that brings us back to Bitcoin and my feelings on Bitcoin. This is the currency of the future and the store of wealth for the future. I'm a Bitcoiner now, have been for 3 years. I was negative about Bitcoin for quite a while, and I started investing it. Apart from just trading it, I started investing in Bitcoin about 3 years ago. Not at the best price, I have to say, 16 to 20,000, which could have been a lot lower if I was smarter, like many of you are. But I'm an old man, and that's okay. I'm a bit slow on the uptake sometimes, and this newfangled stuff is, it's difficult to understand.
Nonsense.
So, so where are we on Bitcoin? And considering we've got the jobs numbers coming up this week, which will throw the cat amongst the pigeons, I'm still skeptical about this megaphone holding. I'm still allowing for a move down to the trend line. This is a long-term trend line which has been in place for about 3 years. Let's put the log scale on to make this make sense. There's the beautiful blue trend line going back to 2022, November, and we're still above it. I have the idea that this trend line won't break anytime in the near future. It's also supported by the 200-day moving average just down here, underneath this trend line, which is also an attractive point to trade from. It's also a previous swing low over here, going back to the 22nd of June, 2025 at 98,000. So somewhere between this trend line, which would be at about 106,000, the 200-day moving average at 101,000, and this previous swing low at 98,000, and add a couple of 2% on just for shits and giggles, 96,000, I think that's a possibility. I don't think it's the most probable outcome, but I see a lot of the crypto bros on YouTube are still calling for lower lows on Bitcoin. And these are the hodlers and the toddlers and the long-term non-paper diamond hand types calling for 96,000 on Bitcoin. I think that's problematic, and I think they might be wrong. I've not seen the hodlers calling for a low so vociferously in any of my time in crypto. You may have, Paul, in the earlier phases and cycles, I don't know, but not in the last 3 or 4 years. I've not seen so many crypto long-term holders being so pessimistic. I think that's a positive and bullish sign. So I'm holding all of my longs. I have no hedges in place at all. I'm fully loaded. But the moment we break and close down below that level at 107,200, I'm going to start to hedge the heck out of all of those positions, all the way down $1,000 increments at a time. So we get down to 100, I don't know, 100 whatever it was, 7 or whatever it was. So I've got my orders in place already. I enter my first hedge. Next $1,000, next hedge, 10% at a time, all the way down to 96,000. But by the time we get down to 96, I'll have one unleveraged Bitcoin on, which doesn't matter because it's unleveraged and there's no problem with that whatsoever. So that's my plan. I don't think it's going to happen. I think these crypto long-term hodlers who are going into a low-level panic, and I can see it, to expect this market to move up and not go down. That's my opinion. What do you think, Paul?
Well, let's let's switch over to my charts, and we can have a quick look. Obviously, that blue line which is on your chart, James, is the primary trend line, and of course, if we do break that, and when I say break, I mean like proper break, not a bear trap or anything like that. We're
Sure.
then maybe there's going to be an issue. But again, it all comes down to the fact that we don't know how the institution money is going to react to things like that. So retail traders, of course, will look at that as a signal to sell. But it's a very difficult scenario, and I wish I could tell you that the bull market's still beginning. There's plenty of reasons. There's more reasons to suggest we've got so much more upside ahead. But also the context is, and in the crypto space, especially with the internet the way it is at the moment, the web the way it is at the moment, you get people, market makers, right? Let me put it this way. You have people who have huge Bitcoin positions, right? Whales, massive whales, right? Well, how do they manipulate the price? Well, they can manipulate it using the exchanges, but they can manipulate it using the media. And of course, what's going to stop them? I mean, how much does it cost them to pay someone to write a blog post or an article or a YouTuber? And this is just full. So you shouldn't be listening to even the mainstream media, because they don't understand crypto. They don't understand it. Bitcoin takes a 5% tumble, and they look at it in the context of the stock market and think that the world's over. Right. And it's complete and utter nonsense. And that's not to say, of course, there isn't a bearish scenario to consider. There always is. But the most important thing is to take it with a pinch of salt and know that, again, like you look at Metaplanet, they've just bought another 10,000 worth of Bitcoin, 10,000 Bitcoin again. So, it's always an opportunity. But this is obviously the premise we're playing at the moment. And until we see otherwise, this is what we need to bear in mind is in play. Now, this is what it looks like cleanly. We've had a nice bounce here, haven't had a candle body close, just need to make a way up. But of course, this is significant. This new product thing is absolutely doing my head in. This thing here is a line in the sand resistance. I'll just put it on here. And so the price action does have to get above that, which it hasn't yet. But still, we've got plenty of areas to play in first. But let's have a look at what the macro is doing. So this is the 1 hour chart, and we can definitely consider this a bear trap in the short term with a nice double bottom reversal. And we've come up, just as I said yesterday, I said, look, we need to come up into this range and find our feet. And look what's happened. We've done that. Now, you'll notice that compared to yesterday, where everything was the order blocks and the selling sentiment was, we now have, the bulls now have some buyers behind them, right? We've recaptured this area, so the buyers are looking to come in here. So we now have, we're not neutral yet, but we're approaching that. And if we can move a leg higher, come into this red order block, find our feet firmly above resistance, essentially trying to get our feet here above this area, which is around 112, which was the previous all-time high. That's the signal of continuation. Otherwise, but honestly, as I said yesterday, when we've got all these data points, ranging in this area is probably most likely over the next few days until we get it. But if you imagine now we're in a good position, we get some data points which maybe don't harm the potential for an interest rate cut, and then here we go, mid-September. That's essentially so is it changing?
I like that scenario.
I mean, it's and you just have to trade it like this at the moment. This was, and just wait and see. But if we just have a look at, so this is a slightly different perspective with a slightly lower support area, nice little double bottom reversal. We've come up to here. We've just got to come up a bit higher. So lots of going on. We're still obviously with the bearish slant in terms of basic trend dynamics. But I remind you, of course, that if we draw a line here, you can see we have had a break of the trend on the back of a reversal pattern, which Bitcoin really likes to do. It likes to have a reversal within this pattern, break out, find its feet, move its way up. So currently, that is the narrative based on what we're seeing. And again, if you look at the multi-time frame analysis, we've had all these bullish divergences playing out on the lower time frames, but now when we look at the higher time frames, the divergence still remains in place, and that means so essentially you could look at this divergence on the 3 hour. What a strange time frame. Let's look at the 2 hour. So the 2 hour chart, we've had 5 points of divergence. This essentially, that's the move. That's the divergence playing out. I don't expect the divergence to go any higher because now we've got some bearish divergence. We could come back down, but we still have now higher time frame divergence. If you look at the daily, which has barely moved, and higher time frame divergence, we expect it to come up a little bit higher from here following that move. Now, it's not great. We got 6 points in the 12 hour, but we could see a cascade of increasing divergence on the higher time frames, which will allow the price action to ascend higher. And this, of course, is on the back of the breakout of this invisible diagonal trend line here. We can see. So right now we are shifting towards neutral, and then obviously beyond that is going to be a more bullish slant. So everything's looking okay at the moment. Now, this is Bitcoin dominance. Now, as we've talked about just at the start of this session, in terms of the money flow and the phases of altcoin season, we've had all of this great downwards action from Bitcoin dominance. And let me just flip it to the right colors because it should be green on the way down. So when this is trending down, great for altcoins inherently, right? And this move from essentially a long-term uptrend to a downtrend is also supporting the fact that we are in the first phase of altcoin season. But we have broken out in the short term of this pattern now, and we're trying to find its feet. So we have a potential double top, but we also have this pattern, and we could see a move all the way back up to this 1 week 50 MA to retest it. Now, That would make sense if Bitcoin is sitting pretty a little bit. Maybe the altcoins just sit for a little bit. Ethereum just waits. But there's still the possibility for some altcoins, especially like meme coins and stuff like that, to get hit pretty hard still over the next few days if we do see a move up from here. So be very mindful of what Bitcoin dominance is doing here. But if we do get a move below, let's say below here, and you're thinking of investing in some more of the high-risk cryptocurrencies, or rather making a play of some kind, if you see the price action come back down here, this would be a signal that it's okay and a little bit more safer to do so. Whereas high caps are going to be very resilient in this area because it's just an opportunity in waiting. But some of the mid caps and low caps, which haven't had any love yet, still have some dangerous potential pressure coming in if Bitcoin dominance comes into this area. So be very mindful here. Obviously, if you're thinking of jumping into Ethereum, it's a great opportunity, less risk, of course, but just be very cautious with some of the lower to mid caps until that money has trickled down. And again, we return back to this chart that right now we're in phase 2, the talk of the flippening, but we yet haven't had the large caps go parabolic. And that then, until we have that, that doesn't allow the other cryptocurrencies, the majority of the market, which isn't a mid to high cap, to move, because obviously in order for money to flow into, say, the Pepes or the really low cap AI coins or anything like that, we need to have serious money generated from the high caps in profits for then people to then cycle those profits from Ethereum and the high caps like Solana, Cardano, or whatever into those low caps, which will then allow them to go parabolic. So we need the top 10 or so, top 20, top 30 cryptos to go parabolic to generate that income, which can then be pivoted and thrown back into the rest of the market, just like the Bitcoin gains over the last year are now starting to pivot into Ethereum. And this is, of course, is the whole game right now. And the premise of all this is based on the fact that the move from phase 2 to phase 3, where the large caps do go parabolic, and they haven't yet, Ethereum's had some great moves, but it's not parabolic, right? We haven't yet seen that. But if we get the interest rate cuts, that may be the starting gun, and then we might see the movement continuing down this, because of course it doesn't happen overnight, it takes a little bit of time. But that's essentially crypto. I mean, any thoughts?
But Paul, isn't phase 1 and phase 2, haven't they been flipped around? Didn't Ethereum usurp Bitcoin in phase 1?
So how do you mean? Sorry, do you want to just qualify that?
So Ethereum took off. Ethereum sort of already reached, exceeded its all-time high, whereas Bitcoin has not. And Ethereum's just been very frothy, hasn't it? So is it possible that Ethereum is phase 1?
Yeah, well, that's a very good point. And I think the problem is that we've had a very messy start to altcoin season, because we had the starting gun in November 2024 when the US elections took place and Donald Trump won. And then we had a big rally up where Ethereum essentially was around where it is now. But then it all fell apart because of concerns over the economy and whatnot, right? So we have had some fake starts for sure, right? But ultimately, what we're looking for is not specifically any specific asset like Ethereum or Cardano itself, but just generally the high caps themselves, which are represented by Ethereum, to make some serious moves where then people take those profits and then put them into the others. And of course, if you think about all the gains Bitcoin's had since really it started moving about 30K, some people will be holding to 250 to 300K maybe, or even for the long term, but people are going to take some of their position out, like you and me, and they're going to want to put it in something else, but they're not going to dump it into a high-risk AI token or meme coin, which is really suffering with the current economic issues and the tariffs, etc. So they're going to put it into something which is a bit more secure, which are the established currencies like Cardano, Ethereum, which have historical price action, are large with a lot of resiliency. So even if it goes bad, we're talking 5-10% losses as opposed to 100, 200, 300, 400% losses. But then once Ethereum has then moved even higher, people will then write, okay, so I need to start taking profits out of Ethereum because it's had a 100% move, whatever, and then it starts flowing down. So you're right, it has been messy, and I don't think it's going to be any cleaner either. But if we just try and focus on the cascade of money and just try and track it wherever it ends up going, right? And that may be, it could just, we could just have a reset again before it continues. But this is ultimately what we want to be paying attention to, because it dictates where we put our money and at what time. And that's the key in crypto, timing. And what I'm doing at the moment with my positions is I'm the higher risk tokens, I'm trying to gradually move down step by step as they bleed a little bit. So when the market does, hopefully in phase 4, get all of that money coming into these high risk, maybe not even no non-utility tokens, then I've got the best low average price, and then we're all coming in, and I benefit from then everyone putting their money in, and I've already had my seeds planted, ready to go. So that's the general thing. But you're right, it's been very messy for sure, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. But something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. I must show you my Kraken wallet, Paul, and get you a glance over my pick of altcoins and meme coins. I was going through it last night with some of my members, and be interesting to see what you think, because they had some good ideas that I didn't have. I'm not much of a altcoin trader, so I don't know much about it, but some of the folks knew a lot more than I do, and some interesting picks. I'd be keen to hear what you've got to say. I'm sure we can get hold of you in the Hola Prime Discord later on today to chat about it.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Maybe you're going on holiday or something.
Oh no.
Anyway, welcome to everyone in the chat, by the way. And there's a funny little poll up. I don't know who put that up. I'm going to find out who it was, and we'll sort you out later. But the question is, if Coach James and Paul Pico were famous, who would they be? And what do you vote? I've chosen mine, Paul. It's either Rocky and Apollo, Will Smith and Tommy Lee and MIBs. I like that one. Batman and Robin, or Buzz Lightyear and Woody. So I'm going for MIBs.
I went for that one as well. I mean, I think that's very fair. I mean, the Rocky and Apollo one, I think, is a little bit problematic for multiple reasons. But definitely, I mean, the Buzz Lightyear and Woody. I mean, who's the? I mean, it's pretty equal, that one, right? Batman and Robin. Definitely, you would be Batman, and I'd be Robin for sure. I'm not sure about Rocky.
I'm Batman.
There's insults either way, but that's why I voted for Will Smith and Tommy Lee, because it's quite evenly balanced, I think, for sure. But yeah, very funny poll, very good poll. Thank you for that, team.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so Bitcoin, I'm basically just holding on to this position. I have an idea that I actually might be right, and that this is not going to fall down through this megaphone. I'm preparing for it to fall down. I've got all of these hedges stacked up down below us, and I'm prepared for them to trigger, which will mean that any profits that I get from this market will be either stunted or delayed completely, depending on how far we drop down. It's not a problem. It's just delayed gratification. But I just have a feeling that even though I think I'm wrong, I might be right, and that we might hold here. We have broken through the trend line. We've got this very, very powerful level that Paul was talking about, the all-time high just above. That's going to be a problem. And the swing low, which is the same level, is also going to be problematic. And then we've got the 50 and the 20-day moving averages. The 50 is the most important one, I think. And once and if we close above those moving averages and this level that we're currently nudging into, I think we'll be set to go. Until we do that, I'm not convinced, but I'm betting as so it kind of doesn't make sense. But I've got protection in place in case I'm wrong. So it's all a mess, isn't it? That's what trading's about. You've got to figure out these alternatives and plans and permutations and try and set up a system that's not going to lose you too much money and make you as much money as you can get out of the moves.
Yeah, I mean, it's the interesting thing is that, I mean, the way I look at Bitcoin, as again, I was trading Bitcoin when I first started, when I had no idea what I was doing, just messing around with Bollinger Bands and whatnot. I mean, it was a different asset back then, and made some money and so forth, just swinging it. But for me, when I'm trying to figure out what the position is, what the bullish bias is, or the bearish bias is, where we're sitting neutral or whatever, you just have to look at the battle between the buyers and sellers. And of course, it sounds so obvious. Of course, it's a battle between buyers. Of course it is. That's trading. But if you frame it that way in your mind and you think about, okay, how are the buyers doing? Now, yesterday, the buyers weren't doing great and they were seriously on the back foot. But now they've got a little bit of a stronger stance because they've made a little bit of gains, they've made a little bit of level, and then other buyers come in to support them because they see that, okay, so they're not on the floor and bloody yet, so maybe they've got a chance. And then if the buyers can then be strategic and then make another advance, then the sellers start running for the hills, and then the buyers start charging. And this is the dynamic I always look for, because of course there's so much uncertainty at the moment. There's so many things which can wreck the market and push Bitcoin into a very difficult position. And it's not like I'm bearish on Bitcoin, but with all the issues we've got at the moment, especially with the tariff uncertainty again, and of course all these data points. I mean, imagine, for example, if we don't get a rate cut in September, what will that look like for the market? And that could then put Bitcoin in a very dangerous place where, again, the sellers feel more confident and the buyers start running for the hills. And that doesn't mean that institutional money can't recover it, but the time it takes to do that is extended, and therefore the altcoin season disappears because we've got no bullish narrative to play off. And this is the worry and the concern at the moment. But
I think we've got to finish off, Paul, but I think on this XRP chart, just to let you know, I took one more trade position, 7.5% additional long tranche here. I'm not sure if we talked about this yesterday, but just in case, as another tweezer bottom at the 100-day moving average here on XRP. Danger of this, of course, as Paul pointed out, is that we get a slump in the alts if Bitcoin doesn't manage to lift off. And I think we could get all the way back down. What worries me about this chart is we've got this big point of control way down below us, and we have not retested that yet. And we also haven't retested the bottom of this potential bull flag. So even though I added some more, happily, I'm expecting or allowing for, rather, something like that. Okay, so keep that in mind and don't FOMO into all of these trades, because they will, particularly these alts, as Paul pointed out, until that Bitcoin dominance retests that line, if it's going to, and then fails there, the alts may struggle a bit, including this one, XRP, and it's potentially possible we could go all the way back down to $2.20, which is quite a long way down. But I bought some more over here at this tweezer and the 100-day moving average. And by golly, it better get going upwards. Otherwise, I'm going to rip its heart out in anger.
Well, your advantage is there that, of course, as we've just established, the top 10, the XRPs, there's a lot of bullish momentum behind them, and they have a little bit of independence at the moment. So there's resilience in that, but only to a certain point. But yeah, I think we do need to end. And then, hopefully that.
I need, but before we go, I did switch to long on gold, folks. I said I'd update this before we left the last stream. Trading this in Forex Fire. I got short on gold. I took just literally switched directions the moment we moved up through this high. My long-term trade position is long from 3330, hedged at the blob. My short-term swing trade on my GUI trade account is long from the same place, and it's now moving up. So we switched directions. I took the loss and went long. It was about a $10 loss, nothing serious. $10 literal dollars, not on the chart. $10 out of my pocket. So we switched after a tiny loss and we got long. So that's looking good. Okay, that's it, Paul. We can move along and let the others come and show us how to make some money now.
Yeah, well, see you all tomorrow then. Great to see you, James, and happy hump day to all. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Take care for now.
Take care, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that It's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops a discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Adeline, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. But don't worry, I won't make you do endless push-ups, unless you are up for the challenge. I'm here to help traders build discipline, strategy, and confidence in the markets. And here is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. I've been trading for 4 years, and it's been the most humbling teacher I ever had. At the beginning, I used to chase quick wins, but I learned quick losses hits hard. Trading isn't just charts and numbers, it's a mirror. It showed me my patience, my fear, my strength. Protect my capital and let the patience pay me. Because guess what? In trading, your biggest edge is you. Markets are intense, but it's just like an ice cream on a hot day. It can get messier, but it's always sweeter when you approach it with the right mindset. Enjoy the process and savor the small wins. Off charts, you can find me recharging by the beach, traveling to new places, or hanging out with my pets. I love staying active, but I also enjoy good food and music. Balance is the key. That's a bit about me. Don't forget, life is too short for just work and no play. Yes, even in trading. I'm here to guide you, cheer you on, and make sure we have some fun along the way. So hope to see you in a session soon.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Meet Coach Paul Gallo, a seasoned futures trader and coach at Hola Prime, with over 11 years of combined experience in international banking, commodity trading, and U.S. equity futures. From managing trade operations at BNY Mellon to trading FCOJ futures at Louis Dreyfus Company, Coach Paul's journey has been driven by one core principle: precision through data.
My $1 million advice to you would be... Hi everyone, I'm Coach Paul. I'm thrilled to be a part of the Hola Prime team. Step into the real arena. Prime Academy provides the trading education that truly empowers.
Today, as a futures coach at Hola Prime, he empowers traders using market profile and order flow analysis, helping them make smarter, more confident decisions in fast-moving markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Hola Prime TV.
Coach Paul's coaching goes beyond strategies. It's about developing risk discipline, refining execution, and building a resilient trader's mindset. At Hola Prime, he's not just teaching people how to trade, he's helping them trade with purpose.
My $1 million advice to you would be to trade with a plan and stick to that plan. Let's conquer the markets together.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know, beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently, and if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels, live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hey guys.
Good morning, everybody. Coach
Good
Troy,
morning.
what's happening? Good
What's
morning,
going
Adeline.
on?
Long time no.
What's
How was your
up?
Labor Day weekend? How was your Labor Day weekend, Troy? We missed you.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
Nice.
Bunch of golf.
How we doing today, Paul? Ready to go?
Nice.
He's always ready.
Great.
To go.
Yeah. Always ready to go for sure. How you doing, Adelina? How's the morning treating you?
I'm great.
Awesome.
The bird looks
Nothing
good.
yet.
The bird looks good today. I like the bird. I see it better today. Yeah. Look at that. It's cool. That is so cool. Anyway,
Mingle.
I don't know what it is. It's like a crane
Gold
or
and
something.
silver.
It's I don't know how we call this bird.
I think it's an egret, maybe an egret.
Maybe an egret or a crane. Yeah, something. Egret.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice. Well, the market's open, everyone. And we're just kind of open swing highs, open swing lows here in the ES. And as I speak, we got a little breakout to the upside. But interestingly, in the overnight, continue to climb higher. And Coach Sam was talking about this yesterday at the close, right? He says, I think we're going to go higher. I don't know if he's a clairvoyant. But,
yeah, I think so.
Market certainly like that Google news. I tell you, boy, oh boy, that was probably the biggest catalyst that we saw.
What was the news about?
Yeah, for sure. basically they're not a monopoly. They were ruled to be like not a monopoly with Chrome. So like the Chrome browser business didn't have to get split from their regular business, essentially. And so that's what like people were fearing that value would be sucked out of, Alphabet just because of things having to be split up. But it looks like the judge kind of ruled very lightly against them. So all good news for Google. And I don't know if all of you saw, like, there are some headlines coming out from like the Fed a lot right now, from Fed's Muslim, and just a lot of like classic rhetoric of like, oh man, I don't know if things are going to be good or not. It's just, those kinds of classic comments from our good old Fed. But yeah, so maybe a little bit of uneasiness here.
And yeah. So good morning, good afternoon to everyone in the chat. It's nice to see everyone. Robert's here, Eric Lake's here, of course, Mr. Peeps, Tanaka, etc. So it's nice to have everyone here. And let's not forget that in about 25 minutes, we will have the JOLTS job report. So that may cause me to sit on my hands a bit here and just kind of observe and watch what happens for the next little while here this morning. But I mean, like you said, Paul, Muslims, I think he's still speaking. Yeah, I think he's still speaking right now. We got Kashkari speaking later, and Kashkari, he carries a lot of weight with the Fed, and he's a pretty intelligent guy. So he usually him and Goolsby tend to move things around, not as much as Powell, but they carry some heavy lifting over there at the Fed. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I did not catch the what was it, Dollar General earnings before the Dollar Tree, not Dollar General.
Close enough
for that. Yeah, I know.
Not a lot of difference.
Where I don't see it because I know Salesforce is coming out after the close. But did anyone catch the earnings on that? Oh, here we go. Dollar Tree.
I was going to say, I can pull it up. I have it.
Tumbling. Dollar Tree says higher income customers are still driving its growth. Higher income customer. What's a higher income customer for Dollar Tree? I mean, I don't know. Off-price retailer gave a downbeat outlook for the current quarter despite raising its. Yeah, exactly, Troy. Move up. They're 100% higher spenders. They're gone from $2 to $3. I don't actually have that. I don't see the print though on Dollar Tree. That's okay.
I saw something like okay, I have it right here. It's Dollar Tree same store net sales plus 6.5% on plus 3% traffic and plus 3.4% ticket. I actually don't know what ticket means. Diluted earnings per share,
when did that come out?
From continuing operations of 75 cents. Adjusted diluted EPS from continuing operations of 77 cents. Completed over 1 billion of share repurchases year to date. So they're doing a lot of share repurchasing. That's interesting. Increasing full year fiscal net sales outlook by about 0.2 billion. So it kind of looks like there must be some, they must have, I'm trying to look at some like expectations. I can't find any expectations, like how they did versus what the analysts were thinking. That might be why they're down right now. But yeah, it's interesting. They seem to be doing relatively well. I mean, they seem to be doing well, but I don't know.
The interesting thing on some of these consumer names, like we were talking about last week with Walmart and what's the one by you? Was it BJ's or something? The wholesaler,
BJ's,
like
yeah.
Sam's Club, you said. Yeah. Yep. I mean, even if they're talking about a little softening, the numbers have been still pretty good. So the market's kind of just shrugging it off. I think at this point, not really too concerned.
Yep.
And
yeah. And honestly, right now, like where we are with price action in the ES, in my head, like we are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Based on
agreed.
Last Friday's, like this past Friday's distribution, value area low is 64.61, and so we're at 64.50 right now, and then yesterday's value area high is 64.25, with the high of day being 64.45 ish. So we're like literally right in between previous day's high and that like value area low of that Friday. And
what was our overnight high? 64.61. Coincidence,
right?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
exactly.
I'm with you
exactly
completely on this. This is I love when we can look at little micro composites or put some profiles together and try to establish some levels here. Because other than that, I'm just kind of flying blind, right? So I need this stuff for me. But yeah, I mean,
I just took a trade. If you guys want to look at my chart, I'll tell you about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely. We can roll over to Troy.
Because this was a typical H pattern that, as you can see here, that Paul and I always talk about these H patterns. And what I did was, as it came down here and looking like it was going to break to that new low, I jumped in short. However, because it's an H pattern, it makes you really nervous that it's going to bounce. And so I ended up, I did not get the full move. I got a partial move, so only made $72 on that. But I got out on that next bar as it started to break down. It started to reverse. I jumped out immediately. I think the trade was about 10 or 15 seconds because that's just the way these reversals are so violent. But again, it's that classic H pattern that broke down, but then it just didn't have any follow through. And I was, as we've discussed previously, these H patterns can really hurt you. If you're right, they work really well. If they don't work, it hurts. So I was literally, as soon as I got in, I got my finger on the close position. So anyway, now it's coming back down. We'll have to see what happens, but that was my first trade of the day. So thank you very much.
Good. Yeah. Great.
Very nice. Very nice.
Always nice to be in the green. Always nice on the first trade. Perfect.
Yes. Even if it's only
What is
$70.
MF? That's an RSI? The
MFI. MFI is Money Flow Index. It's a oscillator that's similar to RSI or stochastics. However, I'm glad you asked because this is one of my favorite tools. MFI in its composite, in its formula, it uses volume, which is really weird because most oscillators only use price. So they only look at prices. Price oscillates back and forth trying to give you overbought or oversold. Well, MFI incorporates volume into that mix. And so I believe it's more useful because, as we all know, volume and order flow is the king daddy of what we do. So this one is an oscillator that is based on price and volume. And you can see that it gives pretty good when you get below into over, this would be over sold. It literally bounced right there when it got to that extreme. Here you can see these extremes to the upside where it went high there, dropped down. It's pretty good. I use it as a condition, not as an entry tool. So as an example, I would not be going short if this comes down here because we are not overbought. If we were overbought, then I would be, I'll go short. So it's a contra trend method, but that's what it is. And if you're interested, the secret sauce is in the settings. So a default setting for MFI on most systems is 14. And if you use 14, it's going to be horribly delayed and trailing. So if you move it to a 5 or a 6, and this is on a 1-minute chart, the 6 works really, really well. And you'll see that these lows and these highs are very, very close to price highs and price lows.
Very
Did
cool.
you start to use this on your own, Troy, or did you have experience in prop firms and other things where you kind of discovered this? Because it's interesting that you're typically looking to go short. I won't call you a contra trend or a counter trend trader, because just because you're going short doesn't mean the market's always going long. But you know what I mean? It's like you're looking for, I know, like you like to look for an imbalance, or when the market starts to kind of turn over, or a pullback, and you can jump in for that quick move to the downside. It seems like this is really helpful in the way you trade. Like you said, it's not really an indicator, but it's more of just
right. It's more of a condition. So if this condition exists, then I will go. Then I have permission to go short, or I have permission to go long if the setup is there. So it's a condition prior to. And actually, if you guys are familiar with market profile and volume profile theory, we identify the value area high and the value area low, right? And when we look at the volume profile, if we're above value, it's expensive. And so this is sort of like a short zone up here above the value area high, and of course below the value area low is a buy zone, or it's at a discount. That's the concept of market profiling, and we stay out of the value area because that's kind of the chop zone. Well, what I found was if I'm waiting all day for it to get above value to do a short, or all the way down below value to do a long, I'm going to get 1 or 2 trades a day, and it drives me crazy because I can't wait. So I started looking for a way to trade the
especially if the range is even bigger.
Exactly.
Right. Like if it's a really long rangy day, it'll take you forever.
Right. And you may not even get a trade. I mean, it's possible you might not even get a trade. And so I started looking for if the concept of market profiling is to identify basically expensive or at a discount, which is basically overbought or oversold. And I said, well, maybe I should look at an oscillator, because oscillators are known, that's what they do, is they predict overbought and oversold. So I started with RSI. I went to stochastics, and I kept seeing that they were not as it's not that they're not accurate, it's just that they were wonky. They were all over the place. And so then I went to, and I said, there's got to be a way to incorporate. So I started digging into those and saying, how does the formula work, right? And tried to re-engineer what is the formula looking for and why does it work? And I know you guys think I'm like this kind of weird engineer, nutso guy here, but I want to know how these things work and why they're giving me an overbought or an oversold reading, right? And so I went into the formulas on RSI stochastics, and I just literally did a Google search on all oscillators, and it pulled up 10 different oscillators. I sort of went through all the inputs for each one to figure out what is it relying on, and I stumbled across 2, MFI, and I think it's a Calkins oscillator or something like that. It's kind of an obscure one. It's not on most trading platforms, but MFI was. And MFI incorporates my favorite thing in the world, which is volume and order flow. So it was like, wow, this has got all the components I need. It's got price, it's got volume, and it's an oscillator. So maybe it'll help me trade this in the value area, which market profiling says, no, don't trade there. But I want to trade there. I need an excuse. So my excuse is MFI. If MFI gives me an overbought or oversold. Now, I also use something very similar to what you do, Daryl, in that the low volume nodes and the areas on the outsides of the high volume areas are definitely areas to get in, or targets, potential targets, as well as entries. But you'll be amazed at how many times that spot right there correlates with a high or a low in the MFI. And so it sort of all comes together. So for me, that's what it all sort of comes together with, whether it's overbought or oversold. And now the key is that you have to remember that just because we're oversold doesn't mean we can become more oversold. And so that's kind of where there is a lot of people will say, oscillators don't work. And what they're doing is they're only defining a condition, And that condition can be 5 minutes, it can be 20 minutes, it can be 3 hours. It's a condition. And so you should never use it as an entry point. You should always use it as just a condition to what? If it's saying I should be looking for a long because we're oversold, then I'm looking for that setup. You know, I'm not going, oh, it's oversold, I'm going long. Don't do that.
Right.
I just say, oh, it's saying the conditions are ripe for a reversal coming soon. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to sell off for 10 more minutes before that reversal happens, right? So, yeah, I'm sorry I got on a hobby horse there, but
no, I actually wanted you. I know you enough that you would do this. I wanted you to explain it because I knew you'd do a great job of kind of how you. And I think Adelina was truly curious. I was too, but I think it's good for the subscribers and the viewers in the chat. And, you know, the other thing that's really interesting, and I know that, you know, I talk a lot about, I don't do a lot of indicator stuff and this and that, but in essence, all of this stuff that we do overlaps. It's just a way for each of us to find an edge or to use the data that we all share. It's all the same data, right? It's all the same. It's all the same data from the exchange. And it's just a matter of how you can organize it visually or not to take trades. So like you're saying, Troy, with the MSI and being at the, let's say at the outer edge or outside the value area, it looks like it could be an oversold condition. Yeah. And it also could be a place maybe where I want to get in or get out. And it just so happens that it works for both of us. It's telling us different things, but it still allows us to potentially get into a trade, right? And that's really all that trading is just taking information that's very complicated and oftentimes and trying to simplify it and break it down to where it's usable for us as traders. So thanks Troy for doing that.
I can see it's also forming a divergence. That's how you call it, divergence.
Yeah, divergence.
So you can look for a long.
I am speaking of long, I am long the 10-year note futures at the moment. I'm long 2 contracts on the 10-year note, and I'm looking for I'm risking about 1 for 2. So looking to get about 30 seconds of a move here. We have to speak in 30 seconds with these bond positions. It's a little bit wonky for a lot of people that have not traded in the bond space here.
Welcome to before decimalization, right, Troy? Welcome to the fraction life.
It used to be that way all the time. Remember we used to talk about teenies.
Teenies, yes, exactly.
Remember that?
I know.
Quarters and teenies. Quarters, eighths, and teenies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Robert Mashiro, he says he doesn't like using indicators if he doesn't know why it does what it does. I agree with you, Robert. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I don't really pay attention to. I've sort of dismissed it and moved on, but I don't I just don't know all the breakdowns of half the stuff I don't use really. But I mean, if you don't know what it's doing for you in general, right, you shouldn't do it. I think that applies to everything outside of trading too, right? I mean, if you don't really know what something's doing, humans tend to avoid that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Edgar, welcome, Edgar. Good to see you back in the chat. Lucky Man. Lucky Man asks, do you do moving average RSI? I guess it's a question for you, Troy, I think. Or maybe
no, I don't use
Paul, since Paul's screen's up. I don't know who's asking.
Average RSI.
Yeah, I do not. I do not use. I mean, I use the exponential moving averages separately, and then RSI though I tend to use only for like longer term investment positions. I don't use it for the intraday trading, but that's not to say that people don't use it for intraday trading. I just never, researched a possible strategy with it. Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, it's like Troy with the conditional kind of thing, right? And RSI will give you It's not necessarily anything that will tell you, maybe take a trade or enter here or get out here. It's more of just, it's a relative strength index. It's just another tool that could be helpful if you find it helpful. It's really all
I don't use a moving average on it because I'm using it for a instantaneous picture. Like, what is the situation right now? Is it overbought? Is it oversold?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you use a moving average, you're looking for obviously an average over time, and that doesn't move fast enough for me.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, totally makes sense. All right, so we're about 5 minutes away from the JOLTS job report coming out. Let's see what we got. We got Putin talking. We got all kinds of stuff going on in the news. And Trump's trying to get Europe to stop buying Russian oil. Yada yada yada. This has kind of been going on here for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So. Exactly, Adelina. It's all yapping. There's nothing of real consequence yet. Let's see. ES is starting to have a little bit of a breakdown here.
Yeah, let's move away from my 10-year note screen before everybody falls asleep. I'll put the ES up here, and we'll let that 10-year note position do its thing. I'll update everybody when anything nice happens.
If you don't mind, I'm just doctoring up my chart before I share, so I can't really share right now. So if you don't mind having an ES or something up.
Yeah, sure, of course. And it's funny as I'm saying that now, the 10-year note just started moving. So I'm going to move my stop now to one tick above break even here.
Really good.
And see if we can't move up a couple more ticks here. Get me out for at least a free trade, and we'll keep one runner on. The kind of the thought was with gold running up, I was thinking, maybe the 10-year notes will start getting bought up because we're kind of, like I was also saying, we're at kind of between like a rock and a hard place in the equities. So maybe the equities will have a little bit of a consolidation downwards, and then the 10-year note will rise with gold. Not to say that was just like my general thesis of getting into this trade. And then I got in when there was a relative like uptrend occurring already. We were respecting the 50-period EMA, and I put my stop far enough to give it a little bit of wiggle room. So yeah, that was kind of the thought behind my trade. Nothing too crazy or complicated. So yeah.
Well, we may want to hold on to our hats here in a couple of minutes. It could be could get a good reaction here in the market.
Yeah. Would love
the book hasn't thinned out yet, but it's going to. Now it's getting thin. Everyone's walking out. They're walking out, closing the door.
Get a jolt to the market.
Get a jolt. You know what? Look at that. Tadoosh.
Now that you're saying that does remind me of the that does remind me I probably should not be looking to be in this position going into that number. So I
don't know how the bond moves, so I don't know.
I don't either, and I don't want to stick around to find out, to be quite honest. So I'm going to let it, hopefully tick me out here and give me $150. And
I hear you. Take it while you can, and you can wait later, re-enter. You can always get back in, folks. We can always get back in. All right. Exactly. I just went back and built my profiles. Oof, that was a lot of work. I did a full month and a half. Jeez.
All right, cool. Ugh. Not bad to just trade something like the 10-year note and make a quick $153 in the morning. I mean, it's one of the more boring things to trade, but when you can catch a little move to the upside, it's can be lucrative. So,
well, when you're used to trading lean hogs and soybeans, I guess the 10-year note is kind of exciting, right? It's got some volume behind it. Yowzers. All right, let's see what's going on here. 39 seconds for jolting the market.
Come on.
So
see some action.
What is
Let's
forecast?
see.
7.38 million is forecast. Previous was 7.43 million. So they're expecting a little softening on new job openings, but we'll see. Also, we got factory orders month over month, kind of print and durable goods. All this stuff's coming out right now. All right, here we go.
2, 1.
There it is.
Bum.
Oh boy. Little write up. Not much to write home about. Didn't break that 40 level. I was expecting it to go down below 40 in the ES. Now maybe go now. Get through that liquidity.
Numbers still pending.
All right.
Factory orders are in
minus
line.
1.3, 7.18. Ooh. So this looks soft. Less job openings by about 200,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty decent.
That is a pretty decent, pretty soft number. Yeah. And factory orders are they're in line with what was forecast. Factory orders came up compared to last month though. So, wow, look at this. Now it's pushing.
Yeah.
Durable
You wonder
goods,
if factory
durable
orders
goods.
maybe are up compared to the previous month for the sake of trying to front run the tariff stuff. Maybe
Yes,
that's
I think
how.
so.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's right. I think so. I think that is probably what's durable goods. 1%, so in line. Yeah, I mean the only thing that's
dude.
Oh
Look
wow.
what the 10-year note did. Jeez Louise. I'm a sucker.
Bostic now speaking. Bostic says, what happened? It is, oh my Lord. You know what?
Yeah,
but look, you didn't know how that was going to react. You
of
did
course.
the smart
Of course
move.
not. Yeah. Of course. I agree.
But Monday morning quarterback.
It's just funny to see it. It's hilarious to see it. Like, it's funny because like I completely agree. There's no way I would have changed my mind. I would have always done that move 100 times out of 100. It's just funny to see when it goes in your favor. It's just a funny comment to be like, of course I get out, and it does it. but yeah.
So where did we came? We came down to the 40, which was overnight. We're still not at overnight low. In the ES.
Edgar, how's my Central Floridian doing this evening? And Eric is just blowing up the chat in a good way. He's doing.
Yeah.
He's talking about.
He's always blowing
how
up the chat in a good way.
He's not a fan of the futures. He likes the.
I know he likes Forex.
Yeah, he likes the Forex a lot more.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it, man. We all have our, our preferences for sure. So.
All right. So.
All right, going on
reading any of this
a little
yet.
bit. It's just funny. You're funny, Eric. No, we understand, man. We get it. No worries at all.
Eric's become the rock star in our chat, in his head, and on Hola Prime TV, folks. Eric, well, he's always a legend in his own mind, right? I mean, as we all are.
You got it.
We all
Eric,
are,
my
yeah.
man, you are the rock star. He is blowing it up on the socials, I tell you. Did we ever fix your name, Eric? Let me know. Did we ever change it from Blake back to Lake like it's supposed to be on that one video we did of you? Let me know, because if we didn't, man, I'll try to take care of it this morning.
Yeah. Dude, you see where Google is up to $230 a share. It is just
all time high.
It's going.
Isn't it all time high?
Yeah.
I think it's all time high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it just
crazy.
Won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Crazy. Ayub wants to know if that's a goose behind Adelina. I don't think it's a goose. We think
what
it may
we
be
decided
an
is
egret.
I forgot.
An egret or a heron?
Egret.
No, not a heron. Maybe an egret or a crane. But yeah, something.
Let me translate.
All right.
You trying to translate what an egret would be in Romanian? Is that what you're translating?
Yeah.
Adelina? The big bird.
All right.
She's going to say. It's the
Maybe
big
it's
bird,
an
everyone.
emu. An emu.
An
and
emu?
She's,
No.
working for
Emus are
Liberty.
huge.
Liberty
Mutual?
Liberty.
Liberty.
Actually, it's translating me a stork.
Oh,
A stork. The same thing. They're all the same thing. Stork, egret, heron. They're all the same family. It's like a
They
hawk
are.
or an
They
eagle.
are.
They're all kind of
Yeah. That's
Or
good.
maybe it's an egret. Because it's more tropical.
Eric said it's fixed.
This is
on
a
his name.
tropical.
Cool, man. Thanks, Eric, for confirming. Nice.
Oh yeah, did you guys? I meant to mention it earlier. Mr. Peeps was saying how Sam needs to up his know your coach game with Adelina jumping out of planes while Sam's just trying not to drown in a pool.
That is. I am gonna say I am gonna say I want to redo mine too, because all these coaches are putting me to shame with these awesome videos. But there's no way in hell I'm jumping out of a good plane, Adelina. You're not getting me to do that ever. Sorry.
No.
So kudos to you.
No.
But I can't roll with that. I can't.
Then Sam also entered the chat saying the market oracle is here.
It's going down, Sam. What's going on? I know.
Yeah.
That's yeah, the Dow is not cooperating, but the Nasdaq is.
So it was the oracle for the Nasdaq?
Bounce. Yeah, exactly. He's the oracle for the Nasdaq. That's,
Oracle, can you
it.
give me what's in the future for Dow?
Where do you see Sam? I don't see Sam in the chat. Where is Sam?
It was way earlier. It was way earlier in the beginning of the session.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. I'm not going back. I'm not going to scroll. Okay, cool. All right, I got to look for a trade. Here.
Wow. The 10 years just exploding upwards.
So we got very little range so far this morning in the ES. We've got about a 15-point range. Not even that much. Let me go back here. Where are we? 632, 54. Yeah, 15-point range.
Yeah. Well, it kind of looks like things want to rebound here and go higher, but I don't really have a good risk to reward setup here to be getting into a long or anything at the moment. So I kind of have to just look for opportunity elsewhere, which is why you see me cycling through all the
Keep in mind, we've had a lot.
Bob.
We've had a lot of activity, right? All these last few days. Last week, we've had a lot of energy, a lot of volatility, a lot of range. Today could be a nice little relaxing day, little breather, right? So may not be a big mover, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Who knows?
Maybe this is the range day today. Maybe today is the range day, unless we get like some more of those headlines that kind of spook people. Bostic just said 6 minutes ago, not rolling out September rate cut, depending on the coming jobs report and other data. So
Yeah.
Let's
And then
see.
he says
haven't
he's
looked.
not unambiguously clear that labor is weakening materially. So, I mean, this is what I'm saying. They're talking out of both sides of their mouth, these guys. And Trump is greeting the Polish president. I'm assuming at the White House, so maybe he'll make some commentary, like if they're going to have the press in, right, like they've been doing. We may get something later on here in a couple of hours or so. So that would definitely be a mover. But other than that, there's not really anything else on the docket right now.
Yeah. The Fed Watch tool just checked it for the first time in like a week. It's at 92% chance of a cut, which is kind of. I really thought it would have been like closer to like a 75%.
It was down like
chance
85.
or something.
I think it was down like 80. It felt like that. It was high. I think going into Labor Day was like it fell down to 85 or 84. I want to say, so it's just back up.
Right.
It's still too high in my opinion. Either way, I think I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what I think, but you know what I mean. I just
exactly.
Well, I mean, when everybody basically is just banking on it, like, oh yeah, it's going to happen, then usually pays out to take the other side of that. You know,
right?
Better risk reward. Doesn't mean you have to be right. Just it may be better off.
Be the contrarian. Sometimes the positioning risk reward is better as a contrarian. There are people that make a living off of trading with that kind of strategy. To be quite honest, they might only win 35% of the time, but they're making 4 to 5x on each trade. So
yeah, exactly.
Troy, are your shorty
Richie,
senses
welcome,
tingling
Richie.
instead of the spidey senses? Are the short senses tingling by chance right now, or because it's starting to feel like that?
Break out.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like right. Exactly.
It's kind of got a
the
bull
Nasdaq.
flag.
See, this is this is the difference between how an American would ask that question versus a Brit like Sam. Yeah, Sam would say to Troy, and you know where I'm going here, guys. Sam would say to Troy right now, Troy, are you getting that little tingling feeling in your shorts, mate? You ready to? How you feeling in the shorts? You tingly? Be like, oh, I feel tingly.
But you think a breakout is prime?
And please don't stand up.
I mean, it looks like on the Nasdaq. It looks like a bull flag.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's dropping down in the ES. I'm gonna get short in the ES, guys. I am in short off that mid rejection. Come on down to the lower day. Come on down to the lower day. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I hear you counting those keys. What's going on here? What's going on in the news? What's happening?
Now we're gonna get your screen up here in a second. Since you're in a position, I'm gonna look to.
I'll be out of it. I'm pulling a scalp move right now. I may just scalp this thing. Yeah, because I haven't got my level set really. My target's down below, but I'm targeting the IB low right now. That's all I'm targeting. So we're almost there. There we are. We tagged the new low of the day, and we're still extending IB. Let's go down. I'm just trailing.
Yeah, exactly. Trail that sucker.
All right, I got taken out. I got
pretty
taken
good.
out. It came back up with me.
All right.
All right, cool. That was nice.
Nice.
That was a short trade for me.
That is the shortest trade I think you've ever had, honestly. I think that might be a record.
outside of market on close scalping and stuff.
Right. Oh, well. Great trade, though. Really good.
I just wanted to pick up a little. a little change. All right, now I gotta see. I'm a little discombobulated because I'm trying to. I got a new chart, right? As we all know here as traders, so as coaches, so I'm just trying to get all my stuff set up again. A little bit of a pain in the rear. I had to rebuild everything last night.
Yeah,
wasn't too happy about it.
Yeah,
I was not really thrilled about it.
Yeah.
Oh, H pattern forming, H pattern incoming in the ES.
Incoming.
I don't trade patterns, but I see it now. Now I see it all the time. You guys got this H in my head. I recognize it all the dang time.
I think it's the one that like I genuinely feel like is extremely important to recognize at times. It's just like it's definitely the one for me to always be recognizing as a kind of like we said earlier. It's like a relative condition, not a necessary like trade structure of any sort. It's just like, to keep you out of trouble.
Come on, get down to 35. Ooh, I got a real tight stop here. It's going to take me out. Took me out. All right. That erased most of that gain.
So, Lucky Man FX, what's the difference between the primary and secondary financial markets? Well, the primary markets are where essentially when stocks and bonds are issued for the sake of a company to gain credit access to start off. And then in the secondary market, that's what we're actually trading right now in the stock market. The stock market is the when we're trading back and forth. When Joe is trading with Sally, that's the secondary here. So yeah, pretty simple.
It's like the pre-IPO stuff, roadshow stuff, all the stuff where they're getting the offerings, and that's all primary, right? Trying to find a bank to sponsor them, go public, whatever. I think that's all considered primary too, isn't it?
Yeah. When you're beginning the issuance of new stock or bonds, that whole process.
You're really just dealing with
primary,
directly with one or several parties directly, not an open exchange.
Yeah. I really want to get short at some point, but I also don't want to be messing around in the middle here. I feel like it's just not a good. I could see myself getting short, and then we just rally back into the center or upper part of the range. I get chopped up, and then it comes back in, like just looks like not the greatest idea. So stay away.
I'm holding for this low vol. I mean, if it can come a little higher, where my little yellow arrow's at, kind of like right here at the top. If it gets up a little more, maybe 2 or 3 points, I'm going to go short again, unless it just looks like it's just ripping up the point of control, which is pretty much where the real point of control is. Maybe it's off by 0.5 point up here, but it's reflective of the RTH, the current session's point of control. All right, so here we are up. Come up to mid. Oof. There's a sweep. Yeah, I'm getting short.
All right.
That may not have been good, but I'm getting short. What point of control? Hold. So I got in at 45-ish. I've got a 5-6 point stop. I just want to get outside of point of control, and I got to take profit down here below the low of day. Currently, let's get rid of this purple monster so everyone can see. Do not go up there. What are you doing? What are you doing to me?
Come on,
okay.
reverse.
So, I mean,
reverse.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm wrong, that's okay. If I'm wrong, because the way I put my stop out here, if it really wants to get to point of control and move ahead to go higher, then I'm definitely out of this trade, right? And yeah, it'll hurt, but I want to give it some room to roll over.
No, I think your stop's at a good place.
Point of control just came down. Point of control just came down like 3 ticks. That's good. It just basically all it just meant it went from this little price down to this little price. There it goes. It just shifted right there for me. Perfect. All right, come back. Come back down.
I mean, I am chomping at the bit to get in a live cattle trade. Chomping at the bit. I want to get in one. I'm looking for a setup. What's
the live cattle? What's the code?
Ellie is the code.
Let's see, because
I'm at 51.25.
LE. You looking for a short or a buy?
Looking for either, to be quite honest. We're at a little bit of a weird impasse, I think. The general trend in live cattle is bullish. So when you zoom out on the charts, you look at like the 30 minutes and the 30-minute chart and whatnot. Here, I'll pull it up again real quick. We're kind of at a point where I could see a bounce back upwards. So I don't want to be getting short right here at the possible at a possible bottom. But in order to get long, I need to see on the order flow here on my heat map stuff. I need to see some somewhat stronger buyers, get something done, something meaningful done here, and start to show a little bit more of a trend. Because it looks like when I'm looking at the deltas on live cattle, they're thinning out drastically as of the last 10 minutes. So I'm wondering if the buyers are going to be giving up here and the sellers are going to take over and push us down. And if I see that, I might actually just jump into a short at that moment. So,
yeah.
If Coach Troy was a superhero, what would his superpower be? Master of all indicators, Mountain Dew powered trades. Oh, HFT, that's exactly what I'm voting for. Quick wit,
I'm going to go with that one
trades,
too.
Or makes markets laugh daily.
All of it's good.
All good
They're
choices.
all great answers. They're all great. They're all very, very good. That is cool.
Yeah.
That's well done. Well done, production team. They're on it today. That was awesome. Aziz, how you doing this morning or this afternoon where you're at? Good to see you. Nasdaq, Tanaka. I don't know, man. I mean, I think the Nasdaq's doing what the ES is doing, and I kind of feel like the ES is primed for a breakout to the north.
Yeah,
I want to get.
It's kind of what it
short,
feels
but
like in the
I don't know,
Nasdaq. Yeah. Yeah. If we show my screen, I can show my screen real quick. And when I'm looking at the 1 hour chart, kind of seeing an area of general support at the 23,000 where we've kind of dipped into it and shown support over this last month essentially. So wouldn't be surprised to kind of see a little bit of a rally today into the 23,500, and then maybe we can even get to 23,550. Who knows? But almost not really an inverted head and shoulders on the 1 hour chart here, but something reminiscent of it. But I just really like that dip into the 23,000 area, and then the rejection and buyers coming back in, just like we've seen time and time again over this past month. So I think the Nasdaq's got something good going for it here to the long side. But yeah, what do you think about it, Tanaka? You have more of a long bias on the Nasdaq. Are you trading the Nasdaq currently today, or do you have a kind of like longer term position, swing trading it? What are you thinking?
It's ES is holding right at point of control, which is right near the top of the distribution. So it's really, I'm conflicted. It gives me indications that it wants to go down, but then it just gets, it's kind of like the absorption we saw yesterday with the buyers and sellers, right? We were in our competition. It's given me quite a lot of absorption from the buy side right now. They're just eating up these sellers every time they try to push it. And the fact that we are at point of control is high on the distribution profile at the upper top. We're 5 minutes from the IB being set. It may go north. It may at the very least may just, try to poke through the IB high or extend it, or maybe even get to the overnight high. Overnight high is 64.60 ish.
Yeah.
In the ES. So, 10 points away. That's all right. Here we go. Ups. Extend. If it pulls back, I'm going long. Pull back to point of control. Pull back down. Come on.
Ah, dang it. Again, my stuff is not, darn it. My,
your dome and everything's off with your chart?
Yeah, it is. Russell RTY. Okay.
I'm
flat.
I'm long with the target for the overnight high.
I am in a terrible predicament here. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
48. Okay.
Let's make that back. So I've got to link this. Like for some reason, it's not letting me link my chart to my order and order DOM and whatnot. When I click on it, it just won't even let me do it, which is weird. But that was unfortunate. Yeah. Got into a live cattle position instead of getting into the Russell, and then got into a Russell position, and then accidentally clicked flatten, got out of all of it for an $80 loss there. Wow. So, but we're back in the Russell now. Long. I am long the Russell now. That was a fun turn of events, but I am looking for a little bit of a break to the upside here on the Russell. Assuming that we kind of follow what all the other indices are doing
I am
at
too.
the moment.
I am. I'm long in the ES, so yeah, I think we're all catching a wave, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, what a change of events. Like 10 minutes ago, I thought we were breaking down. And here we are back at the top of the range. No, don't you do this. Hold point of control. Jeez. Just wipe me out. That's a pick. That's a pick right there. I got swept.
I am looking to
All
get
right, this is
short
ugly.
slide.
This is getting choppy.
Might have a couple positions on at the same time here in a second. Just looking at the order flow on live cattle, see if I can't get into a short here. Oh my gosh, I just did the same exact dude, this is killing me.
Really?
This is killing me.
Really?
This new account situation is messing me up.
Oh, you freaking idiots. Don't be doing this on me. Don't come down. Hold. Hold view up. This is crazy. I'm getting... Damn. Come on, ES.
Yep.
46. Come on. I'll let you come to the mid. You got to stop. Outside edge. That's it. Man. Pretty fast moves.
Yep. I guess getting out of that Russell trade wasn't the worst situation, but I am short cattle right now. Whoops.
Holy hell. Look at this river. God, you idiots. These...
Today is a day for patience.
It is. It is.
Come on. Get back up. There you go. Well, my IBs are set. Let's see if it'll get to one or the other. Hopefully get to the IB high, because I need to get back into the green. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. I better check. Is there any news going on? What's going on? Anyone's saying something? No.
Okay.
Maybe some of this was from Putin. I mean, Putin was saying some crap. He was saying, 5-6 minutes ago, there's no date for Trump's visit to Russia, and there are no preparations for such a visit. We are not preparing Trump's visit to Moscow, but he is invited. So maybe the market's just getting a little shaken up, thinking that this
probably
peace stuff with Ukraine may not happen. I don't know. I mean,
they just had that Chinese parade where they had everybody that was there was anti-American.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yep.
I mean,
well, Putin's there. He's there with Xi. He's there with Xi Jinping right now.
Yeah, it's like a who's who.
So
who's who is against America. Let's meet in China.
Who's who of communism. Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Come on, live cattle. Make your move. Make your move down. Let's go get some liquidity down here. Come on. Sell off. Sell. Sell, sell, sell.
Is there a divergence with the indices and cattle? Have you found any divergence? Because I need divergence. I want you to go down for me to go up.
I have not caught on to any sort of like correlation there.
I wouldn't expect you. I wouldn't expect you.
That would be so funny if it did like have a correlation. Might have to look into that at some point. But
come on, push up, ES. Get me back into green. I got a lot to make up for now.
we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah. Doesn't want to break IB.
What about you, Adelina? Are you looking at possibly getting long in the Dow at any point? You thinking just wait, give it a little bit?
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will get a short if it breaks 45 130 and probably a long No, long I'm still waiting.
Oh, you sucker. Where's 46? I need to move up. All right. Let's see what's going on in the chat. What's happening in the chat? Okay. Then on gold, Aziz is trading gold. Nice, but now it's not looking good. Eric's going to take a break, I think. Yeah, man. Today's one of those days I feel. Lucky Man is asking, do we do Fibonacci retracements? I do not. I don't know if anyone here does, actually.
No,
Just we know Tony does. Tony does a little bit.
He's not on.
Yeah, but I will probably be playing around with that kind of stuff more. I'll pick Tony's brain on it a little bit, maybe look into it myself to just have an understanding of like when people are looking at those levels, if they might come in so coincidentally come into play with other levels of my own that I see. But gold is just looking like a long. I mean, it's hard to not see it as a long.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I think I one-ticked my IB high. But I want to get a continuation. Let's go. I don't want a failure off of this. Let's go. Let's go, buyers. Come on. Do the heavy lifting. There we go. There we go. Get up to 60. Get up to 60. Come on. All right. All right. By the way, Troy, for the Ask the Experts segment, I'll be joining you today. I know they had Sam, but that's a typo. Yeah, just an FYI. Okay, come on, do your thing, ES. Breakout. Yep. Breakout. Come on. You're right there.
Do it. Do it.
You can do it. Good morning, Tom. How you doing, buddy? Your session's over. TP hit on ES. Nice. Nice. My TP's not hit. And I'm in the red, but I got to get to my TP to get back. To get in good standing. Let's go.
Yeah.
God dang it. Come on. Do not do this.
So you're in a long or a short on ES?
I'm in a long.
Mm-hmm.
I keep getting long. I kept getting stopped out. Yeah, I'm long. Let's go. Let's go. Break through the IB. Technically, my IB's done now. The stat's done, but this yellow line. Where's my arrow? Yeah. Yeah, this little yellow line here. This is just my initial bounce.
Yeah.
First hour. So we poke through it. Yeah, I know you know. I'm just talking for the sake of talking.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
You're like, yeah. You're like the only one with me on this.
Oh no, I'm just joining in the no. I'm with you. I get you.
I want to see it break through like with some real like extension here. Come on. If it falls back down to point of control, I consider this a failure move. So this is like part of my initial balance, probability stat where very, very high chance that one or both of these will get tagged, in the remainder of the session here. So obviously we've tagged the high. So my stats kind of fulfilled, but now it's up to me how to trade this, right? How to manage it. I'm obviously managing for an extension move up for a continuation, right? I call it like an initial balance continuation. Let me show it here, just more like this. But if it was to do a, like let's say we came back here, we came up, and then we came back down or whatever, we came back down, that's a failure move in my book. So just because it could hit my my stat doesn't really mean anything. It's just something like a target, right? It's just something for me to look at. It's almost like an alert, if you will.
So my live cattle trade. No, it was good. I was trying to get them to share my screen real quick because live cattle just took a massive breakdown. I was in my short and it was like $170. Just actually ticked me out as soon as we switched screens.
Oh wow!
So I was like,
we got it. We got to get the emojis back up. I got to find my cow poop. I got to find everything. We got to get in sync. See, that's the other thing. All my favorite emojis are gone. I go, oh no, they're here. Oh, they recently used. They are here. Oh, cool. All right, maybe that carried over.
Well,
that's one thing that carried
after
over.
the blunder with the Russell and the non-linking of all of my charts and everything, we're back. We're back. We're back in the green of almost $200.
I wonder, Paul, if you're having that linking problem because you've got that.
Oh, I did it. I figured it
order. Out. Oh, you did? Okay. Only because you got like time and sales on there in that second order with the dome. You got like two places to place orders. Maybe that's throwing it off. I don't know.
It definitely. I had to double click the link thing instead of just like single clicking it to then change it the color or whatever. So I double clicked and then it let me change it. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So we're good now. It's all good. Everything's linked, and that won't be happening again. And massive.
Let's go overnight high. Let's get up there. Let's get up there overnight high. Come on, baby. Go to 65 if you want. I'm okay with that too. I won't be mad at you if you want to go to 65. 65, staying alive. We were doing some music charades, or actually movies too, yesterday, Troy, at the end, like we kind of usually do. So I had Night Fever from the Bee Gees up. I don't know if you if you're a disco guy like me, but I like disco. I can dig disco for sure. There we go. Overnight highs taken out. Let's keep charging. That's a big rip. All right. I think the NQ is doing its thing too. What do you? Is that that's the ES you're showing? Yeah. Come on, let's go. Well, folks, I am back in the green. That didn't take too long, did it?
Very nice.
Not out of the trade, but I'm in the green. I've kind of locked in. Well, I'm locked in break even now. Let's go.
Yeah, nice.
Let's
Awesome.
go up. Let's get up there. Let's get up there. Oh, don't do this to me. Come on. There you go. Atta boy. Oh, come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. You can do it. Oh, I'm not flatten.
Are you starting to feel along a little bit more, Adelina, now, or no? Like I'm starting to. This is where I feel like the Dow traps me sometimes, because sometimes it'll lag the Nasdaq or like the ES, and then I think, okay, since it's lagging, it's eventually going to catch up, and half the time, I'll get in like whatever the trade is, so that it'll catch up to the other indices, and it will work out, and half the time it won't work out. I don't think it's really probably not a good barometer to be getting in a trade for the Nasdaq or for the Dow specifically.
Come on.
Because a big part of me wants to get long so that the Nasdaq, it can catch up with the Nasdaq and the ES, but at the same time, it's really struggling right now. It wants to do something, but and it's kind of creating a little bit of like a flag, like pennant formation of sorts.
I'm
like
back
it wants
in.
to break out after. All right,
I'm back
nice.
in. I got stopped out. I mean, I got trailed out for profit, but I'm basically at break even on the day.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get extension here. I'm just looking. Yeah, it wants to go. Let's go. Get up there. Okay.
Yeah, I can see nice rejection on Dow on a EMA 9. But if I go in a long, it's too I really like to hold my positions for at least 10 minutes. So I'm very close to an area where it might be rejected to
Come on,
go
sucker.
down.
57.
Okay, I like it.
Hold here.
I'm waiting for my setup.
And we got a 3-point stop.
Yeah.
And we got a 3-point stop. It's okay. I really want to get down further, but I don't want to give back more. Oh, come on. Really? Come on, ES.
Break.
There you go.
Break up.
There you go. Let's go, buyers. Get in there. Oh, no.
Now I feel like I want to go short
Now
in ES. Let me see. Let me go.
No, I think it's just an entry to go long. If it comes back, I'm moving out. I'm moving it down because I'll hold this. If it comes down, I want to add. It's just consolidating right here. It's just rotating. I think it's still, I still feel bullish on the ES. Yeah, let's get up there. Let's get up there to 65. Come on. See, this is what messes with you, man. You think it's going to go down on you, and then it's like, shit, turns right around. There you go. Come on, buyers. Get one more big buyer or an iceberg to come in here and push this puppy. There, let's go. You got it. That's what I'm talking about. Beautiful.
Dow is helping out a little bit too. It's trying to break out.
Wow, there we
it
go.
is.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Get up there.
Nice.
Get up there. Cool. I'm feeling a lot better about this now. Tom's going to go work out soon. Thanks. Oh, look, we're almost at 30,000 subscribers. Woo-hoo. Beautiful.
Let's go.
Yeah, ES is moving now, Tom, that you got your take profit and you sat on the sidelines for it to do its thing. But come back later. I'm sure there'll be another trade. Lots of fun. Your mom was friends with Marie and Donnie Osmond, Eric Lake. Cool, man.
That's
Are you
crazy.
Mormon, Eric?
Dang.
Are you Mormon? I wonder. Maybe you are. I mean, you're not far from Utah, technically. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, Mr. Peeps. Elmo doing That's funny. Okay. Yeah, follow your rules, Aziz. I don't know if anything's changed since you wrote this back there when you said you liked the way the NQ was looking, but it's probably old news at this point. So I don't know if you're long the NQ or if you're in a trade or you're looking to fade it, but I'm just kind of catching up on chat because I was a little occupied. Oh, Coach D, they got her to convert. All right, dude. $1,200, Tom. You're good. Awesome. That's a win.
Very nice.
That's a big win.
Tom was talking about he was back testing a strategy last night and he was going to employ it today. So I wonder if he was able to employ that strategy or something and secure those gains. That would be pretty sweet, man. You are just like a monster when it comes to the back testing and research and stuff. You are like unparalleled. I don't think there's a parallel to you, man.
You are, Tom, to back testing what Coach Troy is to Mountain Dew. A match made in heaven.
I had a Mountain Dew this weekend, Troy.
But it's diet. Sorry, it's diet Mountain Dew, Troy. I forget. It's diet, yes.
Yeah. I had a regular. I had no diet. I went full guilt trip and had a nice regular Mountain Dew. Tasted delicious. Thought of you, Troy, of course. I'll always think of you when I see a diet or any Mountain Dew can of any sort. So.
I know. I
Sorry.
An image in my head.
Oh, no.
Let's get up there. Yes. If you want to take your time, that's okay. If you want to take your time. Yeah, thanks for doing the screen switching work today, Paul. You're on it, man. You're on it.
Trying.
I have not been communicative. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, let's keep going. Man, Sam called it. Boy, he did. He said it's just going to keep melting up. I got to give him credit.
Yes, he did.
And it wasn't even based on the Google, judgment. It was just based on the fact that he saw all that absorption yesterday, right? Turning around and just super, super heavy buyers absorbing all these trap sellers, and he just said, looks like some major players are trying to get in and getting established in a position, and God, and then then we got off the air after our little competition, and the ES went up, I think 75 points after. Pretty good. Move, man. Pretty good move.
And that is something that is emphasized in auction theory and market profile is the skill to be able to determine whether longer term players or shorter term players are entering or exiting the markets. And that is something that takes a lot of experience with looking at those types of absorption moves and looking at the order flow and the deltas and understanding when those kinds of players are participating. And man, was Sam just on the ball with that, understanding the longer term participants were likely piling in there. So
yeah. Lucky man. He's asking, is there any good money management rules for maximum risk per day for an open position? Well, if you're trading, I mean, what are you trading? Are you trading a challenge account? Are you in a funded account? You want to make sure that you don't overextend yourself. What is going on? Sorry, I got to pay attention here.
Yeah. It definitely depends on like the parameters of it. It depends on the parameters for sure. Like if you're in a challenge account here at Hola Prime and you have a 3% max loss, so say like you have a 100K account and you have a 3% max loss, so that's $3,000 that you've got of room to play with. Yeah, you probably should. Like, is there a best case?
But that shouldn't be your daily
risk management.
That shouldn't be. Shouldn't be your daily. That's just your max loss before you blow the account.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I guess is there like the optimal risk management? I don't know. I don't believe that there's necessarily like an optimal one, but there are relatively efficient ways of making sure that your risk is compliant with a relatively decent reward. But like I wouldn't be, for example, this is just my personal take, if I'm in a 100K challenge account here at Hola Prime, I'm probably not going to be risking $1,500 per trade so that I only have 2 trades, and then if I lose both, I'm done. So I'll probably risk somewhere around $150 to $200 a trade, and I'm only going to get into a trade if that risk parameter or better even presents itself in whatever market structure I'm looking at. So I'm not going to, if there's a trade, this is just my personal the way that I personally trade, in terms of like I'm a little bit shorter term. I'm not looking to necessarily hold for an entire day. I would be looking to risk kind of in that range, $150, $200 a trade. But there are other people that are like, hey, I want to get into a position for the day and I want to hold it for the whole day, and that means that I need to be willing to risk $1,200 on the trade, but I could also make $2,500. Then go for it. It just depends on the style of trade as to like how optimal, how you need to optimize your risk management and such. So, it's kind of a complex question, to be honest. Yeah,
it's always what works with you and what you are comfortable of losing. That's what it's about.
Yeah, he's saying I just fund a $50 account, not a challenge account, a $50,000 account, maybe direct account. I don't know what he means. Not a challenge account. Okay. Either way, it doesn't really matter. It's all relative. If you're in an open position, it's best to have a stop at the very least. You don't have to have a bracket or a take profit if you don't want to, but at the very least, maintain a stop or trail a stop. And because you can risk blowing that. Anything can happen. It could whipsaw on you and you're done. It could just sweep you. The market can just, you may have the right bias. You may be in the right, you may have a good trade going on, and all of a sudden something comes in or an algo wicks out and takes you right out of the trade. So always have a stop. That's first. And then, just trade smartly, trade patiently, take it easy. Don't be in a rush. There's no extra prize for passing an account fast or getting to a fund or payout fast. You can only do damage by blowing yourself up. Take your time, take as long as you want. We give you as much time as possible. There's no penalty for taking your time.
Yeah. And you've got to remember,
Everbest on the go. Welcome in the chat, my friend. Sorry about that, Paul.
There are consistency rules. There are genuine rules you need to follow in terms of consistency. So you can't, we also can't have strategies where it's like we are making $5,000 on one trade, but then you're just making $10 every other time, and then you're losing $2,500 every third time. There's got to be some sort of consistency to your strategy where you can relatively predict yourself over the law of large numbers of sorts. your probabilities are like 55% to 45% win rate to lose rate, and then on average you're making, let's say, 1.4 to 1 on your reward to risk there. And yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Consistency. We try to trade with consistency.
Exactly. And we reward consistency. I mean, it doesn't have to be every trade, but certainly, you know, kind of your closing P&L on the day should be fairly consistent. We don't like to see heavy ups and down swings, which shows us that you're trading within some kind of structure and you've got good risk management in place. And that's key for a prop firm. And that can get you to a live account faster, and that can get you to, you know, other benefits. And if you're trading Forex, you can scale. There's other things that Hola Prime offers here. But yeah, I mean, we're no different than any other, you know, real prop firm, and consistency is important.
Yeah.
Same with institutions and banks. Consistency. They don't want a rogue trader.
Right. Me and Tiger were talking about that last night on Quiet Market Session, actually.
You guys were?
He's going to be sending me some links for some kind of like trader documentaries of I guess notorious traders that have essentially just absolutely wrecked whatever institution they're working for based on like terrible risk management practices. I mean, we're talking losing like, you know, tens to hundreds of millions of dollars and hiding it and, you know, stuff like that. And this stuff is real. Like there are people that,
and I know. I've heard stories.
I was telling him the story of a firm back in the early 2000s that was kind of like, you know, exploring a lot of the HFT stuff and whatnot. And they had high frequency trading algorithms that they were using very regularly. And there was one day essentially where it got bugged and sold off, like it sold off a bunch of positions that it wasn't supposed to, and incurred like an immediate realized P&L of like negative 350 million. And then they ended up going down like 8 months later or something because of that. Within 30 seconds, just lost 350 million because of the bugged HFT. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Jeez. Yeah. It's not good.
Well, the
LTCM,
Nasdaq
was that one of them? Had to be bailed out. I don't know what LTCM is.
I don't want to. I don't want to mention the one that I'm talking about just for the sake of, you know.
I know.
I can mention it off stream. It's
no, James has put it out there. Yeah.
It was in the case study was actually when I was taking the CFA level 1 exam, and I passed that a long while ago. It was one of the case studies when they brought up the topic of like algorithmic trading. It was a small section, but there was like a case study, and that one was there along with that section. And I was like, dang, that's crazy. Holy.
Well, you know what they say? They say all algos work awesome or perfectly when they start, right? Because you design them for a current market situation. And then everything's cool. Everyone's running, you know, maybe you're running 3 triple systems at once to kind of just cover your bases. Everyone's checking all the data. We're running redundancies everywhere. And then the day comes where it's like, oh yeah, we'll just let it do its thing. Let's all go home and we'll print money. And then, you know, it's only good while it lasts. And then kaboom. Either you get hacked or the thing doesn't, or the market conditions change and the thing just keeps ripping through as you designed it or your quant designed it. And then you got a big old
called curve fitting.
Curve fitting, exactly. The curve. But they also set them up, Troy, like where it won't recognize its mistake, right? Because this is the problem. This is the problem with the machines, right? It just keeps taking and executing, especially HFT. If it's HFT and it's designed to take just an ungodly amount of trades per 5 minutes, 10 minutes, what have you, you can be in a world of hurt in no time flat before you even know it. And it's like, what? So, yeah, crazy world.
When you when you said quant, just made me think of the
quant.
This is my quant.
Big Short.
That's my quant.
Quantitative.
My quantitative.
This is my quantitative. My quant. That's right. What did he say? He's like, he passed the math quiz in China 13 or whatever he said.
He won the national math competition, and then the
that's right.
And then the guy looks at the camera and is like, actually, I came in second in that competition.
Exactly. Gosling's like, yeah, whatever. That is a great line. That is such a good line. Oh my god,
so funny.
Oh man. Every time I say quant, I think of that movie, though. I can't not think of it. I don't know why.
It's so great.
All right, James, let's go on the bandwagon, buddy. Let's roll. Let's ride it up. Break out of this consolidation band. Come on. Get me to. Let's see where we got liquidity up here. I don't really see much outside of 66. 85. There's some rusting. 200 contracts or so up at 64.85.
Yeah, I kind of want to get long as well, to be quite honest. Yeah,
dude, keep talking. And when you talk, it moves. Look at this. Keep talking, Paul. Raise all boats,
I am long
man.
as well.
Raise the tide. All right, let's go. We got the magic touch now. Let's go.
Looking for, I think the move would be up to 64.71. I believe the move would be to go up to. That would be roughly, well, anywhere between 64.68 and 64.71, which I believe is like roughly the point of control from Friday. So
I'm going back. Yeah, that's my reference point is Friday for the last full trading session.
Yeah.
Where is 29th? Oh, not just, jeez. Sorry. My charts are a mess. Let's go. Keep going. I'm keeping an eye, half of an eye peeled on another screen. Oh my God. Where are we? $60. Was that point of control you were saying from Friday, or value area?
Yes, point of control.
Yep. Okay, I'm good with that. 70, anywhere in there. But the Project X point of control for futures doesn't do an RTH, so it's like a whole. It's an entire session from Asia through Europe through US. So we're close. Just in case anyone saw that when I pulled that up. Sorry, this is what happens when you on the 1 minute. It just gets very smushy. And I have to stretch it out a little bit.
Technical term, smushy.
Yeah, it's like my Borat. It gets very smushy. Yes. Okay, let's see. Why is today dragging? It's only 8:08 a.m. for me, 11:08 for you guys. Why does it seem like it's really slow this morning?
It does.
Maybe it's just me.
Kind of feel like that.
It seems like we've been on the air for 3 hours. I don't know. I don't know. Man. It just seems like it for me. I don't know why.
Yeah, especially after this last 20 minutes or so. It looks like the Nasdaq's kind of given up a little bit here, or it's trying to give up, which is not going to spell well for the ES. And I just got stopped out. Yep, I just got stopped out. I might get long again though.
If you're holding a 6,500, James, that's that'd be cool. I mean, I'd like to see it get there. I don't know if it'll get there today, but if it does, oh, that'd be good. Okay, come on. That was just a little sweep. Kind of down to the overnight high area. Let's go back up. Where's my stop?
Push up. Push it.
Yes, we need a push. There we go. Yeah, Adelina hum. It may go up. I'll take whatever works. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Yeah, dude,
I got long at the bottom of that range, and then yeah,
that's good. I think that's a good move.
That's
a good move.
It looks like it wants to try. It wants to give it a go, but if the Nasdaq
stopped right outside
now, yeah, looks like the Nasdaq wants to try and pop up here to help out. So
ES is moving too. ES, come on, ES. Oh man, all those sellers just came right in there. Let's go. Lucky Man's asking, is it possible to time the market, or should you focus on a long-term strategy? Well, you can get lucky, Lucky Man. You can get lucky on any trade. You can time the market inadvertently, get in and just be in the right place at the right time. But I would strongly suggest you don't try to time the market. Now, we're all intraday traders, so timing, you know, when people say try to time the market, that's usually more of a position long-term hold approach, swing trade type of deal. So, I mean, unless you're trading Forex or something, but I think you said, can't remember, you're trading NQ, was it? So, yeah, I mean, no, I would focus on building some structure, finding an edge, trading with, trading either mechanically or rules based at first to kind of protect your capital and keep you trading. And then once you try to identify things and can kind of journal and back test and forward test and try to find some advantages in the market, or what we call an edge, then you can kind of get away from that a little bit. But no, I wouldn't say, I mean, timing the market doesn't work for day trading. Now, that being said, you may find that there's certain times of a day that benefit your trading, or maybe you've got a job or you're in school and you can't be in front of the markets for certain hours at a time or during the day, and you can only trade a certain limited time, then you have to deal with what you have to deal with. But and you may also find that certain times of the day or in the market benefit you better. So those are things where you can utilize time potentially to your advantage. But in general, like to say timing the market, no, I don't subscribe to that theory at all.
Yeah. Adelina, that's the Dow kind of looks like it's, it made its move up here, and now are we going to just throw up? It looks like the Dow wants to, Dow wants to throw up.
I'm in a short, yeah.
I just got stopped out again.
Hold the low volume here. Hold the low volume area. See if it may come down to 55. Oh, all right. I'm taking out. I'm done. So much for that play. I'm still looking to re-enter. Yeah, I'm back in long. I didn't get a good fill. I waited too long. I should have got in a point or 6 ticks earlier, but it's okay. See, it's just doing this. It's doing these sweeps today. Maybe on the way up, it's coming down and picking off stops on the way higher, potentially.
Yeah.
Come on, buyers. Come on. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. I do not like it. What are you doing?
Looking at crude oil right now. I'm possibly going to be getting into a short here on crude oil, but not the best. Wouldn't be the best entry here, so I'm just waiting, giving it a minute to breathe, see if it can't give me a better area in the range to fill.
Nice. That's good. Come on, ES. Come on, sellers are pulling away. Let's go. The sky's opening. Let's go.
You seeing any shorts on your end, Troy? I'm thinking you're probably looking short on the Nasdaq, I would assume. Right about now.
I've been nibbling a little. Nothing major.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to get sucked into a fake breakdown.
Yeah. Don't blame you.
Jeepers. Really?
Man, crude oil's been super slow. I don't think I want to get into this position. I'm not going to do it. It could take forever it could take another hour and a half to break out of its range. So stay away from that.
Come down to 55. Get through that little liquidity sitting there, and I'm back in long, hopefully. Let's see it come back down. Come back down. May even come down to 50. Point of control. There we go. I've been too early jumping in on these longs. I gotta just wait. Just wait. Let it come back down. Give me a better fill.
Yeah, maybe we need to come back into the 64.50 area before it tries to turn up again.
It may just come down right here because we're on the outer edge of, we're in a low volume node, but I'd like it to get a little further down, another couple points in, get through this. There's a lot of, and there's like 300-400 contracts sitting right here below it. So I like to see it kind of sweep, pick them all out, and then turn back and head back up north. If it doesn't do it, it doesn't do it, but I'd like to see it. I feel better. I feel more convicted about going long if it does. trap? You gonna trap them? You gonna trap them?
5.
You're gonna trap the buyers. I think you're gonna trap them. Come on down. Oh my God, really? You're gonna leave without me? Come back. Thank you. Come back down. Come back. Come back to the station. I didn't board yet. Let's go. I got my luggage. I need to board. Let me jump on. Come on down. Jeez. Boy, oh boy. It's really slowed down now.
Yeah, I am long cattle again. So, or well, I'm in a cattle trade again, I should say. Smaller risk, but looking long for.
But you're long. You're long in it, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. It's already moving. Let's go.
Good. Move long so the ES can come down. I can get in long. Yes, we need a market oracle, Sammy. Come on, Sam. You're supposed to be gone today. You're not supposed to be popping in like this. It's probably on his phone.
Market oracle is here.
Laughing. He's back. He's back. Sam, we've been talking a lot about you. I'm sure your ears are bleeding. You called the longs today, and we gave you massive kudos to your watching the ship turn around yesterday as sellers were getting absorbed heavily. So good on you, my friend. All right.
So you are official now.
He is. Look, he foresaw the future. Yes.
You can change your username from Sammy Mora, Sammy Oro. Oracle, official Oracle.
That's right.
You.
That's right.
All right, we are long into this cattle. Come on, cattle, go.
I bet you are, because the ES is coming down and the Nasdaq's coming out. Sweep it. Let's sweep it. Come on. But push it real good. Oh boy.
Push it.
What to do? What to do? I don't think I'm going to get in yet.
Here we go. Here we go. Keep going. Yes. Yes. Do it. Go.
Get back down. Get back down to point of control. VWAP anyway. Come on. Very nice to see. Nice tonight. Yeah, come on. Let's go. Another 3 points or so.
We are, I think, about to explode upwards here in live cattle. There are so little contracts on the offer. All we need is like one relatively small buyer to just come in and lift it all. Come on. There is nothing stopping this. Nothing aside from weak buyers.
Call
which
Chris.
I don't
Tell him
see.
to buy.
Come
Call
on.
Chris. Tell him to buy. Chris, I need you to buy. Come on, Chris.
There are like, oh yeah, here we go. Come on. This is it. Come here. Come to me. Come to my.
There you look. There
my
you
target
go.
profit.
There you go. Yeah,
Come
I
to
see
the
it.
target profit.
Keep talking. It'll go to you. Come to me.
Some more offers just came. Some more offers just came on, but Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Yep. No, don't do that. Come on. Ooh, another larger offer just came on. Okay.
Say my name, Sam A. The money's with you. Money's with you, Tony.
Let's go. Come on. Come on. Bigger buyers. Come on in.
All right, let's go see if Trump is Trump talking yet. He's not talking yet. He's still with the Polish president. But if he starts yapping, then let's see. Let me go to YouTube. It's on. Let me see what's going down. Let's see what's going down.
He said, say my name, Heights and Loberg.
Yep.
Heights and
You
Loberg.
say it better than I say it. Heisenberg. 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 I am Heisenberg.
Come on, cows. Go up, cows. Go up. Stop messing around. Let's go. Moo.
No,
Move
don't do that. No, don't do that.
to the upside. Come on.
Don't do that. Jeez. Okay, point of control.
Go, go, go. Let's go. Okay, come on.
You acting kind of shit.
Move. Let's go. Keep going. Go, go, go.
I don't like your trade, Paul. Your long trade's making mine come down on me. I don't like it.
It's okay.
Like
It'll work out for you.
I think they are inversely correlated. I told you. We're going to find out right now that they're divergent. This is not good, man.
Keeping my stop relatively tight.
Come on, buyer. Let's go, buyer. Get in here. I see a buyer coming. There you go. We need another one. There you go. And another, and another, and a sister, and a mother. Let's go. Do it.
See?
You're almost there. You're trailing. You're almost there. Oh, come on.
Come on.
Yes,
Get there. Come on. You just need like 2 more small buyers to just lift it. Like literally there's like 30 contracts left to be lifted and pop us up here. So let's get this done with.
Come on, people, go buy some cows.
Go buy the cows.
That's
My
right.
goodness.
It's very nice. Milk cows or meat cows? What cows are those?
No, meat.
Meat
they're
cows.
Meat
Good
cows.
distinguish. Yeah, good distinction there. Come on, we're about to be there.
Beef cow.
I'm trailing.
God
I am
dang it.
trailing very.
What are you
quick
doing?
here? Go.
They didn't put it in my video, but I had a video where I was milking a cow.
Oh really?
No, you didn't.
All right, I'm not gonna
For
be,
real?
Yes, I did, for
Wow.
real.
All right, we're out. We're done. Awesome. That was
Jeez.
that was a great
This
trade.
is killing me. Look at this. Look at this. Sam, I don't like it, Sam.
Back.
You're not being good
Back
to
in the
me,
green.
friend.
Back in the green. All right, let's go. Come on.
Oh my God.
Now I'm gonna go trade some copper. I'm just kidding.
Sid 7. What is going on? That's the problem, Robert. When you well, there is one way around, but you can't get off. It looks like. Dude, you can't get.
TBB is asking how is the Dow treating everyone. You asking about me, TBB? TBB.
That's Tony Adelina, by the way. That is Coach Tony.
That's Tony. That's Tony.
It's treating me
Tony,
okay.
that's what she thinks of you. She goes, "Oh, that's a pleasure." Oh, yeah, that's Tony. Oh. Oh, what the hell's going on here, Trump? What are you doing?
X saying here for the money. Don't blame you, my friend. We are too. We're here to make some money. Sorry, Matt. Hey man, what's going on? Good to see you in the chat.
Dude, this thing came right to the freaking bottom of the other side. Oh man. Nice. All right.
Boy. You're in a long, Daryl? Sticking long?
No,
Gotcha.
I've been taken out. I've been taken out twice.
Adelina, you're in a trade right now. You're still in your Dow short?
I'm out.
Oh, okay, you're out. Gotcha. Okay.
Maybe I'll go again. Not sure yet.
I'm in short now. Yeah, I'm short ES. It's coming down the other side of the profile, so
Yeah.
it is what it is. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect this move, but it's okay. I don't know what the hell's going on. Why do you got all these military planes flying around the White House? No, I'm serious. That's,
yeah.
I don't know if that's because of the Polish president, Nowacki, however you say it, but or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
The question
So
is,
they got the press corps all standing outside waiting to go in. So Trump's going to take questions, no doubt. They're going to do that. Right. There they go. They're all getting funneled. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we should get some kind of tradable news, I think.
Yeah.
The hell's all this Russian spam in our chat?
Yeah. All right, Tony, I got you. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I see. Aziz says he likes hearing Coach Troy, talk about some wisdom. So we gotta get a few nuggets of wisdom out of Troy here at some point before the end of the.
We're in the middle of the value area. Don't do anything.
Yeah, good. And finished.
Yeah, when Troy talks, everybody listen.
Exactly.
It's very
Call me
interesting.
E.F. Hutton. Which they won't
Exactly.
remember that, will they, Daryl?
They won't. They won't. I do, but I think maybe Paul does. You remember those commercials, Paul?
Nope.
When E.F. Hutton talks,
Unfortunately.
people listen, and they'll, yeah.
I got to
It
do
was
some more research.
It was actually a very successful advertising campaign.
It was very. It was like when no one ever got fired for buying IBM. Kind of the same kind of situation.
So for the nugget of info for everybody who wants to learn or didn't know this that was just mentioned, E.F. Hutton was a historic Wall Street brokerage firm founded in 1904, known for its iconic marketing phrase, "When E.F. Hutton talks, people listen," exactly what you guys just said. After a series of scandals, the firm merged and was absorbed by Citigroup in the 90s. So that's cool. Good little history fact there.
Then they had these commercials, like they'd be in the middle of the restaurant and somebody would whisper, E.F. Hutton, and the whole place would go quiet. It was really funny at the time.
Yeah, that's so fun.
We got gold's at 36.30. Man, it is just keeps going. Can't stop, won't stop. Silver, on the other hand, I actually wanted to take a look. Silver is, I mean, it's doing well. It's at almost $42 an ounce after piercing through that level at like 10 a.m. this morning. But looks like it's trying to gain some momentum to the upside as well now. Maybe Coach Tony's making a little trade or two on the silver.
Don't worry. Be happy.
Possibly getting short again, Adelina. Looks like
Possibly, probably. Probably. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I was just looking at it myself. Kind of just resisted the 21 period EMA here on the 1 minute chart that I have up.
Because if I take the short, I'll just take it till 45,190, but it's very short move for me. I like bigger moves.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and we're also like in the middle of the day's range essentially, or maybe slightly below the middle. So not necessarily the, like I would agree with you. A small risk for a relatively small reward, 1-to-1 trade, maybe, if anything, but or just no trade. Crude just popped up 10 cents a barrel there in literally 3 seconds. That was interesting. Sorry, Matt. Yeah, you're not alone. Many of us, have had that habit at one point or another. So give him back to the market.
I guess we all do that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But make sure you don't give it all back to the market.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's right.
Just give a little bit back. So everybody's happy. Tanaka, coaches, you are the best. You brighten my days. Oh, that's so sweet.
Awesome. Love to hear it. We appreciate it. We try our best. Bitcoin futures are up to 112,800. So Bitcoin futures are up a little bit today, roughly since 9:30, roughly up $1,000 coin. So it's also interesting. There will be a day where I do take a micro Bitcoin futures trade, but I don't think it's today. But there will be a day where I'll dabble in it. I'll do it for science.
Yeah,
for science.
Sure. I just want you to know I planted tulips.
Yes. Oh man, let me know how that works out.
Man.
I'll let you know how the Bitcoin works out.
Exactly.
We'll probably both be in the
exactly.
same situation. So. Oh man.
No, I'll be better off. I'll have beautiful flowers to look at.
Yeah, you will actually 100% true. Like you at least have something once all the carnage
Tangible.
is settled. So.
That's right.
Yeah, you got rain. You get rain over there, both you guys.
Yeah. What it would be, what it would be like to just be like a fly on the wall during that period of time when all that craziness was going on with tulips back in the day. Just like, would love to just see what a day was like with like the craze around that, hundreds of years ago.
Oh yeah. Oh, lots of these events too. I mean, I'd like to be a fly on the wall for so many things, right? It would be just unreal.
Yeah.
Like even
I remember the .coms, man. The .coms, it was just the wildest. Every day you came into work and the .coms would be up $15, $20 on a stock that nobody knew what they did. They just, and the next day they'd be up $15, $20. You're like, what? And you're talking about PE ratios of 200, 300. I mean, it's the most insane valuations ever. And it was like every day you came in, there'd be a $5 spread. You're like, what?
Yeah.
It just kept going up.
And you say, oh, it's not going to go any higher tomorrow. And you come in, like you said, Troy, and it's like, again, and you're like, what in the hell? And they're just waiting for a crash or something. And none of it. And people kept buying it up.
Yeah.
They were just loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
kind of reminds me of the what do you call it? What did you call it? Like
right
3
now.
years ago or 3 or so years ago or 4 years ago.
The flash
I'm
crash?
losing track of time. No. When we had like what was the name for? Geez, I'm blanking. Where like we were doing like IPOs, but it was like the fast tracked IPOs, and everybody was like going on board and just like.
Yeah,
I can't remember the name.
Yeah.
And,
everything. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, the unicorn stuff?
No, there was a name. Dang it. It was a bunch of crappy companies essentially that wanted to get fast tracked onto an exchange to be traded, and there was a way to like essentially
SPAC.
Get around like
it was
SPAC. There you go.
That's
SPAC.
right.
Yes,
SPAC.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It kind of reminds me like
Blank
the .com, like maybe
blank check.
like we got like a little bit of like a taste of what the .com was like during that SPAC period, where SPACs were just like wild, and everybody and their mother was registering a SPAC to get onto the exchange and trade it. So yeah, but that's kind of the only, I feel like, relative comparison we've had in recent history that was even like a smidgen of what you guys got to experience during the .com era.
The crazy thing with the .com was everyone and their mother was just getting in and getting long. It was just like there was no rationale. And like Troy said, PE ratios were so out of whack. They had never ever been that high before. There was no justification for it. Anything that had a .com or a .net or any kind of domain was like, it's kind of like the AI in a way, but way more severe. Because it was a new thing. Everyone thought it was just, it's the future, right? It was crazy.
If I remember correctly, you can help me, Daryl. There was this company that was an ag company. They did like farming and stuff, and they added a .com to their name, and it went absolutely insane. Went through the roof, and then for weeks it was like going crazy. And then somebody uncovered that they were really an ag company, and they should be valued at like a PE ratio of like 6. And they would have been a PE ratio of like 200.
I don't know who it was. I don't know who it was. No, I don't.
I don't remember who it was either. But it was like within like 4 days, it went from $150 a share to like $2 a share. It was like at the.
Wow.
I was at the very end, toward the end of the .com hysteria. They literally were an ag company that put a .com after their name and went shoo through the roof for no other reason than it was a .com.
Right.
Yeah.
I was trying to find it myself here for you, but it's kind of difficult. It does talk about how there's just a slew of companies doing it in general. So it would be, that's funny.
Yeah, it's like a needle in a haystack. Everyone was doing it, literally.
Yeah. That stuff is hilarious, man. It's so funny. The hysteria. It's just so funny.
All right, Trump's talking with Trump's just sitting there talking now in the Oval Office.
Might not be a bad idea to sit on the hands if that's the case, to be quite honest. As much as I would like to get long the ES right now, I feel like I'm
long because I'm long and I'm sitting long because I got to make up for lost ground. And I think I don't know. I have a feeling that this thing needs to recover all this that it just sold off. We'll see.
Yeah. Don't give up now. Don't give up now. Yes, come on.
See, that's interesting, Daryl, because I understand what you're saying. It looks like it's sort of pausing then to go back up, but it also looks like it's pausing to do another leg down.
Yeah,
I know. I've seen it come down on me. It's coming down on me right now.
You can really argue. You can argue both directions.
Yeah, I know.
Successfully.
Yeah, right? I know.
That tells me to stay out. Stay out.
Yeah, no. I mean, I wouldn't get in. I wouldn't have gotten in back there at point of control. I would have, just stay out of this stuff. But come on.
We could see, this 64.44 area is the previous day's high. So maybe we see some more, either we break through it and maybe we break through the lows of the day, or we kind of hang right here and consolidate a little bit more and find some sort of comfort. It's also technically value area low at the moment on the day with the current distribution. If you're looking at the volume, is like 64.42 to 64.43. So trading towards the lower end of the value area on the day.
Yeah. Bless you.
That was like a mouse.
I think we found. I was gonna say. I think we found Sam's rodent. We found it. The little guy.
I was spying on him.
He snuck out.
Did Sam ever find his rodent?
No, dude. It's still. He thinks it's going in and out of his attic. or new ones are coming in from the outside. So he's got to find the hole and cover it up or patch it up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got about 10 minutes left in this segment. Come on.
Make a move.
All right. What do you say?
It's a little bit of an HE looking move here, little H pattern.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, is H for heaven or is H for hell?
You choose.
I'm hoping it's heaven because I'm long and I need it to go.
Oh man.
Oh, Jesus, Trump.
So how do you approach the H pattern?
Well, I think Troy kind of did he just went over like the general practice of approaching the H pattern, which is essentially when you start to see it form and where you start to see that hump form and you're coming down towards where the like base of that H is to like retest it. You've got relatively like maybe there's 3 scenarios that occur. The first is there's the possibility of it just simply testing that base and then immediately bouncing back upwards, and essentially sellers fizzle out. They can't just break through and then push price lower. So buyers usually come in and they squeeze out any weak short sellers, and then we start to see maybe a relative like reversal to the upside, or we see a simple we pierce through that base level. Some larger sellers come in, we pierce through it. You see a quick little dip, and then buyers come in, and then they stop out all of the weak shorts, and then we see the reversal occur. Or the third situation being just a heavy amount of sellers come in, and we completely push through that level and then make a new leg lower, where you kind of start to see more of a trend move occur. For me, a lot of the time, what I'm usually looking for is not the continuation of a leg lower trend. I see a lot of the time the reversal occur, whether it's a pierce through and then reverse, or a like test that base area and then reverse. Sometimes it doesn't even test the base area. Like right now, for example, in the ES, it was about 2 points away from testing the base, and it's already started to try and make like a little reversal upwards here. So that's kind of the way that those are the scenarios in which I approach it, and I put more probability on the side of the reversal than I do the continuation of trend with like the leg lower. That's not to say that the leg lower doesn't occur. It just I see the reversal happen more so in times than I do the continuation leg. And when you think about it, I guess it kind of just logically would make sense based on like the markets are naturally a buyer's market. So maybe when you're in like more of a bearish market, you'll see those continuation legs come to fruition more. But aside from that, yeah, that's kind of the thoughts on it. You got anything to add, Troy? I mean,
no, I thought you did a great job. I would add that it creates a potential W pattern or a double bottom pattern.
Yeah.
That's the bull side. Yeah, that's the bull side of the equation, is that it's not really an H, it's a W, and that W is close. It doesn't have to be a double bottom. And remember that a lot of times on W's, you can not test the bottom, the left side of the H, or you can actually go through it and then reverse after. So it doesn't have to be a perfect double bottom scenario. But no, I think you did a great job, Paul. Good job.
Yeah, you've mentioned the W, like it's exactly what you're saying. It's just like the anticipation of like a W, like I guess the way to put it is like the anticipation of the W forming. So perfect. Yeah. Perfect cherry on top there.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
H looks like a W to me. Yeah.
Oh,
If it
But now it's
breaks,
looking like a failed W. Look, now it's looking like
it
out
can
of a
be a
head and
and
shoulder,
shoulder.
maybe. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
yep. But the reason why like we've brought this kind of like pattern up in conversation before is because generally speaking, many times I just don't want to even participate when I'm seeing it. So that was like the
Right,
original
right.
thought behind all this is like when I start seeing this, I start getting worried for the shorts. And then at the same time, I'm not going to get long until I see like some sort of relative confirmation in the order flow. So I'd be more likely to look long once there's better confirmation after like a bounce up. But yeah, I usually just like to stay away if I can help it. So
It could be heaven or it could be hell.
Yeah, I see that thing is happening in Nasdaq. Same thing in Dow.
yeah.
We're getting into the lunchtime chop, maybe.
Right.
No, Trump's talking. I've been listening to him. He is full throated today. He is yelling at reporters. He's going. He's got a lot to say right now.
He's a character.
That's a nice way to say it.
Yeah,
I give him that. He's a character.
Gold is just continuously consolidating upwards. It is like it is crazy. We might be looking for another breakout of the 3630 area. Jeez,
Gold.
man. Anybody long gold for the longest time? Congrats. Congrats for sure. Gold just casually up, $250 an ounce in the last week. Big moves, man. Big moves.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful rejection at the EMA 50 at 1 hour. Very nice.
Come on. Well, we're almost to the end of our segment here in a few minutes, but we'll see. We'll see if this market reverses after Trump stops talking, and we'll be back in a few hours with more live trading. So we'll have to see if we got a reversal like we got yesterday with Sam. So it'd be nice to see that.
Yeah.
But you sucker, you ES.
Don't forget, we got the Ask the Experts at 1:30 Eastern.
Yes, we do.
So
we do.
Make sure if you have any questions for Daryl or I to put them in the chat sometime right before that, so we can answer questions. It's always more fun to answer real live questions than it is to answer
absolutely
some list of questions, right, Daryl?
Yeah, we don't want to do generic stuff. We like to do stuff that pertains to maybe a day like today or your current trading situation. And some of you have been very good in the chat already, asking us questions this morning or this afternoon, wherever you are around the world. But yes, keep them coming. We very much enjoy answering, and I think everyone benefits greatly from it as well, because some people, may have similar questions. They just don't want to answer or ask them. So go ahead and ask.
Yeah.
And
that Daryl and I are not afraid
anytime.
to give our opinion, are we?
Heck no. You're always going to get an opinion. Good, bad, or indifferent.
That's right. You get an answer one way or the other.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. My Lord, Trump is just...
Got 30 seconds. Liquidity is stacking up in the ES at the 6440 to 6441 area. We've got roughly like 1,300 contracts or so sitting there. So maybe that's the leg that we need to see to push.
I'm hoping there's a floor.
Maybe we pierce through that.
Yeah.
But and then pop back up. So, but it's been relatively active trading session. Definitely for us all here this morning. So good trading session this morning. Chat, it's been fantastic. Thanks for keeping us entertained and asking us questions and whatnot and following along. We'll be back at 2:30 Eastern time today with the afternoon trading session. And like Troy and Daryl said, they'll be doing Ask the Experts at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure to tune in. Till then, I'll see everybody later. All right.
Stick around. We got Mind Over Markets with Stanislava and Laura. So take care, everybody.
Awesome.
Good trading until we see you again.
See you guys.
Bye.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, my name's Lara, psychologist, performance coach, and for the past few years, trader, a journey that's taught me as much about myself as it has about the markets. My philosophy in life generally is that once we know ourselves, truly know ourselves, the whole world opens up to us. And nowhere is that more true than in trading. Outside of trading, I love to travel, exercise, and spend time in nature. Nature has an incredible ability to reset our minds and bodies, and that's an edge in itself when you return to the markets. Patience, persistence, the willingness to do the work every single day, this is the foundation of success in trading and in life. Most traders think success is all about strategy and setups, but actually it's about mindset and discipline. Trading success is about mastering your mind. For those new to this journey, I always recommend 2 books. One Good Trade and Trading in the Zone. They will teach you the mindset and discipline required to thrive in this business. As Roosevelt said, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. And as we know, the markets are never smooth. Every loss, every challenge, it's an opportunity to lean in and grow stronger. That's a little insight into me and how I approach trading and performance coaching. I really hope to see you on a session soon. And remember, once we know ourselves, the whole world opens up. So let's trade with that mindset.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi everyone, I'm Stanislava, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And this is a little sneak peek into how my life looks like beyond coaching. I like to start my day with kombucha and radio. As a psychologist, I believe that how you begin your day shapes how you feel, and how you feel shapes everything else. My journey as a psychologist started 20 years ago. Over those 2 decades, I've always worked to broaden and deepen my expertise. As a performance coach, I try to help clients understand how their mindset and emotions affect how they trade. Everybody would like a quick win, but real growth comes from steady habits. It's about self-awareness, discipline, and caring for your mind and your body. It's the kind of balance I try to live by myself, and it is a big part of what I'm teaching my clients in coaching. The work I do is more than just a job. It's a part of who I am as a person. But beyond that, I wouldn't feel whole without making space for exercise, art, and some time to reflect. I spend most of my workday talking or writing. So with arts, I engage that other creative side of my brain. And the best part is I get to do that with my daughter. Now that work's done, I'm off to the most important job, being mine. So that's a bit about me, who I am, not just as a coach, but as a person. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's grow together.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Hello. Hello, traders. Hi, Stanislava. Nice to see you. Hello, traders. This is the session where you step away from the charts and into your minds, as we like to say, and mind over markets is the goal. We got a really interesting talk for you today on a topic called temporal discounting, which will become clear as we start to go through the session. But here's a question that I have for you. Let's start with this quick experiment. I'd like you to imagine I'm offering you a choice right now. $100 today, cash in hand, or $120 in 1 month's time. Who takes the $100 today? I think most of you probably chose today, didn't you? Now, here's the twist. Same choice, but both options are delayed. $100 in exactly 1 year, or $120 in 1 year and 1 day. Who's taking the $100 now? That one's a no-brainer. So just let that sink in for a moment, because if you notice how your answers changed, that extra day suddenly feels insignificant when both options are so far away. This isn't a rational shift in mathematics, it's your brain's temporal discounting at work. It reveals something profound about how we handle time and money. As traders, we make dozens of decisions daily following this exact pattern. We consistently choose immediate, smaller rewards over delayed, larger ones. So we'll take that quick 5-pip scalp rather than waiting for the 50-pip swing trade setup. Today, Stanislava and I are going to explore temporal discounting, this hidden psychological force that's probably driving many of you and is behind many of your worst trading decisions. So by the end of today's session, you'll understand exactly why your brain works against your profits. And more importantly, what you can do to retrain it. Because here's the thing, the market rewards patience, but our brains are wired for immediate action. So Stanislava, our psychologist, can you explain a little bit more about this whole now versus later phenomenon?
Of course, and thank you for this introduction. I would be curious to learn about answers, but as you said, I can assume I know them. And when you hear temporal discounting, probably that's not something you will say, oh, let me hear about this. I am sure this influences my trading so much, but it actually does. That talk about how our brains negotiate between now and later is actually very interesting, and in trading progress and actually getting to the next level. Temporal discounting simply means that the further away a reward is in time, the less valuable it feels to us right now. So it's quite simple principle when you think about it, but I'll explain that it does get messy at one point. But as you said, $10 today do feel more tempting than $12 next week, even though rationally all of us know that it's $12 is more. But here we tend to cling to that immediate reward. And when you think about it, it also has evolutionary explanation, and it can be related even to scarcity mindset and all of that. If we have the time, we will touch upon that. But know that this is actually in many areas of your life. Procrastination as well, for example. This is that urge to get that immediate reward or relief or comfort steps in instead of that long-term goal. But our brains don't even discount time consistently. Economics used to believe in something called exponential discounting, which is a steady logical curve. For example, a value of $100 today is worth 95 in a week. It might be worth 90 in 2 weeks, 85 in 3, and so on. However, if we as humans followed this, we would be extremely rational and steady in our decisions. And this gradual and smooth progress sounds nice, but in reality, in human reality, we actually are hyperbolically discounting, which means that we discount rewards very steeply when they are close in time, but much less steeply when they are further away. So in that example you gave, choosing between $100 today versus $110 tomorrow feels a bit hard because tomorrow is so close, but choosing between the same amounts in 365 days and 366 days feels easy. Most people, majority of people, pick $110. And when you think about it, it's so irrational. It's one day here and there. But this is just how our brains are wired to operate. And the paradox is that people are patient when thinking about distant future choices, but become impulsive when the choice is right in front of them. So a trader might say, I'll let this run for weeks, when they are planning calmly before they enter the trade, but 2 hours into the trade, they close it at the profit. That immediate reward suddenly feels disproportionately valuable compared to the delayed one. And I'm sure that most viewers heard about the marshmallow test, which is a famous Stanford experiment. And I remember when I first heard it when I was a student, I was so amazed to learn that children who were in the experiment, children were given a choice. A marshmallow was put in front of them. If you haven't seen videos of these experiments, do search for them because they are hilarious. The ways children try to stop themselves from taking that marshmallow are amazing. And they are told, if you can take the marshmallow, but if you wait for some time, you get 2. And they actually tracked these children into adulthood and learned that those children who were able to wait for the second marshmallow and not take that tempting one marshmallow, and they do smell it, so try to nibble it a bit and go around it. It's really ridiculous to look at it. But those children who actually managed to wait for that second marshmallow were amazingly more successful as adults. They even had better health, better financial stability. They had higher scores academically. So this is amazing how actually that ability to control your urge to get that immediate reward
how far in life it gets you. So in brain, it's essentially a tug of war. Limbic system screams, take it now. And our prefrontal cortex calmly whispers, think about the bigger picture. And as we know by now, that calm voice in our head tends not to be so persuasive. So when we are stressed, tired, emotionally charged, which we usually are in trading, limbic system tends to win. So this is why we are talking about this today. And notice when you're making decisions under emotional load. We will be talking about practical tools, but if you cannot trust your prefrontal cortex in that moment, outsource the decision to rules you made when you were calm. And Lara, we know that our brains are wired this way, but what do you see in your work with traders when this bias takes over?
Yeah, I love that the way that you deliver the Stanford experiment, because you're right, it is absolutely hilarious, isn't it? And I'm willing to bet that those children who were able to wait for the second marshmallow, or s'more, as some people call it, are the same ones that decided to pay into their pensions from young people, because this is why people don't have pensions, because when you're 20 and 25, that extra $100 in your pay that you can go and spend on something else feels more valuable than, when you're about to retire in 50 or 60 years, and yet they regret it. Yeah, right. So as it relates to trading, there's some super interesting research, actually. There's some recent research into crypto. There's some findings about crypto, and it's really, really interesting. Recent academic work examined 144 Bitcoin holders using standardized psychological questionnaires, and the findings were very interesting. Day traders showed significantly higher temporal discounting than long-term investors. So based on how we and Stanislava has introduced this, that would make complete sense. But interesting, there was no difference between how they discounted money versus Bitcoin itself, suggesting it's not about the asset, it's purely about the time preference. So here's what really matters for your trading. The study revealed that higher temporal discounting directly predicted poorer trading performance, which is why trading on the lower time frames, the mindset stuff comes into it so much more. Traders who consistently chose immediate rewards over delayed ones had measurably worse returns over 12 months. So what's the psychology behind the short-term trading? Well, it happens because there are three key psychological factors that drive this pattern, and I'll guarantee that you recognize yourself in at least one of them. First, the illusion of control. Day traders systematically overestimate their ability to influence market outcomes. So watching charts all day creates this really powerful feeling that you're in control, that your constant attention somehow affects price movement. It's sometimes like it feels like you kind of are in the chart, you're in the price movement, and it gives this full sense of control. The research suggests that this is largely psychological illusion. You're not controlling the markets by staring at it, but your brain rewards the feeling of vigilance with dopamine hits. Second, preoccupation amplifies present bias. So the more you monitor markets, the more your brain craves action and rewards. It's like being constantly hungry shop. They say never go shopping when you're hungry. It's the same thing. Each price tick becomes a potential decision point, and it's spiking, your cortisol's all over the place, and that dopamine hit becomes super attractive. So, each price tick that you see happening on the chart becomes a potential decision point, a potential opportunity for that instant gratification. And then third, fear of missing out, the big old FOMO, drives decisions that completely override your planned strategy. So how many of you, and be honest with yourselves, have abandoned your carefully planned trading setups because something else demanded immediate action? Well, if you see that breakout happening right now and suddenly your swing trading plan goes out the window for a quick scalp, now you know why. So the patterns are the same across every market that have been looked at. Day traders' brains work very similarly.
to people who struggle with impulse control when we test how they think about time and rewards. It's not about being weak or strong. It's just how our brains work. And that's why we have to get to know how our brains operate under these conditions. It's just that the same part of your brain lights up. So here's an interesting number from recent research. Nearly half of crypto traders make decisions the same way that people with addiction problems do when we measure them properly. The more often you trade, the more your brain's reward system takes over instead of logical thinking. So it's not, like we said, it's not about being smart or having willpower. You know, some of the most successful people we've seen have dealt with these patterns. It's about understanding how your brain works with time and money, and then building trading systems that use your natural psychology instead of fighting it. So Stanislava, tell us a little bit more. How do we avoid or get into, first of all, and avoid the time frame trap?
Mm-hmm. Well, there is actually a difference between short time frames and why they make this problem worse. Just shortly, we talked about ego depletion earlier. There is that cognitive load here. The total mental effort you're using at any given time, and every decision that you make costs you brain energy, and it gradually gets depleted. So when you have those short decision frames and 1 minute chart and things like that, you might be making dozens of decisions in a single hour, and this drains your mental fuel and opens the door for biases. We said that all of these biases, not just this one, but more or less everything we speak about, is more visible and more potent when we are stressed, tired, fatigued, and we don't have that calm control over ourselves. There is also a thing between exploration and exploitation, which is a concept from behavioral science. With long time horizons, we are more likely to explore, to seek out higher quality setups, wait for best opportunities. But with short horizons, our default is to exploit, to grab what's in front of us. So this is where temporal discounting pushes us towards immediate exploitation, which means that we might actually miss out on better trades by not waiting. And there is also one thing that traders often don't realize. Temporal discounting is contagious. Similar to other emotions, when you see others in a certain state, you get sick by it as well. So if you are on Discord chatter or Twitter, you have that Twitter hype around you. If everyone around you is anxious and impatient, you'll start feeling that pull as well. So even if you think about it in real life, let's say, or everyday life, outside trading, if you were ever at a traffic light and someone started honking, in a second, everyone starts honking, even though the light barely turned yellow, or it's just that it's contagious. And this is why you need to audit your trading results by time of day and time frame, because you might find that your best trades happen when you force patience on yourself. For example, by removing these short-term decisions or 1 minute or 5 minute charts from your platform entirely, actually. And Lara, can you walk us through what happens when traders let temporal discounting shape their risk taking and profit taking in practice in applied world? What?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as it becomes clear as we're talking, what we're seeing is that the brain prefers the dopamine hit from small frequent wins over the delayed satisfaction of bigger winners. So it's literally like choosing the psychological reward over the financial reward. It's that straightforward. And that's why we discount the time, hence temporal discounting, because it's that sort of the psychological aspect of our logic is winning the argument. I've seen traders risk $1,000 on a 15-minute Euro USD scalp, but only $200 on a monthly trend following setup with twice the expected value. So, you know, it's that anticipation. It's a problem for a lot of traders. And, you know, it becomes expensive because unrealized losses feel not real yet to our brains. They exist in the future where they might magically resolve themselves. And so your brain will process that as a potential rather than actual loss. Meanwhile, small profits feel incredibly compelling. They're tangible, immediate, and real. So this is why you'll take a 10 pip profit, but hold 50 pip losses overnight. The immediate gratification of banking that small win completely overrides the logical strategy of letting winners run and cutting losers short. So your temporal discounting system is sabotaging your risk rewards. You know, you've got to consider how you actually choose your time frame and be really honest about this. High temporal discounters systematically gravitate towards shorter time frames. 1 minute charts offer constant gratification opportunities. Every candle close becomes a potential decision point, a potential win. So just consider how you feel when you're looking at different time frames. You can start to recognize the emotions that you have. You know, the very time frames that feel boring often generate the best results because they force you to overcome temporal discounting. They make you wait, which can be very good training. So how do you train your future brain, Stanislava? What are the practical interventions that we can see from the research?
Good news is that temporal discounting is trainable. You cannot really will it and make sure it happens just because you say you're going to ignore this. But one powerful approach, as you set stage already, is pre-commitment. This means that you will set your rules when you're calm, when you're not negotiating with yourself mid-trade. So this could mean, for example, only checking positions at scheduled times or using a broker setup that makes it harder to exit impulsively. So as we speak often, those preset rules and pre-commitment are your best friend in many cases in trading, because this is where you were thinking rationally. Another point you can consider is, which was very interesting to me to learn about, one study I will tell you about, is future self-visualization. Research shows that when people vividly imagine their future selves, they discount less. And this is where we get to that pension fund, because some studies even used age progression apps. And when participants saw older versions of themselves, they made more patient financial decisions, and they were actually more prone to saving. And this is, yes, where you imagine yourself thinking back and why didn't I save more, or this sort of thing. You can do this now. In trading, picture your account in 5 years under two scenarios: one when you're acted on every impulse, and one where you stayed disciplined. And think about which version would you rather meet in the future. And finally, use environmental design. Our brains follow the path of least resistance. That's just how we are built. So if you remove short-term charts from your platform, you reduce temptation. Or if you separate analysis time from execution time, you give your prefrontal cortex space to lead. Even something simple like using position sizing that favors longer-term expectancy can nudge you towards patience. So you cannot willpower your way out of temporal discounting, but you can design around it. For example, at the end of this week, you can ask yourself, what would my 5 years from now trader self thank me for? And then try to align at least one small action with that answer you give. And these techniques are powerful, but of course the question is, can traders really retain themselves to think beyond this immediate reward? And so Lara, what have you found in your practice as a coach to be the most effective system or reframing techniques, or something that helps traders bridge that gap between present urges and future goals, apart from these points I discussed?
Yeah, I mean, I think the techniques that we're talking about in terms of how to overcome this as an immediate thing are absolutely fabulous and really are helpful. But one thing that comes out from the research that most people don't know is that actually there's a really strong link between getting really good at something and how you think about time, meaning that when you develop real skill and control in any area, so if you become super good, proficient at something, you naturally get better at waiting. So, if you've been trading for a really long time and you've been a consistent trader for a really long time, this is not any longer likely to be an issue. This is very much something that affects people who are on that road to consistency in the main. So if you keep working at your strategy, if you keep, working hard and trying to get the mind mastery, what you're actually doing is building skills that will literally help you to make better decisions about time as you go along. So just means getting better and sticking at it. It's as simple as that. And I think when people say just stick at it, never give up, this is part of what's going on, is that actually you just get better at waiting as you get better at trading. So good traders think differently about time and money. So a couple of reframing things, like if you're in a losing position, instead of asking yourself, how do I avoid this loss, you could begin to ask yourself, would I enter this position at this right now at this position? This is a cognitive shift that can treat each decision as a fresh one, completely avoiding the sunk cost recovery, the traps that we get into. Your brain just wants to justify holding on to losers because it imagines a future recovery. But if you reframe that by asking yourself a better question, then you're forcing yourself to reevaluate. And these kind of things, just as we go on and as we're on that path to getting better at trading. So building systems, as we talk about all the time. So as we wrap up this session, Stanislava, have you got any key takeaways just to leave our viewers with today?
The main point is that temporal discounting is universal. It's not a trader flaw, it's human nature. In trading, those stakes are higher because short-term biases compound into long-term results. But the market rewards patience, even though our brains are wired for immediacy. And just try to remember that traders who last are the ones who build systems that protect them from their own wiring. It's not that easy, but you can do it with this knowledge and with these techniques we discussed here. So thank you for your attention. Thank you, Lara, for a great conversation. And I will be looking forward to seeing you all on Monday.
See you next week. Thanks, Stanislava. Bye, traders. Trade well. Thank you. Bye.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Coach Richard Krugel is a leading force in the world of trading, recognized for his sharp technical analysis and dynamic market strategies. With years of hands-on experience, he has not only mastered the art of trading, but also dedicated his career to educating and empowering traders at all levels.
My $1 million advice to you would be, hello everyone, I'm Coach Richard, and I'm truly excited to join the incredible team at Hola Prime. It's an honor to be here, and I can't wait to contribute, collaborate, and grow with all of you. At the Hola Prime Academy, We empower traders by sharing strategies that actually work and deliver results time and time again.
Coach Richard's expertise spans multiple asset classes, and his in-depth market insights have helped countless traders refine their strategies and achieve consistent profitability. Known for his clear and practical teaching style, Coach Richard transforms complex concepts into actionable knowledge that traders can apply in real-time markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Hola Prime TV.
As a sought-after instructor and mentor, Richard has left a lasting impact on the global trading community. Now at Hola Prime, he brings his wealth of experience to equip traders with the tools and confidence needed to navigate the financial markets with precision. When you learn from Coach Richard Krugel, you're gaining more than just market knowledge. You're accessing the mindset and strategies of a trader who knows what it takes to succeed. Welcome to Hola Prime, where expertise meets opportunity.
My $1 million advice to you would be that trading requires skill. Never stop learning. The market constantly evolves. Let's conquer the markets together.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Well, hello everybody. My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but competed in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own, and about 25 years before that, even, with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method, it's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Adeline, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. But don't worry, I won't make you do endless push-ups, unless you're up for the challenge. I'm here to help traders build discipline, strategy, and confidence in the markets. And here is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. I've been trading for 4 years, and it's been the most humbling teacher I ever had. At the beginning, I used to chase quick wins, but I learned quick losses hits hard. Trading isn't just charts and numbers, it's a mirror. It showed me my patience, my fear, my strength. Protect my capital and let the patience pay me. Because guess what? In trading, your biggest edge is you. Markets are intense, but it's just like an ice cream on a hot day. It can get messier, but it's always sweeter when you approach it with the right mindset. Enjoy the process and savor the small wins. Of charts, you can find me recharging by the beach, traveling to new places, or hanging out with my pets. I love staying active, but I also enjoy good food and music. Balance is the key. That's a bit about me. Don't forget, life is too short for just work and no play. Yes, even in trading. I'm here to guide you, cheer you on, and make sure we have some fun along the way. So hope to see you in a session soon.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Meet Coach Paul Gallo, a seasoned futures trader and coach at Hola Prime, with over 11 years of combined experience in international banking, commodity trading, and U.S. equity futures. From managing trade operations at BNY Mellon to trading FCOJ futures at Louis Dreyfus Company, Coach Paul's journey has been driven by one core principle: precision through data.
My $1 million advice to you would be, hi everyone, I'm Coach Paul. I'm thrilled to be a part of the Hola Prime team. Step into the real arena. Prime Academy provides the trading education that truly empowers.
Today, as a futures coach at Hola Prime, he empowers traders using market profile and order flow analysis, helping them make smarter, more confident decisions in fast-moving markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Hola Prime TV.
Coach Paul's coaching goes beyond strategies. It's about developing risk discipline, refining execution, and building a resilient trader's mindset. At Hola Prime, he's not just teaching people how to trade, he's helping them trade with purpose.
My $1 million advice to you would be to trade with a plan and stick to that plan. Let's conquer the markets together.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know? It's beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently, and if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels, live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Tony, one of the futures coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 10 years ago. The early days, full of mistakes, but every loss was a lesson, and trust me, there were plenty of lessons. But here's what I realized. It's less about the perfect strategy and more about the mindset and emotional control. An example of this is cutting your losing trades and controlling your winners. Because if you don't, the proverbial train is coming, and you don't want to be on the tracks when it does. That's why, as a coach, I don't just teach setups. I help traders build systems, not just on the charts, but in their heads too. Now listen, everyone wants to double their money overnight, but real growth, it comes from small, smart moves repeated over time. Be consistent and be patient, and don't be afraid to ask, because at Hola Prime, we're here to help you grow. Outside of trading, I'm big on exercise, travel, finer things. It's how I reset and remember what trading's really about. Profit? Sure. But what that profit can do for you and for others, that's what it's really about. So that's a little bit about me. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's make some money, one trade at a time.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, my name's Lara, psychologist, performance coach, and for the past few years, trader, a journey that's taught me as much about myself as it has about the markets. My philosophy in life generally is that once we know ourselves, truly know ourselves, the whole world opens up to us. And nowhere is that more true than in trading.
Outside of trading, I love to travel, exercise, and spend time in nature. Nature has an incredible ability to reset our minds and bodies, and that's an edge in itself when you return to the markets.
Patience, persistence, the willingness to do the work every single day, this is the foundation of success in trading and in life.
Most traders think success is all about strategy and setups, but actually it's about mindset and discipline. Trading success is about mastering your mind.
For those new to this journey, I always recommend 2 books, One Good Trade and Trading in the Zone. They will teach you the mindset and discipline required to thrive in this business.
As Roosevelt said, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. And as we know, the markets are never smooth. every loss, every challenge, it's an opportunity to lean in and grow stronger. That's a little insight into me and how I approach trading and performance coaching. I really hope to see you on a session soon. And remember, once we know ourselves, the whole world opens up. So let's trade with that mindset.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi everyone, I'm Stanislava, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And this is a little sneak peek into how my life looks like beyond coaching. I like to start my day with kombucha and the radio. As a psychologist, I believe that how you begin your day shapes how you feel, and how you feel shapes everything else. My journey as a psychologist started 20 years ago. Over those 2 decades, I've always worked to broaden and deepen my expertise. As a performance coach, I try to help clients understand how their mindset and emotions affect how they trade. Everybody would like a quick win, but real growth comes from steady habits. It's about self-awareness, discipline, and caring for your mind and your body. It's the kind of balance I try to live by myself, and it is a big part of what I'm teaching my clients in coaching. The work I do is more than just a job. It's a part of who I am as a person. But beyond that, I wouldn't feel whole without making space for exercise, art, and some time to reflect. I spend most of my workday talking or writing. So with arts, I engage that other creative side of my brain. And the best part is I get to do that with my daughter. Now that work's done, I'm off to the most important job, being mine. So that's a bit about me, who I am, not just as a coach, but as a person. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's grow together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Come, I will show you how Hola Prime is changing the future of prop trading.
Not like this.
By being on our toes, so that you can experience prop trading as it should be, fair and transparent.
We are Hola Prime, the most transparent prop trading firm.
With traders from 175 plus countries and offices all across the globe.
We are the first company in the prop industry to publish daily price transparency report, so our traders can cross-verify their trades and they can trade with confidence and peace of mind.
Let me share the story. In the decentralized Forex market, traders often face pricing uncertainty, but not anymore. To ensure fair pricing every time, we introduced Price Transparency Report,
a daily tick-by-tick comparison with industry data.
We didn't stop here.
No hidden rules.
No unclear trading conditions.
Everything is stated up front,
including prohibited trading practices.
From supreme trading conditions to responsive customer support.
We operate with transparency, sharing every crucial detail with our traders.
That's why traders from 175 countries trust us.
No unfair breaches of accounts. Wherever possible, we send traders preemptive warnings because we hide nothing.
With us, you can scale your account up to $4 million.
And those profits?
We offer up to 95% of the profit splits.
That's 95%.
But what good are profits if you can't access them quickly?
That's why we process withdrawals within 1 hour.
Putting your earnings straight into your hands.
We calculate your withdrawable profits at the end of each trading day, ensuring you get your withdrawals as soon as you request it.
We know what failing a challenge feels like, but we won't leave you alone. After reviewing your account's trades, we'll create personalized videos to help you prepare for your next attempt. Our expert trading coaches and Prime Academy are always ready to help you learn and succeed.
I started as a junior analyst. With clear feedback and growth paths, I've moved into a leadership role.
When I joined here, I was just a graduate. Now, I'm an MBA and a senior manager.
My career has been transformed here, from an entry-level position to a department head.
While others are catching up, we are setting new standards in prop trading every day.
Join us today and get funded with transparency.
Behind each face, there's a story. A story of courage, a story of battles fought too soon. These little fighters take on challenges every day with courage beyond their years. Today, we brought a little bit of magic into their lives, a chance to laugh, to wonder, and to feel like kids again.
So we have arrived at Access Life, which is a very, very important charity. Their main aim is to help and support children with cancer and allow their parents to live with their children. So they don't have to go to work and they can, be together during such a difficult time as anyone can imagine. We're currently here. As you can see, there is a magic show happening behind us. We prepared this magician to come to help lift the spirits of these children. A puppet show, which is trying to make them, feel better and enjoy. And they're laughing and having a great old time. So really good to see.
Every smile is precious. Every moment of happiness, a victory. Today, they are free. Free to laugh. Free to believe in magic, if only for a little while. A few smiles, a few moments of wonder. It may seem small, but for these children, it means everything. Magic may be an illusion, but the happiness it brings is real. It's a reminder that joy is still within reach, that even in dark times, there is still light, laughter, and love. In a world where stigma and isolation often overshadow humanity, small acts of kindness remind us of our true shared connection. The focus wasn't just on providing meals, it was also about creating moments of care, trust, and belonging.
So now we've put on some aprons and we're starting to prepare some food. As you can see here, we have some lovely vegetables being prepared by the good members of Hola Prime.
It was about sitting down, sharing stories, and being present. In the small moments that matter most, sharing a meal, exchanging a smile, listening to a story, we found the power to create change. For the people we served, it wasn't just about receiving a meal. It was about feeling recognized, appreciated, and cared for.
Now the food has been cooked. It's ready to serve. I'll just show some of the food here.
Every plate was filled with love. It might sound small, but in these moments, you realize how much it matters to someone who's often overlooked. We preferred not to show faces to honor the privacy and dignity of each individual. Nevertheless, behind every hand is a story, one of resilience, hope, and humanity.
And it's all been dished up. It's a lot of work, guys, it's a lot of work. But we got there in the end, everyone seems happy. It's looking really good, a really successful day.
Education is the foundation of growth, opportunity, and empowerment. Yet in many rural villages, access to quality education remains a distant dream. This is school, a place where young minds come with dreams of learning and a brighter future. However, limited resources and infrastructure challenges makes their journey difficult. Despite these challenges, these children are driven, hopeful, and eager to succeed. At Hola Prime, we believe that every child deserves access to quality education, no matter where they live. Through our CSR initiative, we're committed to creating lasting change by supporting schools like these. Our efforts include renovating classrooms, providing necessary supplies, and creating a learning environment that inspires growth. We're helping make this village school a place where dreams can take root. Together, we're not just building classrooms, but building futures. When these children succeed, we all succeed, because education is not just a privilege, it's a right.
How do you feel after another victory?
It's really good, so we're excited, we're happy to be here. People only see the wins.
And there it is, folks, the
trophies.
final buzzer sounds.
The moments under the lights. But they don't see this. Adversity. No. Everyone faces it.
No.
But those failures motivate you to try harder, to try again. Hola Prime is the platform used by pro traders. No hidden rules, just fair trading. In basketball and in life, speed is the difference between success or failure. Hola Prime has the fastest payouts in the industry with less than an hour. Adversity sometimes just means a new beginning. Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Got trading skills?
In this video, we'll be talking about a very simple trend following strategy, which I call the rainbow strategy. Now, full disclosure, there's not a lot revolutionary about it, but what it is would be a trend following strategy that employs several moving averages, and it gives you an idea as to where the market goes. It has a clear set of rules, when to get out, when to get in, etc. And as a result, it does make it rather simple. So the first thing I would say is that you can do whatever variation you want, but in this video, what I'm going to do is use 4 moving averages, the 10, 20, 30, and 40, exponential moving average, to give you an idea of how to do this. Now, you can use whatever moving average you want. It all pretty much works the same. Although I would say you want to use a wide band. You don't want, for example, 5, 7, 9, 11, because it would be too tight. You want to see when the market has truly shown which direction the momentum is going. So in front of you, you have the Australian dollar versus US dollar 1 hour chart, and you can see that there are 4 moving averages on the chart. And like I said, in my example, I will use the 10, the 20, the 30, and the 40 exponential moving average. The red is the 10, the orange is the 20, the green is the 30, and the blue is the 40. As you can see, there are times when all four moving averages move in the same direction and spread out quite nicely. There are also times where they cross each other. So the question then becomes, how do you use this? It's pretty straightforward, really. What you are looking for is an area where the moving averages start to spread out like you see here on the chart, and you trade in that direction. It's really that simple. Now, when do you get out? Well, you let the market tell you, and that's one of the better parts of this trading strategy. What you're waiting for is in this case, 10, the shortest moving average, to cross below the longest moving average, in this case 40, to tell you when to get out. So the Australian dollar started to give you a signal at 0.6619 or so, and over time you started to see these moving averages spread out quite nicely. At 0.6738, the 10 exponential moving average finally crossed below the 40 exponential moving averages. So you can see that it kept you into the market for quite some time, and basically you just let the moving averages tell you when it was time to get out. So when you enter a trade, you don't really have a target. You want to squeeze it for every last pip that you think you can. And one of the nice things about this type of system is that it is mechanical. You don't have to think much about it. Now, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. One of the problems that you can run into is that there are choppy times. For example, here at the 0.6613 level, about 24 hours before the trade that we just ran through, the 10 exponential moving average started to separate from the others, and you would have had a buy signal. However, about 20 hours later, it crossed over, and you probably took, in this case, about a 5 pip loss. In other words, it is most certainly a trend following system, and that's the one thing that you will have to keep in mind. However, one of the biggest advantages is that it doesn't require a whole lot of thought. And in fact, if you understand how to make an expert advisor, you can program it to just run it for you. And of course, you could change the parameters. So let's take a look at something a little bit more exotic. Why don't we take a look at the New Zealand dollar, Japanese yen? Now notice there are big movements in this pair. You will have times where things get a little volatile like this, and although you will have had a little bit of a gain, you will find yourself going in and out. So you do need to know your environment. That is one thing that I would say. But there are also times where, for example, here on July 17th, the New Zealand dollar started to rally against the Japanese yen, and the two exponential moving averages crossed, but the 10 exponential moving average did not cross the 40 exponential moving average. So although it was very close, this would have kept you in this trade. And that's the idea of using 4, or some people will even use 5 moving averages, keep you in the trade as long as possible. That could have shaken you out if you would have had, say, just the 10 exponential moving average and the 20 exponential moving average on board. This is a huge move because when this started, it was 98.27 yen was the price. And we didn't see the 10 exponential moving average break back above the 40 exponential moving average until we got down to roughly 90.58. So a huge and massive trade. And that's pretty much how this strategy works. It collects huge profits, a lot of little misses. The fact that you have 4 moving averages mean that things that have to line up a little bit better than they do when you get a simple moving average crossover system. So it does keep some of the false signals back. Now, you can see that most recently we've seen this pair cross to the upside with the moving averages. And once we had all 4 moving in the same direction, right about here, you're looking at 89.69. And as things stand right now at recording, you are up about 100 pips and the moving averages are spread out quite nicely. Will that change? Yes, of course it will. But it's not until that 10 exponential moving average crosses below the 40 exponential moving average that you are looking to change your position or close it out, either one. That does bring up an interesting situation where some traders will just simply reverse their position. I don't know that I like that as much. Really, what you want to do is hopefully trade with the longer term trend. That way you don't get chopped up. So if the longer term trend in a market, say on the weekly chart, is obviously bullish, then you're looking to trade in that direction. And as a general rule, that's something that you should always do anyway. So let's take a look at something a little bit different. Let's look at the Nasdaq 100 in the United States. And you can see that this volatile market has recently had the 4 moving averages cross right at about the 18,200-ish area. We started to see a real fan out, and we didn't get the crossover until 19,797 or so. So that is a massive gain again. There are going to be times, like right here, where once all of the moving averages move in the same direction, that you might find yourself stopped out later, giving up a little bit of the gains and maybe getting out a break even or a small loss. But you have to be willing to accept that as a trader. That's just the reality of trading itself. Higher time frames are a little dicier with these. So for example, the daily chart, you could get chopped up, but you can also see where you would have gotten in at about 15,000 and gotten out at about 18,000. So again, that's not a bad thing either. And the most recent move would have been somewhere around 18,000, getting out about 19,500. As long as the market is not going sideways, you will find that the profits that this system keeps you in are going to be much more important and influential on your yearly return than the occasional choppiness.
Hey there, Mark. Do you hear me? Mark, do you hear me? Hey, everybody, do you hear me, Mark? I don't hear you, Mark. You may be on mute.
Well, can you hear me now?
Now I hear you. How are you?
After half an hour, I figured out how to do that. I've learned how to. This is only as bad as I thought it was last night when I talked to Mega, and I'm like, hey, let's run through this. because I'm not very technical and I just want to make sure everything runs smoothly. And she's like, oh, just click the link. I'm like, yeah, if I thought it was that easy, I wouldn't have called you to say, let's run through the process. But what do I know? What do I know after 30 years in business?
It's don't worry about it, my friend. It's been a little learning process for most everyone involved. I've had the benefit of using this for several months now, so I was watching you and sympathizing with the struggle because I had been there before many times.
This was I've been up since 5 trading.
Yeah,
this was the hardest part of my morning. Making money was easy compared to this.
So Mark, since we have a short period of time here, because we do have another segment that kicks in about 5 minutes, why don't you just briefly explain to me, how you got on this journey, what you trade, how you trade, if possible, to condense all this so we have a better idea. And I'll see if I can extend this little interview here. But why don't you get started with that for me?
Well, we probably need to meet in downtown LA at one of the rooftops and do a 2-day seminar. Yes. Because I've unfortunately had a very colorful life and a lot of trading experience. Starting right out of college, equities, like, how do I say, in the books where they say that you go down to the clearing, to the local brokerage house, and you got a Quotron, a monochrome quote. Back in the day, they were green.
Wow. Yeah.
Green monochrome.
Yes, they were.
And you got a bunch of options gamblers next to you. You got some guy in flannel who's worth like $5 million that you never knew at the time. And I read about 100 books because I was a political science major. I was planning on law school. Okay. No business experience. And I learned from the traders from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And from there, I got some ideas. I started trading. This was back in maybe 95, 96. And after about 6 months of going up and down, learning not to listen to brokers, not to listen to almost anybody, but just trade, I got lucky and I made about 50,000 overnight trading options. Applied Materials, I still remember the trade. Applied Materials earnings came out, surprise earnings. They were gapping up back in 95. There's a lot of cup and handle patterns back then. And I said, well, this is kind of cool. I just made more than my fraternity brothers at USC, who make with their fancy MBAs and all their fancy, everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
And so from there, I got involved with, I was very lucky. I met a lot of young guys around my age. We're all young and cocky from around the world. And they were pretty good guys. And we were all into trading. So
that's awesome.
Eventually, I worked with some guys out of Westwood, some old crooks who had made a lot of money, and they were now going into the options game. And I saw these guys. They were about 20 years older than me, making millions of dollars. I said, "Oh, I can do that," because I'm so smart at 27. I know everything. So from there, I set up basically like it's interesting. Yeah. I set up basically Merrill Lynch style futures and commodities IB. I was Series 3 licensed. Really? I got a Korean kid I knew, a buddy of mine, to invest $250,000 on a handshake at a Noodle Planet out in Alhambra. Yeah, that's how money's made, man. That's how money's made, And
you were an introducing brokerage firm, like you were fully set up as an IB.
So I know it sounds like crazy when I talk about it, but and I think I was 27, 28, got the 250 commitment, had the business plan based on the guys in Westwood, set up an office in Pasadena, California. Big office, beautiful secretary, everything's brand new. It looked great. Right over here by Old Town, if you know the area, the nice area.
Yeah.
And
I do.
Yeah, from there, I'm sorry, what was your question again? I'm sorry, you said, oh yeah. So I was a Series 3 licensed, got my license. I had flown back to Chicago, took the test, got my Series 3 license. I was a principal. My partner got his license, so it was just me and him. He never showed up to work. He left it all on my shoulders. Here's the money, you do the rest. I had about 20 people. It was pure hell the entire time. But it was very impressive looking. And so yeah, I was working. Oh, so back end was Aileron out of Chicago, mid-sized firm, and their back end was EDF Man. So for the Christmas parties, amazing, just amazing Christmas parties. Yeah, fly back to Chicago, unbelievable.
So were you a CTA or just a brokerage at that point? Like, were you managing outside
so
money
we were an
introducing
broker. Aileron and obviously EDF Men were the FCMs.
FCMs, yeah.
Yeah, and then we would bring people in and get them licensed. Found a group of guys who were old guys, about 20 years older than me, in their late 40s, early 50s, and they had worked together and they had some guys floor brokers, old brokers. They saw my office, they're like, yeah, this sounds good, so I could, everything, the cubicle, everything was brand new, the phones, we paid, I was very young and cocky. Yeah. I wanted to be Merrill Lynch too.
Yeah, you were spending a lot. It was all showy. So I remember those days.
I didn't do it the right way. I didn't do it like a card table and a bunch of phones and a whip. That's how now that I'm older, that's how us 50-year-olds do it. Get the whip.
Right. Of course.
And if you're good, we'll take you out at the end of the week. But so.
Funny.
Did that.
Sorry to just kind of cut in a little. I'm trying to extend this so we can have another half hour and just kind of make the most of our time. Do you want to share your screen if you have the ability to do that, which I think you can, and then you can feel free to talk about what you want, but take us through kind of how you trade, what asset classes or what you're doing. That sort of thing.
Yeah, I trade I don't want to sound cocky and say every asset class, but I was thinking about that last night. How do I explain? Okay, started with equities, went to equity options, set up an investment brokerage house where I was talking to, the Attorney General of Illinois and guys worth $100 million. Traded the softs, the exotics, cocoa, sugar, orange juice, coffee, pork bellies, 1 lot to 100 lots, cotton. Was doing the agriculture, soybeans, corn, again, 100 and 200 lots. For my own personal, my partner's account. We had other accounts, but they were a lot smaller than us. Currencies, of course, major currencies, euro currency, Swiss franc back in the day, way back when people still traded the franc. They even had the Deutschmark back in the day before it switched to the euro.
Of course, before the
currency.
Euro.
Mainly the yen in recent years. Keep going. Gold, okay. Get into metals. So primarily gold, but silver, some palladium. Maybe a little copper. I don't even remember. Maybe a little copper. Where
do you still trade like
indexes?
Do you still look for anything, or are you more focused these days on something?
Probably on the 28 years. The 28 years of trading, I've put 10 into options trading. I consider options the absolutely the most challenging of all the asset classes. And in the last 5 years, I've been doing options are just, they're the most difficult, but they're the most advantageous to make a lot of money. So I've been doing a lot with those. At the same time, 2 months ago through the CME, I won second place in Trade Against a Pro on futures.
Wow.
So
nice.
I mean, I don't know. There's like 3,000 people.
Why don't we share your screen? You can show the viewers a little bit of something here what we're talking about, and
if I can, how do I?
If you there should be a little green share button at the bottom of the Zoom. where if you click it,
Let's
you
see.
can
Well, I'm on the
pull up any screen or
Hola Prime
application.
screen.
No, on the
And
Zoom screen, on the Zoom.
Okay, let me go back to the other one. Give me a second.
Share it through Zoom.
All right, going back. Let's see here. Now this is on the Zoom screen, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay, and on the screen I'm looking at. Yeah, I
kind of where you
earlier
would
I
have
did
clicked
see it,
the
of
audio
course.
off and.
Okay, click. So what should I click?
No, it's going to be there where you did like where you muted your video and audio and all that. If you
Right,
just
where
go,
we see
there should be a
participants
whole
and
bunch
chat.
of stuff. Exactly. So do you see a
Yeah,
share button, a little green arrow?
I did
Or are you already
earlier,
sharing
but I haven't seen it. I don't show it now. But I did earlier. I did see it, but I don't see it now.
I don't see you sharing either. Hang on. If you are sharing, you're going to see a little green, and then I think it'll be a little red thing that says shared or something like that. I'm not sharing my screen, so I don't have it up. Let me just share mine so I can see what it looks like. I can help you. Yeah, it'll say, if you're sharing, it'll say you are sharing your screen in green, and then it'll say stop share, little red button next to it. So if you're not sharing your current screen, it's probably not showing you. Let me see here.
Yeah, for some reason, that's the technical issue I've been having.
Okay. So yeah, so there's you just have to maybe expand the window, the Zoom window, and open it more to where you can see share, but you would see share.
Let's see.
So like, I'm sharing my screen, and so you can see like what
Right, I do. Yeah, I see your screen.
Let's
see.
But I think I stopped. Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're back.
Looks like we're back. Cool. Let me see here. All right. So are you able to share?
Yeah, I kind of wish now. I really do want to share. The trading stuff is very interesting, actually, probably because I've done it so long. I'm not a person who necessarily follows others as much as has my own personal
of course
way of trading. So it makes it a little more a combination of the top pros for sure, because they obviously know what they're doing. But at the same time, I would always recommend to any new trader, be ready to learn your own style, your own technique. Take from everybody out there, but don't think that there's any magic solution in any indicator, oscillator, chart reading techniques. Those are all just pieces of a puzzle to add to your skill set, to your toolbox. But you have to learn what works for you in the context of the market, the investment vehicle that you actually trade day to day.
Exactly.
I'm pretty good at it. I kind of like to show you.
So just do me a favor again. So in the Zoom workspace, the little window, I mean, do you see anything that says share? It would be next to participants and chat.
No, and like I said, I did initially, but if I logged out of Zoom and tried to log back in, then we'd be cut off, correct?
We'd be cut off, but we can get in and out real quick. I just need to let everyone know we're going to do a little be right back screen, and we can cut in and out for a minute or two. That would probably be fine. If you you remember seeing it,
give the same result, but I don't know.
Could, but I think once you've now I'm seeing that you freezed again. See, you keep freezing on us. Maybe it has something to do with. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Can you still hear me?
Unpredictable, volatile, complex. But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex. But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Risk your money? Enter prop trading, a smart way to monetize your trading skills without risking your own money. Start your journey with Hola Prime. Here's how it works. Buy a small fee trading challenge. Hit the profit target and keep losses under 5% daily and 8% overall. Pass the challenge and get a funded account. The risk rules stay the same, but now no profit targets. And yes, up to 95% of the profits are yours. Wondering, how's that even possible? Well, we selectively copy trades from top performing traders in live markets. That's how we generate profits. Whether we copy yours or not, you still get your share. While most firms take days to pay, Hola Prime is the industry's first to do it in under 1 hour. Yes, every payout is processed in less than 60 minutes. It's a win-win. You bring the skill, we bring the capital, speed, and support, including one-on-one coaching. Take the trading challenge. Get funded.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops a discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time,
All right.
Hey.
Coach Troy. Okay.
What's going on?
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Had a
No
fun,
worries. Sound
had
like you're
fun
having
little,
a great conversation.
Did you catch any of it?
I didn't catch but just a couple of pieces here and there. Looked like it was going really well, and then having some technical difficulties sharing a screen. It happens, right?
He just got on. He just got on right then. So we spent the whole like 45 minutes trying to get him even up and on. So yeah, and I was trying to push this thing back because they wanted to keep it going. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We're here. Let's try to get 15 minutes in of questions for our subscribers and viewers. And yeah, I don't see any questions, but I just typed in that we were coming back. Oh, okay, here we go. Aziz, thank you, Aziz, for putting in a question for us. If you could only teach one psychology rule to new traders, what would it be? Ooh-wee. There's so many. I mean, I think patience is probably something that'll really benefit. On a day like today, I haven't been very patient, but because you can watch and it gives you a chance to see things develop. And when you're new and you're starting out, you don't have a lot of screen time and exposure to the markets and all of that. So being patient is good because it allows you and forces you to be observant. And then you can take notes, and then you can write down things that maybe you recognize as patterns or things that are of interest to you, which may eventually become an advantage or an edge, right? But if you're if you're in a rush to just kind of jump into the action, you could just as easily get wiped out or lose all your money or lose most of it. And then trading is not a reality for you for the next foreseeable future, or at least for a while. So being patient is good because it, It allows you to observe the market and be here and wait for maybe a good opportunity that you may see as a good opportunity. You're not going to know everything in the beginning, but I don't know. I think that's a pretty psychological.
Yeah, I would add, I agree. Patience is definitely part of the equation. I think I used to work for a company that sold indicators, and um, one of the things that we found was that when a person purchased an indicator, they would trade it until they had 3 consecutive losses. If they had 3 consecutive losses, they would literally throw the indicator away. And I think patience is part of that. Instead of throwing it away after 3 trades, you have to be able to understand that this is a long long game, and that you have to have a large enough sample size to make a legitimate decision. So if you have 3 losing trades on any method, moving average crossover, if it is your method, if you have 3 losing trades in a row, that's big enough sample size to be able to say this doesn't work. And so be patient, give the method a chance to be successful. Remember that when you're 80% right, that means that you're 20% wrong. Now, if you're looking at a group of 100 trades, that means you'd be right for 80 trades and you'd be wrong for 20 trades. Now, if that happens that those 20 trades, God help us, are back to back, right?
Yeah,
they're back to back. It doesn't mean that your system sucks. It just means you happen to be in the 20%, right? So this is where, again, maybe this is another spin to the patience. Be patient. Remember that consistency is really important, and that you need to do the same trade more than 3 times or more than 3 losers to really determine whether it works or not. I would say a sample size of no less than 20 trades is a minimum. And really, honestly, the longer we do this, Daryl and I both know that it's not about even 20, it's about 100 trades. After you've done 100 trades, then you statistically have enough numbers where you can say, yeah, this works, or no, this doesn't work. But if you're at 10 trades and you've got, 10 losers, you could still be in that, 20%, right? And you'll be throwing out a 80% system, right? Where if you just stuck in there a little bit longer, always remember that losing is part of the game. So you can't take it personally. From a psychology perspective, I never take a loss personal. What does it mean? It means the market didn't agree with me. That's all it means. For that particular moment in time, the market didn't agree with me. Big deal. Moving on. Let's hope we get on the same page, right? So I think a new trader wants to win so badly in the beginning that they overemphasize those wins and or those losses as well. And a lot of people flounder because they're jumping from one method to another method to another method, and they never really learn the first method or the second method, right? And they don't get to take advantage of the 70% because they lose 3 times and they throw it away. So that's my 2 cents.
No, I think that's fantastic because it's so true. And I think I was doing that in my early years too, because I probably went back full circle after reading a bunch of books and really kind of taking it more seriously and studying. And I started hearing how the professionals did it. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. 20 trades or 30 trades is not a proper sample size. You need 100 or 200 or 300 to really kind of gauge the law of statistics, right? And to know what you have. And now this is also where how active as a trader you are could maybe benefit or hurt you a little, because if you're someone who takes, a few trades a month, it's going to take you a year or so to build up enough sample size to know if you really have an edge or if a certain methodology or structure works for you. If you're someone who takes a lot of trades intraday or several trades a week, you're going to build that up quicker. And that's where the patience has to come in, and other things too, because you just have to recognize if that's your style or your psychological makeup to wait for better trades and trade less, there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely not at all. But just understand it will take you a little more time to build up to know whether you have something really good right under your nose. It's like acres of diamonds, right? Like Earl Nightingale always talks about. You're digging in your farm, in your field, and you're looking for diamonds, and you give up, and you realize you're only a couple shovels scoops away from hitting the jackpot and striking all the diamonds in the biggest diamond field in Africa, and you just give up and you go another place because I'll go to something else. You got to kind of have to stick it out a little bit. And I would also say, please add to that.
I was just going to say this opens the can of worms for back testing. And when I say back testing, I don't mean computer back testing. I mean where you go back and you, on a Saturday, you go back and you replay the week, and maybe you play it on 2 or 3 times normal real-time speed, so it's moving faster, so that you can experience 40 trades in a week instead of just 1 or 2 every day. You can go back and experience. Cool. You get a faster replay. You can experience, when I back test something, I go back maybe 50 or 100 days. So there's no way I can remember what happened on that day. And then I'll play it.
Of course not.
24 hours for, play back the machine, the machine's playing back, and you're taking trades, and you acquire a big chunk of trades, and you can say, okay, I did 100 trades. It took me 3 hours to do that over 12, 14 days of data. Now let's see what statistics we have. So you can sometimes shortcut that by doing some back testing.
Yes.
But you want to make sure the back testing is real as possible. So, go back far enough where you can't remember if it was an up day or a down day, and really follow your rules. And then whatever those statistics are, it can at least assist you in tabulating whether or not this system works or it doesn't work. So you can't. So even if you're only doing 1 or 2 or 3 trades a day, or even a week, if you do that back testing, you can acquire a large amount of samples by doing the back testing. There's lots of different back testing softwares out there, that anyone can either subscribe to and or purchase. So.
Correct.
It's not a huge deal.
Nope, that's a great point. That's a very, very good point. And I would also add, this whole question is such a all-encompassing situation, because the psychology has so much to do with, with everything in life, but certainly with trading. And I would say, don't get caught up in what other traders are doing or what other fake traders are doing that you'll see online. You'll see all these supposed, freaking wannabe billionaire traders that are lying through their teeth, that they can't make money for their life, but they're showing a persona, they're acting, and they're renting this lifestyle on Instagram or YouTube or whatever to make it look like they're just super successful. There's no way some 17-year-old kid with acne is making 50 million a year. I don't care. Come on. It's like, give me a freaking break. Don't fall for this crap. These guys, and they rent the yacht for an hour. They rent the jet, which happens to be on the tarmac in the hangar. It hasn't even left. There's no pilot rented. They're just like literally sitting in there with lights. They got a couple of girls who are like the hottest friends that came over to dress up for them and make it look like they're the girlfriend. The whole thing's the whole charade, man. Don't fall for this crap, guys. This is, and if you see, I know it's hard here. Like we have some very successful traders with Hola Prime that get on the chat, and they love to give us updates of how they're trading during the day. And we love that too as coaches. But, don't try not to compare like, oh, so-and-so's up made this much today or this and that. Trade within yourself. these are other guys that have been trading a long, long time. There's guys here that are trading Forex. There's guys that are trading crypto. There's guys that are trading futures. They're just throwing a number out. Honestly, I haven't verified if the number is real or not either. I'm just saying, oh, congratulations. How do I know? Some guy says I made $1,500 today. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not going to dispute it, right? But don't fall into the trap of saying, oh my God, this guy's killing it and I'm down $85. I really need to push to try to catch him. It's just, that's not advisable at all. You trade within yourself, take baby steps, try to get consistent, try to live to come back another day, try to keep your losses small, all the things we talk about. That's what we need to focus on in the beginning. And you'll get there.
Remember, green.
You really will get there.
Green is good.
Green is great.
It'll be $1.
Even $1.
$1.
Yes.
That's more than you had before.
Yes.
Right?
That's right.
And you should only focus on green. And, you know, if you have a red day, you want to make that red day as small as possible so that it's easier to get that money back. So, but focus on the greens. And, you know, somebody will say, well, I traded 100 times and I'm only up $5. Doesn't matter. You got screen time, you got experience, and you were green. That's a bonus. Most people have to pay tuition, okay? So the market's the biggest tuition grinder ever. You're gonna just pay out tuition until you learn how to play, right? Until you learn the game. And so you want to be able to survive the learning curve. I say this all the time, survive the learning curve. And that means you have to have capital to trade after you get through the learning curve because you're paying tuition, you know? It is what it is. So green is good. Focus on the positives and don't ever compare yourself to others because they don't have the same setup. They don't have the same brain that you do, and you have to make it yours. It has to be yours and yours alone. Otherwise, you'll just be copying someone else and you'll never be able to learn it yourself.
So true and very well said, Coach Troy. I will say this because we're going to cut our segment here off or we reach time, but I wanted to say one more thing about capital. Coach Troy just mentioned about, you know, you want to really preserve your capital. You want to just make sure we're green, but capital comes in two forms in trading. It comes in mental capital and it comes in, you know, in currency capital, right? So the mental capital is important as well. You want to make sure that you're grounded. This all has to do with what we just talked about, but, you know, making sure that you play the game right, you're surviving, try to get green. If not, try to keep your losses as small as possible and come back and just have a gratitude, be gracious for the situation you're in, that you're able to learn how to trade. And if you can do it well, it could be the greatest thing for you. So don't rush. There's no race, you know. You can do way more damage if you lose a lot of money and take 10 years to get it back versus taking your time to get there in 3. Okay. Just think of where you'll be if you take nice methodical advances every so often. Anyway, so we will be back. Coach Troy and myself, along with Coach Paul and Coach Adelina, we will be back in 30 minutes, back to live trading. So please come back and join us and appreciate the questions, you guys. And yeah, Batnol, nice to see you in the chat. Thanks for being here. Aziz is welcome. Great question. And we will see you guys in a short bit. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach Daryl.
Thanks, Troy.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Coach here, and in this video we'll talk about the exchanges and some of the players in the futures market. So the first thing that we need to understand is that there are two distinct, although there's some subcategories, types of traders that are involved in futures markets. The first one is a hedger. So a hedger is somebody who has a product for sale or needs to buy a product in the future and looking to lock in a price. So for example, if you are Coca-Cola and you need to buy sugar, there is a sugar futures market that you can buy sugar out into the future so you know exactly what it will cost you. Those are people who are either going to take delivery, in other words, the actual sugar itself, or they are looking to hedge their exposure. So in the first video, I mentioned something about farmers and agricultural products. So for example, I have 80 acres of corn planted, and I am concerned that perhaps the price will drop. So what I do is I go in and I hedge my risk. I sell whatever the number of contracts of corn that would be the same as my field, or something close to it, some type of percentage. And that way, if price does drop, when I go to sell the corn on the open market, although it's coming in cheaper than I originally thought, I will have made money by shorting the contract. Conversely, if I buy corn contracts, I'm expecting perhaps price to move higher. And that way, if I already have corn locked in somewhere at a specific price with a written contract, I can, for example, let's just say I'm selling it at $6 a unit and price goes up to $9. Well, that contract, I can't just change that. But if the price goes up to $9, I then get the difference in the futures contracts and collect the $3 from over there and $6 from the actual customer. Now, granted, these are very simplistic examples, but it gives you an idea of what happens in the hedging part of the market. And the hedging part of the market is what started everything at the exchanges. It was originally all about cattle in Chicago. Then I think wheat and corn came next. But the cattle market was a big deal. The slaughterhouses in Chicago, of course, were a major part of why that became such a big city, as beef, live cattle came in from the western part of the United States to feed the eastern part of the United States. There had to be a way to conduct business. You can take delivery, and that is different in the sense that if I buy silver right now at $34 an ounce because I use a lot of silver, and if it rises to 39, as long as I keep that deliverable contract, it doesn't matter. That's what I pay. There will be a place where you can meet up with people who owe a certain amount of silver to a certain amount of buyers, and they actually physically exchange. That is not something that happens very often unless you're a huge corporation. Now, speculators, of course, are just simply going to be trying to make money up and down. They're traders. That's all they are. Speculators allow for an efficient market because there aren't always producers or consumers of an asset jumping into the market at any one particular spot. But there are people like you, people like me, who are willing to buy and short silver, gold, whatever, and try to make money off of it. It allows for the markets to move freely. Speaking of the markets, there are a couple of exchanges you need to be aware of. There is the CME Group. Chicago Mercantile Exchange was the beginning, and it has since branched out. It's a lot like the stock market world, where the New York Stock Exchange isn't just the New York Stock Exchange anymore. There's a bunch of conglomerate companies. Same things happen in the futures markets. So you have the Chicago Merc, or the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the Chicago Board of Trade, the New York Mercantile Exchange, the Commodity Exchange, or the COMEX, and those are your four really big ones in the CME group. So these will include equity index futures, S&P 500, Nasdaq 100, and the Dow Jones, for example. The Chicago Board of Trade is Treasuries, Euro, Dollar, SOFR, which we do not offer here at Hola Prime. The NYMEX, the New York Mercantile Exchange, offers energy. The COMEX is basically metal. The agricultural commodities are CME as well. The CME group is by far the largest futures market in the United States, and one of, if not the biggest one, in the entire planet. So there are other exchanges that exist out there. So for example, there's the ICE, or the Intercontinental Exchange. It features basically on the Hola Prime platform, the Russell 2000 index. It's its main financial futures. But there is the Brent market, which is not offered. And then there's softs like coffee, cocoa, cotton, orange juice. And then the Dixie, or the US dollar index. There is the CBOE futures exchange, including the VIX and other smaller contracts that involve trading overall. 95% of what you're trading here is going to be in the CME group. The CME group is a behemoth in this industry, and therefore that's really what you're looking at. Again, you don't have to worry about this because I'll show you on the platform what the difference is. So here we are on the Project X platform again, and I'll show you when you go in and you search for a product, you'll notice it doesn't say anything at all about the exchange. So for example, let's go to soybeans, and full disclosure, the market is closed at the moment, so it's not moving. We just closed a little while ago, but we just flip right over to the soybeans market and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Then we can go to the COMEX and get gold pricing. Again, they're all part of the same group. It's all being integrated. But there's also the Russell. So the RTY. Russell 2000 is over at the ICE, or the Intercontinental Exchange. Again, makes no difference. You can see that we are settling for the day here right before the close in this market. So it's pretty quiet, but there are trades being made. In other words, you really don't have to worry about such things as the exchange that it's on. It's all centrally routed into your platform. So doesn't really matter. You won't notice the difference. And in fact, as somebody who's been trading futures for several years now, I don't even think about it.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hello and welcome back to another Hola Prime Futures training video. My name is Chris Lewis. I am the head futures trainer here at Hola Prime Futures. And in this video, we'll talk about some very basic concepts, key terminology for futures traders, so that you can learn to speak the jargon and understand the very basics of the world that you are trading in. Okay, so you can see that I have the Project X platform up, and the first thing you'll notice is nothing's moving, and that's the first term that I want you to be aware of. It's not the weekend. The markets are technically open, at least for the day, but there's an hour that starts at 4 o'clock in Chicago, 5 o'clock in New York, well, they do what is known as settlement. Now, settlement can mean a couple of different things, but in the case of what you're dealing with, it is a cash settlement. It is more or less a time of the day that they match up the orders and decide that trader A owes trader B or whoever $1,700, and this one may owe $2 million, and this one may be expecting $800,000. Whatever the situation is, this gives the exchange the ability to move payments, because you must understand that retail traders aren't going to have any type of credit. Basically, you have an account, and if you blow it up during the trading session, then it's gone. You don't have to worry about this, but that's why the market closes for an hour. Furthermore, you can also start to talk about the other types of settlement, which, of course, the first one is physical that you can think of. Now, physical is basically, for example, if you buy oil and you want to take physical delivery, that is a settlement as well. You go to Cushing, Oklahoma, they drop off a certain amount of oil, you get the contract, you pay for it, or the exchange is financially done ahead of time, I would assume, and then you take your X amount of barrels of oil away. Again, not something you need to worry about. This allows the futures markets to basically mark to market. So when you see at the end of the day that oil was up 1.6%, well, what they mean is at 4 o'clock in Chicago, the futures markets shut down. They were 1.6% higher than they were the previous day. The next thing is tick size, and tick size is going to be based on the contract that you're trading. So for example, I have the Russell 2000 in front of you. It happens to be a $5 tick size. So every time we move, it's $5. This is different for most contracts. For example, gold is 10, micro gold is $1. So $10, $1 difference. Remember, the micro contracts are a tenth of the size of the full contracts. The S&P 500, the ES, the E mini S&P 500, the one that most commonly is traded, is $12.50. Natural gas is $10, unless, of course, you're trading micro natural gas, which is $1. The currency markets, a lot of them are $6.25, but it just depends on the one you're dealing with. If you have any questions, the information can be found on the CME Group website. It's very easy to find, very common. For that matter, you can just Google what is the tick value in CL, for example, which would be the light sweet crude oil market. Now, commonly used interchangeably with tick value is point value. You'll see that, tick size, etc. They're all the same thing. It is worth noting that a tick is just the smallest amount an asset can move. So in the case of the Russell 2000 here, it is a tenth of a point. It is going to be different in other markets. So for example, let's go to silver. Silver will be different. And you'll notice it's half a cent. So $37.62.5. One tick higher is $37.63, and so on. Leverage is something that is determined by the exchange and not Hola Prime, and it does change. So understand that leverage is just the amount of an asset you can control for the margin that you put up. So margin being, for example, $2,000, and you get to control $20,000 worth of something, that would be 10 times leverage. It's a lot like the Forex world. It's not any different, really. The only difference here is Hola Prime does not have the ability to change the margin. It is determined at a central exchange. So, for example, sometimes when a market really takes off or really melts down, they will increase the margin because of the fear of disaster for blowing accounts out. Remember, every time you buy something, there has to be a counterparty, and they don't want people blowing up left and right and have some type of major financial crisis on their hands. So margin, again, you can find that at the CME group. They will be very prominently listed per asset that you're looking at. So for example, if you're looking at copper, it'll give you all of the latest information on that website. The biggest thing to take away from here is that not only are there key terms, but again, they are somewhat interchangeable. So for example, tick size, point value, I've heard point size, I've heard margin, I've heard dollar per tick. There's just a lot of different things that you hear, and you find out it's really only a couple of things. And again, all of this information is on the CME group website, and I do encourage you to look at it because, quite frankly, if you have, in this case, a $50,000 account, well, you only have $50,000 worth of margin. And you may find that, for example, silver asks quite a bit right now, and maybe more than you anticipated. So CME Group Financial Services, you can go to there and you can see that you're on the website. So let's go ahead and take a look at the markets, and let's just take a look at corn. Why not? So the overview, it tells you that 350,000 contracts are traded per day. It is the most liquid and active market in grains in the agricultural section. You click on margins, and it will tell you maintenance margin is $1,050. So at this point in time, that is your margin, but you can also see that it just depends on when. You can see how it's gone up. It was 600 at one point. You can look at specs, and it'll give you each contract is 5,000 bushels. It's in US cents. The times it's open, the letter codes, you'll be looking at CME Globex. There are other routing possibilities on other platforms. You can see that it goes through the price limits. This is something a little bit different in futures. There are certain limits on particular products that they will shut down the market for a certain amount of time. So for example, if you are looking at, let's just say block cheese futures, very bizarre and out there type of market, but you can see 7.5 cents gets people the current daily price limit, and they will shut it down. And each market is a little bit different. It'll cool it off for 15 minutes in some cases, and other times they'll just shut it down for the day. It just depends on what it is. Let's find a little bit more common one. Okay, so this is your reference price for enhanced delivery futures. Again, that's not you. Micro gold futures, you can see that depending on the month, these are the reference price, and where you have a circuit breaker. Again, depending on the market, the circuit breaker does change. Equity index, this might be a little bit more easy to read. Let's see. So the 2000, well, let's just do these are all the growth index. These are some of the smaller ones. What you want to find is the actual major industrial average index futures for the Dow Jones. That tells you all the levels that they will stop it out if it hits. It changes every day. It's a certain percentage, so you don't really need to know that. But the one thing that you don't want to do is get caught in a position where you are limit down or limit up and you're on the wrong side of the trade. That limit gets hit, it kicks off the circuit breakers, and there have been times in the past, very rare, but it does happen, where a market goes limit down, for example, whatever that happens to be, maybe 7% that day. And then the next day it opens up, and it opens up limit down because there's a flood of orders. You do not want to get caught in that, so do be aware that it can happen. Very, very unlikely to happen. And of course, there are some protections on the platform. So going back to the platform, you will see when you enter a position, it will say ask price, bid size, blah, blah, blah. You can change the DOM to show P&L column or hide it. It'll say, you know, in for example, silver, it'd be $25 each time. So it'll say 25, 50, 75, 100, and so on. And just make sure you know what you're getting into before you start pressing buttons. It's very easy to find all of this information. It's all on the website, and you can reference that to get all of the latest information for the products that you are trading. You should get used to using that website. It's a wealth of knowledge, and it will guide you through your journey as a futures trader.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
In this video, we'll be talking about a very simple trend following strategy, which I call the rainbow strategy. Now, full disclosure, there's not a lot revolutionary about it, but what it is would be a trend following strategy that employs several moving averages, and it gives you an idea as to where the market goes. It has a clear set of rules, when to get out, when to get in, etc. And as a result, it does make it rather simple. So the first thing I would say is that you can do whatever variation you want, but in this video, what I'm going to do is use 4 moving averages, the 10, 20, 30, and 40, exponential moving average, to give you an idea of how to do this. Now, you can use whatever moving average you want. It all pretty much works the same. Although I would say you want to use a wide band. You don't want, for example, 5, 7, 9, 11, because it would be too tight. You want to see when the market has truly shown which direction the momentum is going. So in front of you, you have the Australian dollar versus US dollar 1 hour chart, and you can see that there are 4 moving averages on the chart. And like I said, in my example, I will use the 10, the 20, the 30, and the 40 exponential moving average. The red is the 10, the orange is the 20, the green is the 30, and the blue is the 40. As you can see, there are times when all 4 moving averages move in the same direction and spread out quite nicely. There are also times where they cross each other. So the question then becomes, how do you use this? It's pretty straightforward, really. What you are looking for is an area where the moving averages start to spread out like you see here on the chart, and you trade in that direction. It's really that simple. Now, when do you get out? Well, you let the market tell you, and that's one of the better parts of this trading strategy. What you're waiting for is the, in this case, 10, the shortest moving average, to cross below the longest moving average, in this case 40, to tell you when to get out. So the Australian dollar started to give you a signal at 0.6619 or so, and over time you started to see these moving averages spread out quite nicely. At 0.6738, the 10 exponential moving average finally crossed below the 40 exponential moving averages. So you can see that it kept you into the market for quite some time, and basically you just let the moving averages tell you when it was time to get out. So when you enter a trade, you don't really have a target. You want to squeeze it for every last pip that you think you can. And one of the nice things about this type of system is that it is mechanical. You don't have to think much about it. Now, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. One of the problems that you can run into is that there are choppy times. For example, here at the 0.6613 level, about 24 hours before the trade that we just ran through, the 10 exponential moving average started to separate from the others, and you would have had a buy signal. However, about 20 hours later, it crossed over, and you probably took, in this case, about a 5-pip loss. In other words, it is most certainly a trend following system, and that's the one thing that you will have to keep in mind. However, one of the biggest advantages is that it doesn't require a whole lot of thought. And in fact, if you understand how to make an expert advisor, you can program it to just run it for you. And of course, you could change the parameters. So let's take a look at something a little bit more exotic. Why don't we take a look at the New Zealand dollar, Japanese yen? Now notice there are big movements in this pair. You will have times where things get a little volatile like this, and although you will have had a little bit of a gain, you will find yourself going in and out. So you do need to know your environment. That is one thing that I would say. But there are also times where, for example, here on July 17th, the New Zealand dollar started to rally against the Japanese yen, and the two exponential moving averages crossed, but the 10 exponential moving average did not cross the 40 exponential moving average. So although it was very close, this would have kept you in this trade. And that's the idea of using 4, or some people will even use 5 moving averages, keep you in the trade as long as possible. That could have shaken you out if you would have had, say, just the 10 exponential moving average and the 20 exponential moving average on board. This is a huge move because when this started, it was 98.27 yen was the price. And we didn't see the 10 exponential moving average break back above the 40 exponential moving average until we got down to roughly 90.58. So a huge and massive trade. And that's pretty much how this strategy works. It collects huge profits, a lot of little misses. The fact that you have 4 moving averages mean that things that have to line up a little bit better than they do when you get a simple moving average crossover system. So it does keep some of the false signals back. Now, you can see that most recently we've seen
All right,
Hello,
welcome
everybody.
back, everyone.
Hello.
How's
All right.
everybody been?
What's with
How was your
Anybody
break,
make any
guys?
trades?
My break was non-existent. I had no break. I had like no break. We were trying to do all kinds of stuff that never worked out. But anyway, I'm back with you guys, which is much more fun. I much more enjoy this than what I had to do. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Markets have, somewhat been quiet. We did have that down move that occurred essentially between 1 o'clock, 1:15, and what we're seeing now. So, but a lot of sideways action as of the last 30 minutes. So really just kind of wait until something pops out of me here.
I need to call Sam and tell him that his prognosis is done now. What happened to his big rip up? He's like, oh, Nasdaq's going all-time highs.
No,
it's
he
going.
actually
I'm telling
said
you,
it's going to go all-time highs, and it will never touch the low. It did not touch the low yet. So
look at you.
He can still be right.
Honest. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I know he's right because he and I talked about this on Prime Market Recap yesterday, and I told him the same thing. He thinks it's going to go higher before. It could turn down, but he thinks it's going to go higher at some point first. And we're not. And it wasn't an intraday deal. So you're right. It was more like a swing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're and the ES has been kind of selling off but consolidating for a bit, and we're not at the overnight low, but we're kind of hanging right above it. So maybe we'll get to the overnight low before the session's over, and then and then that means we covered the we pierced through the overnight high and the overnight low, but we will not. Well, God, I hope not. We hope we don't get to the bottom of yesterday's RTH low. That would be a pretty big sell-off to have an engulfing day down to 63.72 or so. Oof, that would be.
That would be.
That would have to be like a 75-point move. Yeah.
I don't think it'd be great for Troy. But
it'd be good for me. I get in on it too. I'll jump in on that thing too. But I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know where we go.
Gold is dying right now. Gold
really
got up to 30. Yeah, it just got up to 36.40 like 20 minutes ago, and it in the last like 15 minutes it's dropped off like $12 an ounce. So a very grindy up move for gold to get from like 36.20 to 36.40, and then just within a matter of like 15 minutes it's given up a solid $12 an ounce. So anybody who was able to catch that that short move right here, especially in the last 6 to 7 minutes, man, that's a profitable one for anybody who was able to catch that. But
look at that thing.
That's
jeez,
just a dive, quick dive.
Yeah, I didn't check the news. I mean, what Kashkari is saying? He's not. What these guys
gold
are
is
talking
this?
about,
$107,000. What is this? Gold. I
don't know.
Boy,
Daryl, XRP. The headline comes out 6 minutes ago. XRP price poised to rally on easing U.S. regulations. Well, not a whole lot's going to help me out at this point, but
you're at 285. You're at 285 as of now. I just looked.
I've actually been buying like a little bit as it's dipped. I've averaged out to a lot lower than when I originally bought out at, so that's good. But yeah,
what did you get in at? Like 4 or something?
No. The high is like 360. I got in at like 330 or something to start, and then
okay.
And I've averaged down
That's not
or
that
whatever.
bad.
But it's like I'm playing with small bills. I'm playing with $10 bills and stuff. I'm not actually doing anything crazy. So
all right, let's see. We get a little sell off here. We're gonna get to the overnight low. What's our time? 11:37. Yeah. We got a lot of liquidity below here, but I'm going to go short. I'll go short.
Man, I want to be short gold right now. My goodness, this looks like it's just got no end. People are just starting to liquidate.
I'm wondering why. 19 minutes
Well,
ago.
I was just gonna
fresh records as Fed cuts, bets grow.
profit taking. I think. I don't know. I mean, there's no real explanation.
Cash
I don't know
car,
why the
I'm
market does
confident
half the
Fed,
stuff it does. I know.
independent Fed can
He wrote-
control inflation pressures. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, but he said a whole lot of crap, man. I mean, I started to go back to it. Yeah, Fed is not done with work to bring inflation back to 2%. Inflation is still too high, but the labor market is showing signs of cooling. The Fed is getting into a tricky situation with mandates. Yeah, no crap, dude. Data suggests the economy is slowing and moving to a soft landing. Goods inflation is rising because of tariffs. I mean, what the hell? We need to watch tariff-related inflation to see if it's persistent. Yeah, he's just going on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Traders now seeing a 98% chances of a quarter basic points cut. 91 minute, no, 19 minutes ago. 98. Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
It's probably a combination of him just saying that he's not forecasting a recession anymore and that the inflation pressures will be controlled. And now people are like, okay, I can unload my gold to stop being as, assuming that he has weight, his words have weight. So that just might be a quick little.
I think so. I think it's selling off a little bit because they're thinking now if we cut rates, right, that's not good for gold. And, but long term, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Gold's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Gold's one of the only good investments right now.
Right.
All right, let's see. Can we get to the overnight low? Come on. You almost got there. Yeah. So we are going to, I know we're going to try to do a giveaway in this segment, but we need to make sure that we have new people here because we need to make sure we award it to someone who hasn't won. I think Batnell is new, and you were with Troy and I for Ask the Experts. So that was cool. Chris is here. What's he saying? Wrong reading.
Yeah, I see Chris.
Yeah. See, I know. Yeah. Kashkari's at the wrong meeting for sure, dude. He's yeah. Jackson Hole was a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right, Chris. Fed could do nothing but fail, of course. I know. Oh boy. Yes, Chris. I haven't won either, buddy. You and I both. Let's get it together.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my God. Tom says gold is going down because cattle's going back up. Since
yes,
the New York morning session ended, the people are trusting the beef, baby. Show me the beef. Where's the beef? Aziz.
Aziz
is here. Good job.
Aziz, we know you're here. I saw you.
I think he wants to win.
Sad.
Yeah.
I get sad when we get into the afternoon session because all the ag stuff, can't be traded anymore because it's all done at 2 or 2:30 or whatever, what have you. So it's a little part of me dies in the afternoon.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anybody in a trade? Daryl?
Yeah, I'm short.
Let's get you on screen.
I'm short. I haven't even put my stop. Look at that. I've been chatting. I haven't even moved anything.
So interesting to
Coming
watch you
back
trade.
against me. Why? To watch me trade?
Yeah. I'm I'm curious. What is he now?
Anything.
Short,
I
long?
said it and I forget it. I changed like the weather. I just, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder when the volume is really going to start picking up. Is it going to be the next? I would assume in the next week or so, we should see volume really picking up here.
So. I would think so. Yeah. Now that we're in September, kind of back.
Yeah.
The reason that I got short Adelina versus, I mean, I changed all the time, but I mean, I'm kind of joking about I change like the weather, but I mean, I do change because this profile, we're now down at the bottom and we've been consolidating. So this little purple band I drew here, that is just, you know, this is just, we've been consolidating here since basically 10:30. What? So 10:30 for me, 45 minutes roughly, or a half hour anyway. And we're at this, we're building this high volume node. It's not the point of control, but it's a high volume right here in the middle. And obviously the more time we spend going up and down, right, through these little rotations, we're just building up this little profile. And once you get below this high volume and you start to come to the outer edge, okay, I just got stopped out, then it could go further. So that's why I got short. I wasn't, you know, I could go long on the outer to play into the point of control, but I just don't know if it wants to rip up, but who knows? It could now. I'm also looking at other, I'm not just looking here, I'm looking at a heat map and other stuff that shows me additional information that made me want to go short. But now, full disclosure, I just haphazardly moved my stop and I got taken. I should have probably put it outside here because watch this thing come up here and stay within this little purple, stay right within our little rotation area and then just come roll back down. Just do its little thing. And then I wouldn't even have to have gotten out, but that's okay.
We do have we have the overnight low at 64.25.5. So yeah, we're kind of we almost touched it. Yeah, almost touched that.
That's what I was playing. That's what I was also playing, Adelina, the overnight low, which is right here in the orange. My little line there. Yep.
Which coincidentally, the overnight low lines up with yesterday's value area high. So, so you know, there could be some relative support in that area.
Retest.
Where, So
come back and then bounce off. May not trade through it though. Like you said, could be support.
Yeah, who know? Or exactly. It could either support it or get, you know, eventually maybe later on in the session we just see when we see the volume pick up, market on close or something comes in and just, you know, floors us through it or whatever. But who knows?
Yeah,
right now.
Yep. Exactly. Hey, Scalp King, welcome back. Don't worry, man. Work comes first. You got to work. You got to pay the bills. We get it.
Definitely.
All right. Let's see here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck in no man's land here between the ES and Nasdaq and whatnot. I don't really see much of a trade for me at the moment. I kind of just have to keep looking, see if I can't get into gold or something. But unfortunately, it's on the hands at the moment for me. I kind of want to get short gold. It just kind of did a little pop up here. I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, let's go to your screen.
Short gold.
Yeah. That thing looks like a conveyor belt. It looks like a conveyor belt, and it just goes. You know, stuff's falling right off the edge of it. It's crazy.
So true.
Totally. Yeah, look at that.
Trying
so
to
crazy.
Like the problem with the gold move is like it feels like you're just stepping in front of a train a lot of the time. Like last night was terrible for me on the quiet markets. It was rough to deal with between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. Eastern. But I can get into a couple of I'll get into a couple of micros here for the sake of putting something on. See if we can't, we'll have a tight stop. See if we can't do the down leg, but I'm not going to put on any massive position size necessarily. I'm basically right above this 50 period moving average or EMA on the 5 minute. So if we blow through it, then fine. Take my $52 loss and, be done with it. But now, what might be the case here with gold is that after all those headlines came out, people sold it off. And then once the headlines were done, now people are like, okay, back to normal. And then just buys it all back up and we go back and we make another high on the day here. So I wouldn't be surprised at that either, to be quite honest.
Yeah, the buy the dip mentality, it hasn't left.
Yeah.
It's the theme. It's been the theme for 3 years, maybe more even. Probably since COVID, really.
Yeah, right.
I'm not joking. It's crazy.
No, I agree. Totally oh, yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. People just, Tesla's selling off. Well, buy it. Oh, okay. Nvidia, buy it. Everything, buy it. Just whatever goes down. They don't care about anything. Just forget fundamentals, forget whatever. Just buy. Bitcoin drops, buy everything. It's just been crazy.
Oh, man.
True.
All right.
Come on, gold. Drop for me.
So let's see. This may sit here for 10 minutes in the ES. It's just in that consolidation that we were. It may just sit here till we get into power hour, and then it may do something. But I still know what you're saying, Paul, with that value area high kind of support level. But yeah, we can go through it too. But it could also, it could also hold up.
Oh yeah, we could definitely to the downside. I could totally see that level breaking because that's the volume value area high, whereas the time value area high would technically be 34.16, and then obviously point of control, depending on what method you're using for point of control, it could be between 64.12 and 64.08, or honestly, because of yesterday's distribution being so elongated in the middle there, it could really be the point of control could be anywhere between 64.03 and 64.14, which is hilarious. But
I know.
But yeah. All right, look at the gold.
Let's switch back to me real quick. I'll just I want to point something out from the overnight because we're back. Oh, did it? Should we go back
just
to
started
you?
making the move. No, it's fine. I'm just kidding.
Are you
I'm
in
joking.
So I'm
in a short still. But yeah, I'll update everybody.
Well, so real quick, this is yesterday's ramp up, right? After we closed, we I think like the point of control was where we kind of closed the what time was this? Yeah, this is like 1 o'clock for me. So this is like 4 o'clock for you guys. Eastern yesterday. So we closed here, cash close. ES just ripped. We didn't know why at first. Then we found out it was Google and the judge kind of decisions, right? So this thing kept ramping up and all the way to 2 o'clock my time, 5 o'clock New York, which is, or 4 o'clock Chicago when the futures day is done. We finished at the high day. And then, an hour later, New Zealand, Australia opens up, right? Asia session. Had a little sell-off, profit taking to be expected. What did we come down to? We came down to yesterday's point of control, but it was also really the close of the day, if you want to call it the 4 p.m. close, right? And here, this is 11 o'clock p.m. my time, 12 midnight, 11 o'clock p.m. for me, which is when Frankfurt opens up. We get a rip. I didn't trade any of this. I'm just seeing this. We get a rip, starts to sell back down. Boom, right here. This is now midnight. London opens up. Go all the way up all night long. It just kept going up into London. And then this is like US session open right here. We chopped around and we went up. So it's so funny. Now we're back down to where we were when London opened up last night, and Frankfurt were like at the bottom of the overnight deal, and right back down to where we closed yesterday. Like literally, like we're getting close to it. So I'm not saying it has to rhyme or it has to do anything. It's just interesting how things are. It's just kind of how things set up sometimes. You know, you just look at this and let me go this way. Get a better idea. I mean, yesterday was we had a lot of travel yesterday. It was a big day, so it's not going to show all this profile, but yeah, it's interesting. So
yeah.
We'll move this down here and reverse it. Now we got a base or support, if you will. So I have to see what happens here, and it's like 5 more minutes to power hour. And if we can push down through, if we can get down through this liquidity that's sitting here, then we may be able to come back down, maybe this low volume or so, but maybe we don't. And maybe we come right back up again. I don't know. I try not to really predict. I just expect randomness. I don't know. Wait and see.
Yeah. So. Gold is ruthless right now. It is whipping like
let's
crazy.
Let's go back. I want to see gold. Let's go back.
I'm probably going to get stopped out, to be quite honest. We can switch back to mine, and then it is just. Dude, you're right. It looks like it wants to. It looks like it wants to dive, and then it just whips right back up in literally less than 30 seconds. It goes up $2.50 an ounce. It's just, this is not for the faint of heart. For sure. You need to have a decent, and I'm just trading 2 micros for the sake of at least being.
I was gonna say this is micro. This is not GC.
Yeah. So if you're in the mini contracts right now, you just have to be very careful, because you can easily be out, $200, $300 within 10 seconds. So if you're on the wrong side of it, so just be careful with the gold right now. It is very volatile. I'm going to hold on to this. I'm going to keep the stop where it needs to be, above the 50 period for myself. If it's able to, make its drop to back down to this kind of base area. What's odd and funny, like we were talking about earlier, the H patterns, this looks like it's preemptively trying to form that type of pattern right now, which will be hilarious if I'm in this and that's what it forms to be. And I'll be wanting to get out definitely before it gets anywhere past 120 or 36.25 ish. That's probably where I'll want to be out of this. So in case it reverses back up very quickly, which it definitely could do.
Yeah. And where did you enter? At that?
So my entry time was, let me look at my market order. So 247.35. So 247. So right here, I can.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
After that blue.
Right there.
Oh.
That's where
Yeah. Which is, that's not a bad short entry. I mean, to be honest, that's pretty good.
No, it's decent. And when you look at the 5 minute, Yeah, you look at the 5-minute, and it's like I got in before this big wick came down, and it looked pretty good.
Yeah.
That like it looked, and then it just wicked back
Right,
up.
you were in the money. Yeah, you were going. Woo.
Yeah, I was like, all right, sweet, and then it just friggin' whipped up, and I was like, all right, I guess not. I guess sellers got a little weak-handed there, but again, like it's all so whippy. I'm not gonna just close it out because the volume is also like kind of drying up a little bit here on gold after that big sell-off. So we'll see. I'm barely didn't get wicked out there. I was a few ticks from being wicked out there, but see if it holds on, if the position can hold on. Come on, go down. All right, here we go.
It's going, yeah.
Come on. Go.
ES is dropping too.
Do it. Perfect.
Nice. Nice.
Keep going.
Got you out of danger.
Yeah, no, it's I have no expectations for this. If it hits my target profit, great. If not, I'm gonna be not surprised in the slightest at this point because of how weird this gold is reacting. But you know, a lot of negative delta there at the bottom of that wick. So we'll see if the selling pressure can continue here or if it just gets reversed back upwards on small positive delta aggressive buying, which it seems like it's trying to do. So my entry is a funny one because of how like much I've been like even, break even. It's all equal, like the break even and the in the money and then the out of the money. It's just pretty funny. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm watching it
Almost
with you.
Power hour. Let's see what happens.
Drop. Now you drop. This is where it drops.
I think it's gonna drop on
Yeah,
my 1 minute chart. It's touched the 50 EMA like
look at that.
perfectly.
There you go, Paul. There you go, Paul. Get to take profit. Come on.
Drop. Come
No,
on.
I'm looking somewhere else. I'm not looking. I'm looking somewhere else for Paul's trade.
Oh, we're going back to Paul. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, what happened to Paul's screen? Yeah, I know we're good.
Drop it like it's hot gold, please.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Drop it like it's hot.
And when the Gallo gets in a trade, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Let's get
Come
out
on,
of
ES. Let's go.
one. So let's get out of one there, and then we'll
Can we eat?
move this to break even. Cool.
I'm short ES. Trying to get to the overnight low and beyond. To infinity and beyond.
Small trade, but I took the one micro off for the sake of this H pattern situation to make the trade essentially a free one, quote unquote free, but I actually did just move my stop as well on my remaining contract to a little bit better than break even. Yeah, it looks like it. Look at this, man.
How much it's moving. I know.
Yeah, it wicks literally $2 an ounce. It just wicks. It wicks up and down $2 an ounce like it's nothing. Like it's hilarious, to be quite honest. If I get stopped, I'm not too worried about it, to be quite honest. So,
no, but it's just funny to watch it. I mean,
oh yeah, it's
to
hilarious.
see gold move like this.
Here, I'll go on the 1 minute chart actually real quick. And now reject the 9 EMA right here, reject it, and then just fall through to to test that previous like base low of the H here. Come on. It's okay. I'll move it up actually a couple wicks here, or a couple ticks here. Okay. Well, just got ticked out. So not too bad though. At least got something out of it. Got $30 out of it or whatever. So, you know. But that was a good example of, you know, thinking, okay, I can see the short trade here, but understanding the risk that I'm taking, you know, it's downsizing myself a little bit. I can get into the trade, pay attention to the charts and everything, but manage my risk accordingly, knowing how volatile this is at the moment, just size down a little bit and, you know, put a little bit of risk on. So.
Good job, Troy. Back in green.
Let's go. Let's go.
We're going to be doing a LOL time here in a few minutes once we get set, just to let you guys know.
Very nice.
That was not my mic.
That was me. I finally realized I've had my mic was off all this time. I'm like being smarting off in the background. And in fact, even
were you?
The back end goes.
I thought you were sleeping.
Are you okay?
I thought you were sleeping.
They're like,
yeah, I thought you were sleeping.
Yeah,
I didn't know what you were doing.
Yeah. Like, and I just finally went,
funny.
oh my God, I'm not even, my mic's not on. Anyway, I just went positive. I was down about 300 or so and been just nibbling back. Nice. Very short, very quick trades. I don't feel comfortable holding anything for very long. I just don't like the way this thing sits. Yeah. It sits like a upside inverted head and shoulders right now in the Nasdaq. And I mean, I can see it going up. I can also see it absolutely falling out based on the range from yesterday. We could easily go down and fill, right? And so I can make an argument for each way. So I'm being very cautious. I mean, I'm literally taking $10 to $25 trades. You know, it's like in, out, in, out. And that's just the day. To me, that's the way today is. It's not a day. I wish it was a day where I could hold it, you know, for 2 hours and, you know, and make $500 or $600 on a trade, but it just doesn't feel that way today. I don't know. I don't like it.
Yeah. Yep. I'm with you. Like I totally, that's why I'm trying to avoid the indices right now. It's just because they feel awkward to me. They just feel awkward. Like I don't have a good grasp of a position I could get into on the ES, the Dow, or the Nasdaq at the moment. And as we're talking about it, like you were saying, Troy, you know, the Nasdaq's trying to make a push upwards right now, like, you know, with that little, you know, micro inverted head and shoulders of sorts. I totally see what you're talking about on the 1 minute or the 5 minute, whichever you want to look at. But it's trying to push up to that 23,360 area, and it's struggling a little bit. So maybe the risk reward in this setting would be to be shorting it close to the top of that like range over this last hour for a pullback into the middle. But still, I don't like it at all. I don't like any of it.
Well, the other thing that's kind of interesting is that on all those scalp trades I was talking about, what I was doing was as soon as I was $50 or $60 in, I'd move my stop to a plus 25 or plus 30, and unbearably it'd jump up. I'd be $150 up, and then it would come right down and stop me out. It's just there's no commitment today in any direction.
Yeah.
It seems at least.
Yeah. Yep.
Come on. Come on and eat through it. Let's see here in the chat. Yes, we are going to do LOL time, Aziz. We're getting ready to start that. So hang tough. Robert says the more focus on work, the less I can trade. The only thing I think of is trading pre-market open. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Robert. I mean, it's hard to do both things at once. Well, I mean, I hear you, but
yeah.
Lucky man, what do you understand by capital markets? What do I understand? Is this what does this mean?
I think he means what do you mean when you say capital markets? What do you mean by that?
Did I say
I would say.
Did we say cap? Did we talk about capital markets?
I think you.
Were we talking capital markets?
The capital markets or something. I don't know. To me, the question, the way I read that question is that capital markets are stock markets. It's where stock is issued to bring in capital. It's stock markets only. I suppose if they can raise debt,
bond markets
debt's not capital, right? Bonds are not capital. Well, I guess bonds could be used as capital, but it still shows up as debt. Doesn't show up as capital, right?
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, but if you're talking,
so I would say, if
you're talking raising money, though, like I don't know. I don't know. Like lenders.
When I think of capital markets to me means stock, common stock.
Typically, yes. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if Lucky Man, if you're still here, if you want to explain or ask, re-ask the question or whatever, we'll try to help you out.
Yeah. Technically, yeah. I mean, that's a very broad. It's like a very broad. I mean, there's technically, I guess, really any traded, like if you wanted to be super technical, any of these markets are capital markets between fixed income, commodities, stock markets, or whatever.
Even.
But yeah. I was gonna say if there's a more specific question that you have by that, feel free to ask us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But everything you're seeing here with us is capital markets. I mean, we're trading capital markets, right? We're trading futures, but we're trading capital markets. So.
Yeah.
All right, ES, come on. It's time to take a little dump here.
Yeah.
Just go south. Just drop. Just go. Take the gold with it. Take the gold. Run with the gold. All right, let me
It's just consolidating here. Yes.
It's been doing that for over an hour, I know.
Yeah.
All right, let me hold on, guys. We got to get this thing up and running. We got to get this thing running. Okay.
Oh, contemplating a short in the 10-year note. Funny enough, but that's obviously not the most interesting one to trade. But honestly, at this point, I'm looking for really anything that is possible to trade while the equities kind of do their little sideways move. Platinum closes at technically, I think the open outcry closes at 1 for platinum, but it does trade overnight here. you look at the spread of platinum, the bid is at like the bid is at 1,444.5, and the offer is at 1,444.9. So it's like literally 5 ticks, 4 or 5 tick spread on platinum, which is quite ridiculous. Entering at the market,
that's a wide day.
It's a killer. It's a killer for
one
you.
Tick. 1 tick on
It's
palladium.
0.1. Well, platinum,
0.1, but
yeah,
I mean,
for Oh, sorry.
How much dollar?
It's $10. It's $10. Yeah.
$10. So a $50 spread.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little brutal. Or sorry, no. So platinum is $5 per tick. Do we have?
Hold on.
Look here.
What do I gotta do?
Oh, we do have palladium. We can trade palladium too. That's so.
Yeah, we can trade palladium.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. I have not actually looked at that yet. I have it on the chart now, but then palladium is $50 a tick. Every 0.5, like so every tick is 0.5, and it's $50 per tick. So platinum is a bit. So the spread on platinum is roughly like $20, and palladium, the spread is there's only like a tick in between the bid and offer, so you're still paying up big time if you want to be trading either of them, to be quite honest, during these hours and by hitting the market orders. Troy, we got to do one of these trading challenges when you're on stream that we did with like lean hogs and then we did with like just the indices in general. We had a little trading challenge. The lean hogs one was quite hilarious, to be honest. So definitely got to make sure that we do one of those challenges on a Monday or Wednesday when you're on stream with us. See if we can't trade some palladium or cattle or soybeans or something.
Yeah, it was fun watching you guys do that yesterday.
Yeah, in the major indices, yeah, that was fun. That was a good time.
The hell. What the hell?
Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. You guys want me to ask you a logic question till the LOL time is coming?
No, we're almost there. We're just we're almost at LOL time. Just hold on one second. I'm just trying to get it. Trying to get it here up and running. Yeah, but I don't like that. Okay, well, we'll just go with it, I think. I'm doing this for the first time. Okay. Hang on. I think we're almost ready. Just waiting for the crew to give me a green light. We're going to do a Menti question thing today.
Oh, fun. Coach Chris, are you getting in any of this chop in the indices here? Or are you sitting on your hands as well? I'd actually be curious to know if you're trying to trade any of this range, maybe like in at 64.28, out at 64.32, or vice versa, what have you. Getting short at 64.32, out at 64.28. I don't like. There are people that like their strategies, they will be like, I haven't heard of many people that are, like, I am a purely range trader. Like, I trade ranges. You don't hear that very often, but would be interesting to have someone like interview somebody or something where they like, that is their bread and butter, just like having like a standard distribution day and they just scalp the heck out of the range. Would be interesting to pick somebody's brain and like how they psychologically, prep themselves for that. Chris, no, absolutely not. Yeah, I'm with you, Chris. I like the momentum trades as well, for sure.
All right. I think we may be ready to go. Let's see. Let me just wait for a green light here. Come on, ES, do something while I'm doing this. I'm not doing anything.
Nada.
All right. So we are going to. Are we able to start, guys? Can we get out of whatever anyone's in?
Let's do it.
Do LOL time. All right.
Yep.
All right. So let's go ahead and share. We're going to do a little Menti, I guess, challenge or game today. So I'll wait for my screen to come up. There'll be a QR code. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, cool.
Awesome.
So I think
so we
what I want everyone to do is go ahead and just go ahead and scan the QR code on your phone if you want to play along. If I don't know what the URL is for those that can't scan.
I can read it out, or I can post it in the chat maybe. Well, no, I've just from scanning it, I can copy and paste it.
Oh, I see what you did. I see. It's mentimeter.com. Oh, no. It's menti.com, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Menti.com, yeah.
There's got to be.
There should be a code. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Like the code.
The full.
Yeah.
Yeah, to get. I don't know what it is. I don't think it matters. We just. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Menti. The code is going to be 121-85908. So if you go to menti.com and it asks for a code, you're going to be entering 121-85908. Okay.
All right.
So we're going to do use the Ulysses
I put
rule.
it in the that code in the YouTube chat there.
Thank you. There we go. Oh, I see it now too. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So, but what is the Ulysses rule? Well, we're going to play a video here.
If you're smart but lack discipline, use it. The Ulysses rule means making a decision now that forces you in the right direction in the future. You need to create a system that protects you from yourself. Ulysses had an adventure. Like sea attain, dicket on the sandy. He had to take his ship past the Siren's Reef, a place that was totally dangerous. Every sailor who went there was ruined. The voices there made you hallucinate. You heard what you wanted most and you crashed your ship into the rocks. Ulysses was smart. He thought, I am not a superhuman. My willpower is just like everyone else's. Yeah, but still, he wanted to hear the siren song. So he told his crew to put wax in the ears and tie him to the mast of the ship. With 10 ropes, I will scream, even cars. I will say, untie me. But no matter what happens, do not untie me. As soon as the ship reached near the Siren Reef, the song started and its effect began. Now think about how you can apply this Ulysses rule in your life. Just like Victor Hugo was rich, a socialite, used to party but couldn't write. When he really needed to write, he would lock himself in a room. With just a pen and paper, he would tell his servant to take away his clothes and not come back for 4 hours, meaning he removed the temptation. This is the Ulysses rule, defeating yourself with your own trick. Don't rely on willpower. Create a situation where temptation is not possible. A YouTuber did the same. To focus in the morning, he locks his phone in a lockbox. He sets a 3-hour timer so the phone doesn't come into his hands. 95% of people don't understand this. Willpower is like a muscle. In the morning, it's easy to stay healthy, but by night, that muscle gets tired and the diet breaks. Smart people tie themselves to the master. They believe their willpower is limited, and with this understanding, they make smart decisions. When the siren song began, Ulysses heard what he had been waiting for years. His wife Penelope and his son Telemachus calling to him from the rocks, Ulysses, we love you. Come back. Years of battles, distances, all shattered in a moment. He started trying to break free from the mast like a madman. Screamed, stumbled, but he remained tied because he had already accepted that willpower.
Very interesting.
Okay, so what is the first word that comes to your mind when you hear self-control? And I think it's going to be on our phone. Let me see.
Stop. Stops. Stops.
Discipline for me.
Stops.
I'm just controlling myself and I don't hear no word. I don't hear no word.
I think we're supposed to see something. I think we're supposed to
I don't see nothing. Waiting.
Oh, yes.
I know. I'm waiting too. I'm waiting. Waiting for presenter. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to go to the next slide.
Do you think I do?
I think you do.
Ah.
There you go.
Oh, you're right. There you go. Yeah, but we have to enter it on the phone, on our phones, I think. Let me see.
Now
Come
we
on.
do, right? Says.
I don't see anything to enter on my phone, but I see what's on the screen. So related to trading, right? So the question was, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
We can just have everybody put it in the chat.
We could do that
instead of doing this.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's not doing its thing. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
It says waiting for presenter. Maybe. Don't know. Yeah, thanks. What was the question? Let's go back to the question. What's the first word that comes to your mind when you hear self-control? Well, related to trading. First, second, or third. Closing trades too early, over leveraging, or chasing losses. Self-control? Chasing losses, I guess. So we're supposed to enter. Supposed to enter, but it's not here. What are you guys going to put it? In the chat? It's supposed to be a little poll, I think, right?
It is supposed to be, but it looks like it's not working. So, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But in terms of ranking, I guess we can just put the rankings in the chat maybe here and
Answer a word. I got it here now. Enter a word.
Oh, you got it? Nice.
Where did you do it?
Okay.
Did it come up? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I got it finally.
Okay.
Hey, it works. All right. Go back to the first slide.
So maybe we're not. Maybe we're not supposed to be there. So what's the first word? Here we go. There we go. What's the first word that comes to your mind when you hear self-control? Oh my God, that typo would have been bad. I almost entered. That typo would have been real bad.
Who's that?
Not yours.
Not mine. No.
Stops. I just see stop.
I submit.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, I submitted it.
I submitted it.
It's not popping up.
One participant responded. Yeah, well, others did too. Let's wait. It says wait for the presenter to change slides. Sorry, guys. For all those watching, this is definitely
this is self-control.
LOL. This is funny. It's not working out. Oh man.
Come on, Menti. Don't do it like this.
I know it's going down. Come on. Refresh. It's not doing nothing. Not doing nada. All right. Well, what?
I've now entered my answer 3 times. So if it pops up 3 times,
how could you answer it 3 times? I can't even go back. Did you go back? Oh, I see. Go back.
Every time I just submit it, and then it keeps. Okay, and then I just push.
What did you put, Paul?
I just put discipline. So that was the first thing that popped in my brain. Discipline. Yeah. It's funny. I do. I employ this exact strategy with my food in my house. I refuse to allow myself to buy any junk food stuff. No, like I just don't even bring it into the house. Like that stuff can't come in, so that I don't get tempted to eat it. So
All right, I don't know what we're doing. We're at a little standstill. Okay, so we'll
let's just go through it. And,
what? It says I haven't given any input. I gave input. All right, whatever. Let's move on.
We'll just go through it and answer it ourselves.
Yeah. Well, let's do it. We'll just do it orally. All right. Related to trading, ranking first, second, or third. How would you guys rank these? Oh, hang on. They want to do this over again.
Chasing losses.
They want to reboot it. They want to reboot. We're going to reboot it? Okay. All right. Let's do it. We got time to do it. I mean, the market's not really doing anything.
Oh boy. Well, the market. Yeah, I was gonna say gold is dying again. It's down to 36.18 now. It's dropped $22 an ounce since about an hour ago.
All right, hang on. There's an issue. Yes, we know there's an issue. I'm being told there's an issue. Okay. That's the funniest thing all day.
That's it. Yeah.
We know there is.
If you're smart but lack discipline, use it. The Ulysses rule means making a decision now that forces you in the right direction in the future. You need to create a system that protects you from yourself. Ulysses had an adventure. Like si atin, dikit on descendi. He had to take his ship past the Sirens Reef, a place that was totally dangerous. Every sailor who went there was ruined. The voices there made you hallucinate. You heard what you wanted most and you crashed your ship into the rocks. Ulysses was smart. He thought, I am not a superhuman. My willpower is just like everyone else's. Yeah, but still, he wanted to hear the siren song. So he told his crew to put wax in their ears and tie him to the mast of the ship. With 10 ropes, I will scream, even cars. I will say, untie me. But no matter what happens, do not untie me. As soon as the ship reached near the Siren Reef, the song started, and its effect began. Now think about how you can apply this Ulysses rule in your life. Just like Victor Hugo was rich, a socialite, used to party but couldn't write. When he really needed to write, he would lock himself in a room. With just a pen and paper, he would tell his servant to take away his clothes and not come back for 4 hours, meaning he removed the temptation. This is the Ulysses rule, defeating yourself with your own trick. Don't rely on willpower. Create a situation where temptation is not possible. A YouTuber did the same. To focus in the morning, he locks his phone in a lockbox. He sets a 3-hour timer so the phone doesn't come into his hands. 95% of people don't understand this. Willpower is like a muscle. In the morning, it's easy to stay healthy, but by night, that muscle gets tired and the diet breaks. Smart people tie themselves to the master. They believe their willpower is limited, and with this understanding, they make smart decisions. When the siren song began, Ulysses heard what he had been waiting for years. His wife Penelope and his son Telemachus calling to him from the rocks, Ulysses, we love you. Come back. Years of battles, distances, all shattered in a moment. He started trying to break free from the mast like a madman. Screamed, stumbled, but he remained tied because he had already accepted that willpower.
Accent changes there right at the end. That's probably the funniest.
All right, so we're back to the first question, and it looks like it's working, so we can add more now. Let's see. All right, let's enter stuff. Drink more. That's the first. So when you hear self-control, drink more. I mean, is this regarding trading, or the first word you think of self-control? I guess just. Oh my God.
What else? I mean, I already entered mine, so it's the only thing I can think of, to be quite honest.
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Let's see if it updates.
Drink more.
I know.
Tequila.
All right. Well, I don't know. We're gonna move on. All right. Related to trading.
Next question.
Oh God. There we go. Wait for the presenter to change slides. Come on. Change slide. I changed the slide. We can rank this. Let's go. Oh, I'm back to the same question before.
Looks like it's loading. Trying to.
Well, I say over.
The first one, over leveraging. Supposed to rank them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one, over leveraging, most dangerous. Need self-control there.
Yeah.
Yeah, then chasing losses and then closing trades early. Maybe.
I agree with that.
All right. We're moving on. Let's go to the next one. If Ulysses was a trader today, how tempted would he be to break his rules when Bitcoin pumps? So I guess we're supposed to. Oh, there we go. Oh, here's the ranking. Okay, hang on. Let me go back to my phone.
Are one slide behind.
I know. We're going back. We're going. Oh, here we go. All right. So. Submit. Let's see if we get an update.
There we are. There we are. I just submitted.
Okay, but it's back to the same. Okay, maybe because All right. Well, I can't really refresh this, so I don't know how it updates.
It's just one little man there in a corner. Maybe you can add us or something.
I see that.
I don't know.
No, it just says one participant responded. So, all right, whatever. Watch. If I leave and I go back, is it update? Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Five people. See? Okay, cool.
Very
So over
nice.
leveraging, chasing losses, chasing lights. Okay, that's cool. That's what we thought, basically. Exactly what we thought.
Yeah.
All right. All right, now let's go to if Ulysses was a trader today. Okay, why isn't it refresh? Let's go. Get me up.
Probably just takes a little bit.
It does. It must. So if Ulysses was a trader today, how tempted would he be to break his rules when Bitcoin pumps? We need to enter. Come on.
I feel like it would be like a halfway, not. I feel like you'd be, half tempted. Unless he follows the Reddit, the subreddit page, whatever that subreddit page is that I am blanking on right now, that all the kids follow.
Stock,
Wall Street Bets.
Stock Twits.
Wall Street Bets.
Yeah.
Unless he's one of those.
Come on. Why can't I do it? I don't know. Well, what do we think? Not tempted at all or blows the account? If he was a trader today,
I think
how tempted
midway.
would he be? Midway.
Yeah. I don't know Alicia.
But I can't enter anything.
We put him in the middle.
Yeah, I can't do anything. All right. Let's go to the next one. What does Ulysses' rule mean? Oh, here. It updated my phone now. That works.
All
right. Now I can do it on my phone. All right. What does the Ulysses rule mean? Never go on a cruise without strategy. Tell yourselves the rules. They don't make that.
Tell yourselves the rules so you don't make bad choices. They always follow the trend blindly. Sleep through.
That felt like
Tie yourself to rules so you don't make bad choices later.
Right, exactly. That sounded like ASMR when Adelina, you were talking into the mic. That you're like whispering into the mic. That sounds like one of those ASMR people on YouTube. They're like,
I was reading. We offer ASMR here too.
Tie yourself to rules. Don't make bad choices. Eating chips,
Oh
no! Isn't there a Saturday Night Live skit where they're in a library and they're super quiet or something like that? It's really funny.
Oh man!
There we go. See, I just have to go back on the screen and go. I don't know why it's acting up, but okay, cool.
Go to the next one. If there is
the
any
last
more.
one, I think I'm at the end.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm at the
back
end.
to trading then.
I guess this is it. So yeah, we're going back. This was an adventure. I don't know, man. I'm deserted.
Well, the Nasdaq's making a move.
I know. So was the ES. So okay, we're out of here.
Let's get out of here.
Back to trading. Let me go. Exit full screen.
I definitely learned something. I never knew what Alice's rule is.
Yeah.
Now I know.
I never. Okay. Jeepers creepers. What in the hell?
Back to trading. Closing call.
I'm gonna stop sharing. I'll be back. You guys, someone else can get on there. You guys can move.
Sure.
You can move to someone else's screen real quick while I make an adjustment. Perfect. Closing time. We sang that yesterday.
Adelina.
Closing time.
Adelina's
This thing totally
beating me
reversed,
by
man.
$11 right now. I need to make another trade.
This thing's totally kicking butt. Totally kicking my butt.
Were you in a long there on the Dow, I assume, Adelina, for a little while?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I closed it early, but it's fine.
Yeah. Made a quick little 20 points or so, 25 points. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
You say shaggy? Scuba teacher. Shaggy. Shaggy. You Scooby.
Oh man, ES, why did you do this to me? Why did you do this to me? It's doing the same thing in the Dow. It's doing the same thing in the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
We're going to finish right up at point of control. You watch. Going to finish right here. It's just going to be cheapers.
Yep. You only had like an hour and 15 minutes to get into a long position there, so nobody, everybody had.
How can I not have read it properly? Exactly. What's wrong with me? If only I knew, I would have loaded up. My Lord.
Troy was the first to mention it, kind of like those, like that roughly.
I was
like
trapped. I was trapped because
head and shoulders.
I had the Menti thing going, and I heard my stop go off, and I couldn't even switch to it because I was in full screen lock, and I'm like, damn it. And it was the other tab behind it. I couldn't get to it. Like, oh man, this sucks. I'm just gonna watch this thing eat me up. So I was watching my other software, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is not gonna be good for me.
That was the wrath of Ulysses. That came.
Yes, it was. I'm gonna have to do an MOC. We'll have to do a showdown today. We're gonna do high noon. We're gonna do what was it called? Something high noon, fast draw at high. No, what do they do in the Old West? What was it called? Something at high noon or
quick
draw at high noon or something.
Maybe.
What was it? Troy's the sheriff. He should know. He's the king of revolvers and donuts. Right, Troy?
Donuts.
Oh, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Donuts.
Oh man! Here we go.
Make the donuts.
Oh, Troy, I forgot. We got to show you something, buddy. We did a little game last week. We did like this Jeopardy thing. We're trying to guess who the coach was, and the production team had cropped all our heads on different bodies. So it would look like you, or it looked like me, like in my suit, but it wasn't me. It was like Sam was on my head. And so they did some really fantastic scaling work. I'm going to show you yours. I don't think you captured it. I don't think you got it. Let me see. In order for me to do this, I need to do this. Yeah, let's see. Where is it? Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. They could switch over to my screen. I don't know. I tried to screenshot it real fast when it was changing, so that's why there's a line there. But they put you on. I think that's Sam's body. I think that's Sam's watch or something. I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Right? Is that so. Sam? I mean, so check this out, Troy. This was funny too. I got this one too. You got no name. It looked like someone took a giant hammer, smashed your head down.
That's so true, man.
I should have gotten all of us. I wasn't quick enough. I don't know.
Oh man, I wish we could see.
Not mine.
Yeah, the other.
It's not mine. Oh, maybe that's Sam. Maybe that's Sam. I don't know.
It might be.
I don't know. It's hilarious, man. Freaking funny.
Too ridiculous.
That's when you have a graphic artist that has nothing better to do.
I know. Exactly.
It had our heads blurred out, and then it had just so you could see the body, and then it was like, what coach is this? And then we were all like, oh, that's easy.
Yes, we're like, oh, that's easy. Yeah, that's easy. That's me. And it's like, oh, wait, what do you mean it's me? What happened to me? Exactly. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, so funny. Like Crude.
We got the Infinity VMix showing at the moment.
Yep.
Oh, hell yes. Matrix style. Let's go back deep. ES is ripping.
Nice long.
Yeah.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes to MOC.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Martin, welcome to the chat, Martin. Martin is from Norway. Thanks for being here, buddy. Tanaka's back. Chris is back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. Let's see what we do. I got my...
I'm curious, who said drink more at the question with self-control?
That wasn't me. You would think it would be me, but it wasn't me. You would think it would be mine. I didn't think fast enough.
I think that's probably that's like a Troy joke or like a Chris joke. I feel like that's it's one of those two. I bet.
All right, let's see. MOC.
There it is. There's the Don Julio.
52. Oh. Yep. Notice they're all empty.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty.
Now I know why your 16-year-old son likes to be down there trading from you. He's like, Dad, leave me alone. And you're looking, they're all empty.
Big pop.
Yep. There we go. MOC, baby.
Dude.
I love it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands up in the air if you's a true player. Come on. Bring it.
Wow.
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
64.50. That may be all she wrote. You can get a little more. There we go.
Surprised you're not moving your stop. Yeah. Dang.
I will now. I will. I didn't want to. I wanted to keep it out in case. See, I don't want this. I wanted to keep going.
Yeah.
It's gonna pull back a little, and then it's gonna ride, and it's gonna really go. Where's it gonna go? Where are we gonna go?
Oh, they got some pretty big numbers.
I didn't look. What are they? Are they not as big as yesterday?
Yeah.
Price. Yesterday was like 3.3 billion on the buy to the buy side imbalance on the S&P.
Close though.
Is it close?
2. Yeah, it's now
Jesus,
it's 2.3 billion.
Nasdaq
but it was like
1.4 bill.
2.7. Yeah.
Man, look at that. Jesus. Magnificent Seven's almost the same as a Dow. Wow. That's pretty strong. That's strong.
Here you go, my friend.
All right, here we go.
Keep going to the upside.
Let's go. Where can we go? So just so you're aware, this is right at point of control in the ES. The pink on my chart is not reflective of the RTH session point of control. So we're kind of right back to point of control, where we're currently trading at the 64.51. Actually, 64.50. 64.50 is point of control. On the nose. Imagine that. All right. There we go. Come on. Break a high. Break high. Do it for everybody. Do it for everybody. There you go.
There it is.
Let's go. Let's go. Do it for everybody. 65. We got to go. Let's see. Where are we at? You know what? Yeah, we're going high day. We're going high day.
You think so? Shoot.
I do. I do think so. It's not that far to go. I mean, it is, but
it's like 10. It's like 10 points or
12
13 points, I guess.
Yeah, something.
Let's see. Yeah, no big offers
just
or
says
anything.
he got short on gold.
Okay.
Come on. Don't pull back yet. I know you will.
It looks like Daryl is gonna beat us on a last minute.
No, I'm not, because I changed. No, I changed accounts. No, it's not true reflective. I had it switched because I didn't want to blow my other challenge account. So that's why I did this. Because I was up like 2,800 yesterday, and then I went down, right? So that's why I switched, so I could preserve that one.
Yeah.
Because it was at it was actually below my minimum daily. It got to the point where I'm like, I got to stop this account, so I moved. So no, I'm not taking any credit for this. You guys all smoked me, because you guys have been consistently in the green all day, and I start out rough, and it wasn't good. This wasn't good trading for me today.
Pretty decent comeback here, at least at the end. Nice, a solid momentum trade that you got into here. So you love to see these.
Yeah, but I didn't catch all of this.
Yeah, of course.
I got in you know what I mean? I got in like here. I got like half of it. It would be nice if I got it when it broke out. We were doing our thing.
Of course.
All right, let's go. 55. We're still pushing. Here we go. 5 minutes till. Yeah, look at this.
Wow, man. Wow.
Come on, you can do it.
Let's see what stocks
These buyers are delirious, man. They won't stop. They don't care. They just
Apple's casually up
2001 all over again.
3.4%.
Wow.
So Apple's up. Wow. Yeah, Apple's up big time. Tesla's up almost 2% right now. Let's see here. Taiwan Semi's up 1.3%. Walmart's up 1.5%.
Oh, we got Salesforce. We got Salesforce earnings coming out here at the close.
Yeah.
What time? At 1 o'clock here, 4 o'clock for you. All right, so like in 4 minutes.
Troy was able to just get a little scalp in somewhere right there. Very nice. I saw that. Quick draw McGraw over here.
McGraw. Quick draw McGraw. There you go.
It's kind of frustrating because you can't ever show your chart. You don't ever get to see one of my trades, because by the time they switch over to your screen, you're already out.
Yeah. It's like Sam. Sam's the same way.
Like Sam, yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Sam doesn't even begin to breathe. He doesn't even begin to say, "Can we switch to my?" You don't even get it out. It's just like, "Yep, you guys know what happened."
Yep. And the trading day just started, and I'm out, and I'm in out. I am
exactly.
in
I'm
and out of
about
a
to go.
trade.
I'm out already.
All right,
I've done
guys,
12
watch
trades
this,
in the
and I'm
last
out.
6 seconds.
Nice.
I know. Let's roll it. This looks so much like yesterday, guys. This looks so much like yesterday. Just a smaller version of it, though. You know, off that reversal from the bottom, and then just What will set the tone for futures today? What will set the tone, or what did set the tone? I mean, the day's over.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't think anything
Probably Fed
specifically
chatter.
set the tone, except from just the Fed headlines
I
and
think the Fed stuff.
Yeah, and that was kind of deep into the day, honestly. So,
come on now. It may just come back here and just settle at 64.50, right where I'm sitting.
yeah, I do like your stop placement there because I think that's where sellers tried to really
I don't
try to
want
push
to
down
give up.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to give up too much. All right, let's go. There you go.
Yeah, do it. Come on.
Into the close.
Push.
Go. Go to 60. Get into low volume. Get to the next high volume node. Get into 60, 61. I see selling pressure. Oh no! Come on, push through that. There's a lot. Whoa. Yeah, buyers are gonna get you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, buyers are gonna get you.
There we go.
Buyers are gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you.
Come on. Come on. Boom. 57.
Look at this, dude.
Let's push. I know. Wow. See?
Keep going.
It's nuts, man. Nuts. We're not at the bell yet.
Close.
60. Get to 60.
Go.
Yeah. Oh my,
boy.
yeah. Look, for the love of God. Look at this damn thing. Oh, dude, it's going. Go up. Come on, keep going. Salesforce earnings. Oh yeah, look at this. I'm telling you. New high day. Let's go. Close at a new high day. That little blue line, you can't see it quite, but that's my take profits right over the high of the day.
I like the stop, the trailing stop. I think you're trailing it like exactly the way you need to. I mean, you're killing it. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Go. Don't die out now. Come on.
What did Tom say? If John Doyle can survive getting bitten by a shark and mauled by a pride of lions in the same day, I feel confident Daryl could hit his TP. Who's John Doyle? Do I not know John Doyle? I don't know the story, I guess. I don't know.
Come on.
But that's funny. Oh no, it's gonna come back on me.
Come on.
Maybe.
Here we go.
No, let's go on. I'm not touching it. I'm not gonna touch it.
Come on.
You got it.
That scared me actually for a second. I was like, holy.
Something's in my ear.
You got it. They're here.
Oh my God, poltergeist. Someone was saying that last. Oh, What were we talking about? Someone was saying like it's the something's going to jump out of the door behind me. I don't remember what session.
Oh yeah.
We were talking about something, right?
Yeah.
Someone was like, something comes out and grabs me out of the door.
I'm out of here.
Oh, it's because my mic was all being weird that day. It sounded like oh, the white.
Right.
Come on, get up. Let's see. Did Salesforce release? I don't see it yet.
Let me check.
Maybe delayed. Apple and Google reach a deal to evaluate the Gemini model for the new Siri. Wow. Apple plans to roll out an AI search feature in Siri next year. That's why Apple's rocking.
Yeah.
I don't know if Salesforce is going to do much. I mean, you know, it's the CRM. Like, I mean, I guess it does tell us, you know, like subscribers and users and all the Office stuff and all the, you know, I guess it does. It indicates like the jobs.
Yeah.
It's all employee driven.
Well, we saw a quick little decline there by $13 in the last couple minutes here on Salesforce. So I don't know if anything got released yet.
There we go. It's released. 10.24 billion revenue, estimated 10.14. So they beat. They're up 9.8% year over year. Earnings per share, $2.91 versus $2.56 year over year. Estimated was 277. So they beat at least initially here. We'll see what they have to say on the forecasts.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see a little jump. Can we get a little more? Come on.
I declare Daryl
there we go.
Daryl is the market on close oracle now. You are
I told you. I told you. But it's really hard to do this in a cash account, guys. It's really hard because you gotta give yourself such a wide stop, and if you get smacked, like if it comes down on you, you're just like minus $4 grand, $5 grand. You're like, oh God, no. At the end of the day, it's not smart to do.
Salesforce is pumping.
You know what's
up here a little
crazy?
bit.
These days, when it does this at the end, it just gives me more conviction to, you know, either way, whether it was long or short, I would just stay in it. But if it's like earlier whipping around, I would probably have no confidence to stay in the market on close because I wouldn't know where it was going to go. But here, just like the way these days have been closing and all-time highs or near all-time highs and all this kind of thing that's going on, it's just like odds on favorite.
Man, I think
stick with it.
They're setting us up, man. They're setting us up.
I think so too. I think so too. All right, so I'm not. I didn't move it. It came back on me. All right, cool.
Great trade though, Daryl. Fantastic trade, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
That
was
interesting
to see.
Especially recognizing and moving that target profit up to allow you to run a little bit more, and then managing your stop there. That was a very good trade overall, all aspects.
I usually do that with the trailing. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Why couldn't I have that earlier today? Yeah, well. Oh well. Story of my life. All right, so let's see. Let's get in the chat here. That was good, Adelina. Oh, I think Tom's talking about your whatever you whispered. What did you say? Go up or something?
ASMR, I guess. They like ASMR. That's how you call it.
No, I know, but you said yeah. But you whispered something like, "Would you like go get it" or something?
You got it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got it.
There's going to be a
all right, Tom. You can go
segment.
Work out now, buddy. I'm done, Tom. You can go work out. You're sitting outside of Planet Fitness. He's like.
We're gonna have the Adelina ASMR 15-minute segment on HPTV here soon enough.
I know. They're gonna do some shorts on her. Just gonna be like, "You can do it. Trade for profit. Hola Prime. All these different things. Just never do all this. Take the challenge. Hola Prime Futures. You can do it. See, I don't think this thing's done yet, though. Like, I'm not gonna get in a trade again, but it's not done yet. It's just because it's flagged out. Like, it's just ready to break out a little bit.
Yeah.
And probably just to make a high on the day, just to piss everybody off, right? You know what I mean? Like, just one of these things where it's like, we'll just do this just to say we got high of the day, we broke out at the end.
Yep. Well, market's kind of, I guess, not enjoying.
Sam lives.
What?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying Sam's Oracle prognostication. Still holds. Higher highs. Higher highs, going all-time highs. And how far are we in the Nasdaq from all-time high? Or did we just made them, didn't we? Did we just make it?
Let me pull it up real quick. Let me pull it up. We are a little bit away. We're all-time high is technically around 24,070. So we're a solid like 600 points away at the moment.
Yeah. These guys funny.
Dow, we're only like
100
points away, so that's good.
Yep. Dow ES 6534. ES for like 75 points away, 70 points away.
Yeah.
I don't know though. I mean, I could see it not getting to any of it and just kind of being done. I don't know. I mean, anything's possible.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we're going to get, when's interest rate decision? The 17th? That we decided yesterday?
Yep.
September 17th. So 2 more. All right. So, I mean, that, you know, barring what happens that day, and you got triple witch 2 days later on the 19th, or basically quad witching day with everything, options, expirations, futures on options, futures contract rollover, you know, all that. It's I don't know. It could be interesting, right? Because now we're in a new front contract. Everything starts fresh. It could kind of show some softening.
Yep.
Well, we've been saying this every freaking quarter, and it doesn't do it. It just keeps plugging along. It's like maddening. All right, so Skyboy, welcome. Better late than never. You're the guy that comes to the party when it's popping. Good for you. Good to see you. We're doing great today. Sanaka, coaches, futures. How are they different from Forex and commodities trading? And when trading futures, can one use the same trading strategy that's used on Forex and commodities on futures? That's a loaded question.
I think the basics, like trend lines,
I don't know if I have the energy to go through it.
Support, resistance is the same.
Well, the time frame's different. Like with Forex, the Forex you can carry over, not a problem. The futures, you pretty got it. I mean, if you're trading with Hola Prime or most prop firms, you got to be flat every day. So that's different on trading. Commodities on futures, that's CFDs. You know, again, it's different. I mean, I don't know. They're all different. Forex,
I mean, commodities trading
currency pairs
is literally the futures markets. I mean, the futures markets were made for the sake of like hedging purposes for commodities to begin with. So those are one and the same. Unless you're talking about the physical markets, then that is another hour where I could get into that whole spiel. But generally speaking, we would equate the futures markets with the commodities stuff. I mean, and I'm talking about the majority, like not like gold and silver. I mean, obviously those are a couple of commodities that are traded on CFDs versus, and futures. Right. But yeah, like the Forex time, like it's the time, like I was actually talking to Tiger about this recently. With Forex, it's different in the way of like regular trading hours, like the regular trading hours for a lot of the currencies are these like smaller time windows compared to just like the standardized version of like these futures regular trading hours. So in futures, it's very objective and like, okay, well, you got regular trading hours and overnight trading hours for each product, and like that's it. That's just what it is. And then Forex is just like you can trade them basically whenever you want, and then there's just times of the day in which they trade more frequently or less frequently. So yeah, I mean,
and he swings.
I don't
Tiger
have
swings
experience.
Mostly anyway. He carries them long. He tends to be in longer trades for several days, usually at least.
I think there's a much bigger difference between Forex and futures. Huge difference.
I agree.
And it's not what you guys said.
Standardization
Forex,
of contracts. I mean, that's probably the largest.
The exchange.
Well,
the exchange.
The other thing is that there's no supply and demand when it comes to currencies. You can get as much as you want. If you want to change $1 trillion worth of euros into dollars, you do it, and you know the price that it's going to cost you. So there's absolutely no supply and demand. Number two, there's no volume. Nobody gives a crap about volume. So when you're trading a chart, the chart doesn't have volume because you don't even know if you do get volume information, it's from the bank that you're doing business with. It's not like worldwide volume of a particular currency. So there's some huge differences in Forex. When it comes to charting, you don't have volume, period, the end. When it comes to charting, you don't have supply and demand zones because supply and demand is meaningless. There's unlimited supply at any given price, unlimited price supply. So it's a totally different way to think about the flows of the market and the underlying currencies. With futures, depending on what product it is, your underlying is 100 stocks that are Nasdaq. There are 30 Dow stocks. There are 500. There's a physical piece underneath it. If it's a soybean future, then it's soybeans. It's the underlying physical. With currencies, there's no underlying currency. I mean, it's just a fiat. There's no value there. There's nothing physical. So completely different, in my opinion. Now, I would agree with Adelina that a chart is a chart is a chart. So, if it's a trend line, if it's Fibonacci, if it's, everything else excluding volume and supply and demand zones, it's the same. So, big difference. I also remember leverage is almost 2.5 times greater in Forex than it is in futures. So, it's a big, you're able to swing a big bat when you play currencies, Forex versus futures versus even stocks. Stocks are 2 to 1. If you're a day trader, professional, you get 4 to 1. Futures are about 10 to 20 to 1, depending on your broker. Whereas Forex is 50 to 1, maybe 100 to 1, depending on the broker. So I see there's a lot of differences between them.
Yeah, but I was going to say, it does get a little bit, you do start to get a little bit into the weeds when you start talking about, when we start to talk about, for example, with currency pairs in the FX markets, if you're trying to get a grip on relative volume traded, quote unquote supply and demand, technically you could go to the futures markets, look at the futures contracts, look at CFTC COT positioning data to see how larger commercial banks are hedging themselves for currency risk, and you can probably try to make plays off of that. I mean, I don't have too much experience with, the FX markets in general in terms of trying to, trade them very much, but that's kind of like a light caveat is like understanding the hedging tendencies of commercial banks and whatnot that need to hedge out any of their FX risk. So you could try and look at like supply and demand in that kind of sense. But like, yeah, getting into the bigger topic, like you were talking about, Troy, of like it being a fiat currency and whatnot, that's like a higher level of like general, like, I guess, like understanding that, the banks of each country can technically print their currency into the ground if they needed to. So like the supply is technically infinite. But yeah, there is some stuff like with the, I was trying to, Tiger wanted to get a little bit more into like the future side of like the FX pairs and like especially specifically like, the major US currency pairs on the futures. And we're kind of discussing this a little bit and how, possibly could be useful for just general FX CFD trading and whatnot. But,
I can never trade it. I look at their charts and I first of all, I don't like TA too much, but there's no volume, so I can never trade it. I just can't. I can't deal with it. It's just bottom line.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't the CFD trading illegal in US?
No,
it's illegal, right? So the only
not illegal.
You can trade so prop firm.
You got to get you got to get an offshore broker. You got to get somebody who's not registered.
But as a US
here.
citizen, I don't think you can.
I don't know. I don't trade CFDs, so I think you can though. I believe you can. Maybe not. Maybe not,
I've never traded a CFD in my life, to be quite honest. Europe. So I wouldn't have even tried. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. It would be a good thing.
No, there's CFD. My broker. I could trade CFDs through my guy in Boca Raton. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a major.
Offshore.
I'm serious.
Absolutely. No, you can do it.
No. He's right here. He's right here in Boca Raton, man. Right. Adelina could go drive to him.
So yeah, for retail investors, you can
with Optimus Futures.
For retail investors, it's illegal.
Maybe because I'm a professional trader and I trade through a a company. Maybe.
Ding, ding, ding.
Maybe I don't know.
There's ways I'm sure you can. But again, it's specifically retail. So if you're classified as a retail trader or investor, then you can't. But there obviously is a way to probably get around that, legally speaking. So, like you said, like maybe you incorporate yourself and what have you, have a relationship with a broker, etc. But that's a whole other discussion that we don't got to worry about.
Yeah, no, and I don't even really want to recommend any of that either, just because I don't want to get we don't want to be liable for anything like that. You got to do your own research, everyone, and figure it out. Check with your.
But
CPA
futures are legal 100%.
So futures are fully registered in the U.S. for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's what Hola Prime is so wise about doing. They are fully registered. A lot of prop firms that offer futures, real futures like what we trade, not CFD. But they're not registered with the NFA. They're not registered with the CFTC. They're offshore. They're in, places in the Caribbean and things. And so if they don't want to pay you out or they want to bail out and go, there's very little, the long arm of the law can do for these guys. So when you're fully registered, complete, like we are, that just adds to the full transparency that we continue to espouse from this company. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway.
And aside from that, I mean, if anybody has any other questions, we are more than willing to dive into them. Skyboy is in the chat. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, friend.
We're going to announce we're going to announce the winner of the giveaway.
Yeah.
I hear the music getting ready. I hear he's got a little. You got to bring a snare drum in there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Talk about locked and loaded. All right, so we are going to do the giveaway. Let me see.
All right. Want to do it, Daryl?
I'll do it. All right, so today's well, hang on. What's the size of the account?
The winner
25.
Is it 25? It is 25,000. Okay, today's lucky winner of our one-step prime challenge account for $25,000 is, drumroll please, Batnell. Congratulations, Batnell. You are our $25,000 account winner.
Congratulations,
Great job.
Batnell.
Great job. All right. Are you from Nigeria, Batnell? That is cool. Congratulations. All right.
Awesome.
All right. Tanaka, you're very welcome. I hope that helped. There's so much information out there on this stuff, though. Yeah. All right, cool.
The financial markets
the
are expansive, internationally expansive. So there's plenty to learn. That is for sure. There's plenty that I do not know. There's plenty that many of us do not know.
Exactly.
But yeah, there is Google at least, so we can Google anything.
Yes, that is true. All right. Yeah. Way to go, Batnell. Yes, you can't believe it, but you did. You did. Cool.
Heck yeah.
Cool.
Looks like CRM took a little bit of a beating. I don't know what
did it?
Maybe the guidance.
Did it?
Maybe the guidance was just a little bit down or something, or maybe it didn't beat. I mean, even though it literally beat by like
I know
almost 50%, which is hilarious. Like you said all the numbers earlier. It essentially beat by 50%, and it's down, $12 or whatever. So
because they want if they want to see a bigger outsized, gain. It's just I mean, look, adjusted operating margin 34.1 versus 34. Maybe that's not healthy enough. Third quarter adjusted earnings per share $2.84, $2.84 to $2.86. It was estimated $2.84. So it's all in line. I don't know. I mean, but we don't know it. Oh, subscription. I was gonna say, where are the subscriptions? Subscription revenue. Yeah, it beat. Not crazy, but it beat. So maybe it's just kind of blah, kind of drab. Like, cool.
Right. Certain areas where
they want more.
They probably expected
these
more.
These guys crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, it's still climbing though. Interestingly
It is,
enough,
man.
Yes, still squeezing up. All right. Yeah, Batnell, man. So stay tuned. You will get we will reach out to you with information on that account.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to join the Discord and then go to like claim giveaway.
I don't know
free
if that's
giveaway or.
I don't know if that's working. I know we did it, but I don't know if that's. Well, I'm in it right now. I don't see anyone else that's in here. It just says to enter to win the raffle. You go there, but
Okay.
I don't, see, I
we'll
think
reach
we had
out
the
to
wrong
him via
information that
email.
day.
Yeah, we'll reach out to them via email.
Because it says at the end here, winners will be selected during live streams. And so, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. No worries.
You're going to be receiving an email. You are right, Paul. Good job, Paulie G.
So
so who is on with me late today? Is
it
Troy? Troy, are you and I still on? I think we are still on. Yeah.
We are for the wrap up.
Prime day wrap up. Prime day wrap up.
Yep.
Put a bow on it. Put a bow on it.
Wrap it up.
All right. Adelina, we won't see you till next week, I guess.
Next week.
Yeah. We'll have to wait.
Look forward to
I'll
seeing
probably
you in the
be in a chat.
Stork.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be messing with us.
Oh.
She'll be whispering ASMR. Go get it. Buy now.
Go short. Sell. It's gonna be like in text. It's gonna be like sell, and then like whisper in parentheses.
The ear.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally, for sure.
Tomorrow.
All right. Well, I hope everyone had a good day. And I'm really nice to see everyone back in the chat. I know you come and go, and you always come back, so it's really, really cool. And yeah, man, lucky man. I agree. Hola Prime to the world.
Heck
That's the idea. That's the idea.
That has a good ring to it.
I don't know. Anyone else? Anyone have any parting words? Paul or Adelina, since we will be sending you off here in a couple of minutes.
I will say, aside from sticking around for the Prime Day wrap up, make sure to also check out Tiger and Tony later tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time for the quiet market session.
Yes,
so
Tony the Tiger.
those
Tony the Tiger.
Those
They're
great. Those can be fun. So go check them out. It's 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say though.
I may just have to jump in and razz Tony. I just want to razz him. I may if I'm on my computer, I'll jump in.
I will too.
He deserves it. Maybe he got the little boy. What's it? The little boy's regular. He said he was going to get a haircut. Maybe we'll see him. We'll see him in his new glory tonight on screen.
Awesome.
That is funny. Yeah. So. Alrighty. Adelina, I'm going to thank you only, and Coach Troy. Aziz, I know. Adelina's got some very, very loyal fans here. We're so lucky because all of us men are just chopped liver. So we love that you guys want to come back and see Adelina anytime.
I'm on a grid only. Yeah, I'll be here next Tuesday.
Awesome.
Yes.
But show some love for everybody.
I don't hate you, Aziz. I don't hate you at all. I love all the attention. Good, bad, and indifferent, man. See you, Tanaka. Anyway, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and Coach Troy and I will be back here for the Prime Markets wrap-up. And Coach Paul and Coach Adelina, it was always a great time trading with you, so have a good evening. Take care, everybody.
Yep.
We'll see you then.
Take care. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
She did it. That was great.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know, beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently, and if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels, live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
All right. Well, we are back with the Prime Day wrap-up. How you doing, Coach Troy? Had a good day, man. You had a good day.
Hey, any day that's a green day is a good day, right?
Yeah, I don't have a green. I do have a green day it's showing a green, but net I was red on the day because I switched to another account. But I just want to be transparent. So I'm not happy I didn't have a green day. That's okay. I'm trying to mark up my chart so I can go over something. But if you want to, if you have any thoughts on how the day started or anything that you'd like to add,
well, a couple.
Feel free.
Sure. So we really didn't talk about it, but the Beige Book came out today, and what was interesting to me that's at 2:00 now. The Beige Book is a medium impact item according to Forex Factory or most other news. It's not a major swinger, but I like the Beige Book because it's like lifting up the hood of the car and looking at the engine of the economy. So the Beige Book, if you really sit down and look at it, it's got really good information that's sort of buried in there. And one of the things that came out today that I worry about was that it's like a survey of 12 different regions within the U.S. and what kept coming through was moderate to zero growth. And there was little to no change from the previous one. And so the way I interpret that is stagflation. There's still inflation. And however, we're also starting to see a deterioration in the labor market. That was the JOLTS job reports was, I believe it was the lowest since COVID. I'm not sure about that. I thought I saw that headline, but it was lower than expected. And so, again, that's one of the reasons why the CME index from the poll of traders to see if they believe the Fed's going to lower rates or not went up all the way up to 98 or whatever it was, 98% chance in September of them lowering interest rates. I think what the Beige Book did say was we're seeing softness in labor, but at the same time, we're not seeing inflation go down. And so the Fed is, again, we've talked about this many times, the Fed is between a rock and a hard place. On one side, we've got weakening labor. On the other side, we have inflation. And when we have inflation that is, even if it's rising only a very, very small amount, but we have labor going down, isn't that the definition of stagflation? So zero growth, but you got you have zero growth, and then you have inflation, or at least some inflation. So I was kind of surprised that nobody else kind of, at least market-wise, didn't pick up on the stagflation message. At least that's the message that I got from the Beige Book. But again, the Beige Book is not a major release, or it's not a major, it's not considered a major. I love it because, again, any of these reports like the Richmond Manufacturing Index and the Empire State Manufacturing Index, they're not big deals, but they're like, it's literally, you're walking up to the economy as if it's a car and you're kicking the tires. You get that information, you pull the hood up, you look in the trunk, to see what's really moving this car. And so that's what I took out of today was the JOLTS job openings were weaker than expected. And the Beige Book basically said, based on the 12 districts, there's no movement, there's no growth, very little growth, if any. We're also seeing weakness in the housing indexes over the last couple of days, weeks. Like I said, I told you earlier, this market looks like they're setting you up for a rug pull. It's like, get those last buyers in, get them in, and then let's yank the rug out from under them. I don't know. I mean, I am so cautious on the long side. I applaud you for jumping in and taking the ride this afternoon. I'm like, I just couldn't do it. I knew it was going there. I agreed. I just couldn't make myself take that trade. Yeah, I mean, that's my 2
Well,
cents worth
I
for
mean, no, you said a lot, which is great. I mean, yeah, we did not touch on the beige book. I think the beige book's important. I know the Fed, like Jay Powell, he talks about it a lot because that's, like you said, it's a good way for them to get a bearing on all of their regions, right? So, yeah, and I think the fact that it got glossed over today was because the news from Google yesterday at the close, and just all the other stuff that everyone's so freaking giddy about, right? It's just like, oh, and we saw the news on Apple. They're looking to do some AI stuff with Siri and Google, and I mean, everyone's just so hell bent on, just all the basically all the Nasdaq, all the Mag 7 stuff, all the AI. It's still the same story. It hasn't really changed. It's just another day.
I have to admit,
The only reason
I was really surprised by the Google reaction, because in my mind, I was thinking, okay, so if they take Chrome away from Google, yes, they're taking value away from Google, but the value's still in the marketplace. So it's a net, right? It just means that it's just not in the same company. It's in a different company, but the value is still there. So why would the market go up like crazy? Because
they still
the
have
value
to pay.
was there before.
Yeah, I mean, I think because it wasn't as bad as it maybe they expected. They still have to pay Samsung. They still have to pay Apple. They're not out of the woods. They've gotten their hands slapped pretty hard. It's just, but this is how the market is. We talk about this all the time, right? The sell the rumor, or buy the rumor, sell the news, deal. And it's just like, yeah, look, this market
irrational
is just
exuberance.
A different market. Totally irrational. And the buyers are just
exuberance.
These guys keep coming in. I don't know if these buyers, I don't think these buyers are institutional buyers. I mean, there are institutional buyers because we have people that still have their IRAs or 401ks or pensions that need to be allocated, right, every month, that need to get put into the system.
Yep.
There's flows, heavy flows coming in. So that has to go in, but you're not going to see that too much into the S&P 500 index. I mean, yeah, you will if it's a hedge fund that's doing some stuff, or maybe they're with a CTA, but by and large, most of that's in ETFs and, oh God, I can't even talk. What am I trying to say? Into the funds. But yeah, I mean, I think there's just a heavy amount of retail buyers pushing this thing. They just keep coming in and pushing it. So it's almost like GameStop and AMC stocks, right? Where it's just like, no. We're not ready. The party's not over. We're just going to keep pumping and pumping and pumping until it stops. But I'm with you. I think there'll be a nasty rug pull or face rip when this market changes direction. It's not going to take much. When the big guys say the party's over, it's going to be over in a hurry. I mean, I went long on the day at the end just because it's an intraday move, and I just had the feeling it wasn't going to turn at the end of the day. Now, could it happen? Could it happen in the overnight or tomorrow? Sure. That's another trading session for me, right? So I'm just taking it day to day. That's the beauty of being an intraday in a way. I just look and
I agree.
Right.
And the thing is that it's going to be a catalyst that comes out of nowhere, and it won't make any sense, but it'll be the catalyst,
That's how it is.
The catalyst in quotation marks. And you're going to be like, what just happened?
Yes.
Like all this stuff we've known about for months, but all of a sudden now it's bad news, right? And it's some random thing, somebody missed earnings, or, some Caribbean country went bankrupt, or, I mean, it'll be this weird off the chart kind of catalyst.
I agree with you.
And they'll
totally agree with you.
And the market's like waiting for this catalyst so they can blame it on the catalyst. Well, this is what happened. So we're selling now, even though they've been going, they're all going, we're overvalued. But
yes, numbers are soft. Nothing's
we're going to play to
exactly.
we're going to play to the party. We're going to play to the party, because obviously the big boys are much more nimble than, the investing public is always a day or two behind, right? If you're working stiff and you've got money in your 401k, even if you have some control over that, it's going to be a day or two before, you go, oh man, the market went down 9,000 points. I need to get out, right? So there's always a delay there. So the big boys can go ahead and get out and get moving to the opposite direction. But I think we're just, I actually went back to some of my commentary from the very, very beginning when we started the Hola Prime, when we were doing the practice runs. And I was saying, I've been saying the same thing now for almost a month and a half, that if the market's overvalued, that there's no way to prop this thing up. It's just a matter of time, and it just keeps going and going and going. So,
I've been feeling this way since the spring. Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I've been feeling the same way for a long time. And you're exactly right. Something will come out of somewhere, and people like, wait, what? Auto loan defaults are higher or something. What there'll be something, and then they'll say, oh yeah, we knew it. Yeah. But the worst thing that scares me is if it's like a real, if it's really intertwined, like the credit crisis was, where it takes everything with it, which it probably will, because that's the only way to get out of this
the whole
mess.
Student debt thing, I think, has been hanging over us for a while too.
Oh yeah.
There's like, I don't know how many trillions of dollars. And then I read yesterday that Department of Education was, pulling back, having less people being forgiven, and are less monies are available. I don't know. I didn't get the whole thing, but I'm thinking to myself, this has been going on now for quite a while. Through COVID, we gave them relief not to pay their loan. What happens when people get relief? They get accustomed to that relief, and they spend their money somewhere else. They're not saving the money, right? And so then when the relief goes away, suddenly they have this expense that they weren't used to anymore. And suddenly, we're going to start seeing defaults. If we start seeing defaults from I know it's multi-trillion, but to me, that's like this little thing in the background going, I'm ready to implode.
Yeah.
Right?
No, for sure. Absolutely. Well, everyone, I'm not everyone, but there's so much of the consumer is that they have, like you said, they have no savings. We'll just call it. As Americans, they have no savings. They have barely any emergency money. They can barely last going from one paycheck to the next, right? So something, God forbid, something really happens, or there's a shock to the system, the whole thing can just implode just from the consumer side alone. Who's going to bail them out? No one's going to bail them out. So, yeah, it's really tenuous. It's just, and all you hear is, oh, the American economy is doing so great. It's the best in the world. It probably, on paper, it probably is better than every country, but that doesn't mean, it's on solid footing either, just because it's relatively stronger than everything else. Everything else is crap too, right? Everything. The whole thing's based on fiat and central bankers and bullshit. It's all crap.
Well,
it's all crap.
We found out during COVID that suddenly we had a risk that we never knew we had, and that was commercial real estate. We got all these buildings that are now empty because nobody was going into work, right? And luckily, it didn't snowball into a massive bank problem yet. All right. It's still in the background. What are we going to do with all these commercial buildings that are empty? The good news is that over time, those buildings are being repurposed into other types of venues. So, that's the American spirit, retooling, right? But this just shows you how crazy things can get.
They got to be refinanced. They got to be refinanced every 5 years. Most of them. The rates haven't come
during
down
the
that much,
2008,
right? So it's going to be expensive.
yeah, right. So during 2008, a buddy of mine owns a couple of commercial warehouses, and these are like, you know, the warehouse that has like a storefront, but the back side of it, it's all warehouse. So they have a little storefront,
Mm-hmm.
and there's maybe
Yeah.
8 units in one building. So he has
Yeah.
3 of these.
Right.
He's got them down to where he only owes about 25%. So it's down. He's got 3/4 of the value is in. He has it. You know, he only owes money on 25% of the loan value.
Right.
So one of his buildings, the bank called the loan. And this is, he's got 75% equity, and they called the loan for the 25%. So luckily he was in a position to be able to absorb that. He just moved monies around and paid the building off. But they were willing to foreclose on, and this is like a bank, what people don't understand is a bank can foreclose for virtually any reason they want. They can just go, sorry, we're not going to do the loan anymore. Give us our money back. Right.
Yeah,
and
they call it,
that's
yeah,
how
it's
quickly
it's a due on sale clause. They'll basically say, pay it. If you can't pay it, we'll take it over. You know, that's
yeah.
anytime they want.
Yeah, and I was like, I mean, that's ridiculous. Why would they call a loan that has 75% equity in it? But it was a local bank, and the local bank was going down, so they didn't have a choice. They were calling all their loans. Luckily, he was in a position to, you know, but if he otherwise, he'd have had to sell the building to pay off the loan.
Yep.
Right. He would have made money on it, but still, you know, and that's how quickly things can go from, you know, everything's hunky dory. I'm 3/4 of the way to paying this loan off, and all of a sudden, bam,
Yep.
you're screwed. You know, and I think
Exactly.
that, you know, it doesn't usually happen on a commercial on a consumer basis. Like, it's very rare that somebody's going to call for you know, foreclose on your house unless you stop making payments. As long as you make payments,
Yeah, unless
you're
you're in
pretty
default.
much safe.
Yep.
But technically, you know, a bank could, and what will happen is the bank will sell that loan to somebody else if they're in trouble. But it won't actually affect you because you're paying your mortgage, right? You're not being delinquent. But the commercial real estate's different, and I see that as also a liability to the economy. You know, the good news is like the malls. You know, we have a mall here in Knoxville that's empty, right? And so what's happening? It's taken them 20 years, but now somebody's coming in and they're going to they're going to turn it into condos, which is a great idea. I mean, you know, they're going to turn it into condos, and eventually somebody will get their money out, right?
Yeah.
You know, but it's being repurposed.
Yeah, they should be doing
and
more of
there's
that around the
time
country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was absolutely. Oh, but there's a lot of red flags
with
that,
commercial. Oh yeah. And the rates haven't come down. I mean, see, this is the thing. I think the commercial lending rates haven't come down like everyone was hoping. So yeah, we you know, you discussed very astutely how we have just a glut of office space and vacancies all over the country and around the world, honestly, from COVID. Everyone's like this. So someone's absorbing it, and a lot of these banks have, you know, allowed moratoriums. They've put a hold on it, so you don't have to pay, what have you. But that can only go on for so long. And like you said, just like with the student loans, if they turn that thing back on, or you have to start paying, or you got to refi, and you're hoping to get out of a high mortgage, high commercial loan into a much lower one, 3-4 points lower. No, it's not going to happen because the rates haven't fallen that far. So, you know, a lot of these guys were hoping that would be their saving grace. If they could just wait, maybe Trump comes in, we just slash interest rates. Well, guess what? It hasn't happened. Even if Jerome lowers it in 25 basis points, that's not going to do anything. That doesn't really transfer or trickle down into lending rates, or even credit card rates for that matter. It doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean, And that's the thing. Everyone's so happy right now. Oh, we think the Fed's going to lower rates. This is going to be cool. Maybe they'll lower 3 times. I don't know about that. But even if they did, so 75 basis points is going to do anything? Really? So they're just waiting on the wrong thing. They're all looking for a reason, like you said, to keep the party going. It's almost like the emperor has no clothes. The tide's going to go out pretty soon. We're going to see what people really have or don't have. It's going to be ugly.
Well, and don't you think that earnings are, you look at, NVIDIA, and you look at NVIDIA and you go, how can you maintain this level of earnings? 73% profit margin. I'm telling you, if I was 20 years old, I'd be like, I'm going into AI chips because there's a 73% profit margin, for God's sake.
Right.
So you're going to get these really bright, super smart people that are being drawn into that profit margin. So NVIDIA is suddenly going to have 150 competitors, right? And it'll be just as good a product or maybe even better, right? And so, it's like how long, and when you're the Mag 7, you look at the Mag 7 and all of them are bloated. They're so bloated.
That's the thing.
How can they maintain that level of earnings over time?
Well, they're holding up the S&P. They're holding up the other 493, really. The other ones there's a lot of ugly financials and balance sheets out there that people are just overlooking because the sector that some of these companies are in or what have you are doing well because they're being propped up by one or two things. So, NASDAQ, all this, this is what I'm saying. I agree with you. I completely agree with you. The earnings per share is ridiculous. It just, God, I don't know. You can only kick the can down the road for so long. At some point, the party's got to stop. It just does. And, when that happens, it could be a reckoning day.
Look at Samsung, look at Apple.
Yeah.
If you looked at my, I have a Samsung phone. It's a Galaxy Note.
Mm-hmm.
And
yep.
I had the original Galaxy Note 8 years ago, whenever. And you know what? I don't use it any different than I did 8 years ago.
Right.
So
exactly.
Even though it's substantially more expensive, it's substantially more powerful, but I use it just like I did 8 years ago. Right. So it's like, how long can you sustain this model where you, like Apple, Apple needs a new product desperately. Desperately. How many more new iPads?
They need one.
How many new iPhones? Right. And if you look at the iWatch, the Apple iWatch, and you're like, well, that's a smaller product. It's worth less. Yay, we got an iWatch, right? Is that going to keep the company propped up in the future? I don't know. I don't think so. And so I see that there's a lot of peaking. We're seeing a lot of peak. Google.
For sure.
Okay, great. Google's got all this stuff, but how can they keep the party rolling? We've already adopted, what'd you say earlier? Everybody this morning said, well, if you don't know the answer to this, you can Google it, right? We all do that, but how much more money can they extract from ads from Google when everybody's already using it? It's like the trajectory of those is got to be topping out. You got to give us something new. So AI comes in, right? AI is all new. And we're starting to potentially see some employment shifts because of AI. In reality, I don't think we're going to see nearly as much as they think we are going to see. But AI is just this new sparkly thing, right? And is it really going to change is it really going to change what we do? You still need somebody to swing a hammer, right?
Yeah.
There still needs somebody to swing a hammer. The AI is not going to do that for you. So the AI can maybe make you a little bit more efficient, but in the end, it still has to be assembled, at least in this lifetime, by a human. Sometimes we can offset that with some robotic stuff, but yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I don't see the AI as saving the world.
I don't know if it's going to save, but I mean, when you
old school.
No, when you got like you got the world's greatest value investor in Warren Buffett, and he's sitting on, what's Berkshire sitting on, like $500 million in cash? No, not $500 million, like 500 billion or something. And Nvidia,
$500 billion.
Nvidia's got 75 billion in cash, and all these companies, Google's on cash, Apple's on cash, all of them. They're all these tech companies are on cash. So, and they're playing tricks with their shares because they're buying shares back to prop up the share price. See, that's the other thing. These guys, the retailers, don't realize what's going on. Oh, everything looks good. Well, yeah, it looks good because the board of directors got behind and says we need to frickin' make sure our next quarter looks good because you got to keep it up. It's like every time you got that as a public company, you've got to keep a high water mark all the damn time.
Yeah.
And if you can't, I mean, it's like this. It's almost you feel bad for them in a way because they can't have a regular, cycle without getting crucified. It's like, oh, whoa, you had a bad down quarter or two. Well, guess what? That's how real business and capital markets work, and entrepreneur. Just the whole thing. It's
well, they buy back their shares. They use the number of outstanding shares, so the same amount of earnings.
Yes.
So the same amount of earnings now is more per share because there's less shares.
That's right.
Yes, that's very true.
Right.
But you said something there that is so important for people to understand is Apple's sitting on billions. Samsung, Nvidia.
Yes.
The question
Google,
that I want to go is why? Why are they sitting on cash? They're happy with a 4%. They're happy with a 4% return. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they don't want to put it into R&D. They don't want to put it into more product. I agree with you. I totally agree. I completely agree.
So they're all sitting in cash because they don't see an opportunity somewhere else, and they're lazy, so they buy their own shares back. So you got,
buy another company.
Maybe that's the best investment they can do, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the best thing they could do with that money is buy their own shares back. But when they buy their own shares back, they're not creating anything. They're not creating a new product. They're not, they're not doing anything at all. They're just parking their money somewhere else instead of using that money to develop R&D, to build new products, to help infrastructure. The money's just
train employees.
To me,
whatever.
These are the brightest guys in the world, and they are sitting on cash. That worries me, man. That worries me.
Yeah.
Especially Buffett moving.
And it's been like this for a long time.
He's like, Buffett's over there going, God dang it, I got all this money. I don't know what to do with it. There's nowhere to put it. I can't buy any more insurance. I I buy any more,
Coca-Cola or anything.
I can't. I'm already maxed out. What am I gonna do? There's all this crap out there. I'm not touching any of it. Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly right.
I mean, I hate to be the bear in the room, but man, I swear, this is what I see. And I am getting better.
Well, no, you're not the bear.
Every day I go through this. I go through this mantra. I'm going long today. I'm going long today.
You don't need to though. Listen, Troy, you don't need to. I'm with you from an overall sentiment, overarching, 30,000 foot level. I'm with you on everything you're concerned about. I have the same concerns. I've only been going long because I see a better opportunity to go long intraday. I only care about what's going to happen between now and the market closing, right? So tomorrow, if we start having a 200-point sell-off, I'm jumping in short. I don't care. I'll go either side.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Do I feel like we need a big shakeup? Yeah, I do, badly, because a lot of people haven't learned their lessons, and I hate And I despise the fact that all these governments bail out only certain companies, only their buddies, only certain ones. They pick and choose, they cherry pick, and they let the other ones frickin' fail. And I hate that crap. And so many of these companies are still around from back when Henry Paulson bailed them out with Bush back in 07, 08, right? I mean, it's just the Ford didn't take a buyout, but GM and Chrysler and frickin', half the other, all the airplane stocks and everything. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. So,
well,
y'all want a handout?
With Intel, right? We're seeing it with Intel
yes.
right now.
Yes,
and
exactly.
it definitely troubles me.
And they want to do more, apparently.
You
hear
if a company is stumbling.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if the company is stumbling, is it a national security matter that we produce Intel chips? I mean, maybe it is. If it is, then we should re-look at how the government protects different industries if it's really a national security issue. But Intel, AMD. I mean, I can't tell the difference, to be honest with you, if I have an AMD chip or an Intel chip. So if Intel goes away, I'm just going to buy an AMD, right? And so I don't see how it's the end all. We can't let Intel go under. Well, why is Intel going under? Why aren't we looking at the underlying causes instead of saying, oh, we're just going to throw money at it? That's what they did with the auto industry, and we're not that far off of where we were. Right? Ford's the only one that's really stable.
Exactly.
The others have been bought out and moved on, and they're
Ford's stable, but their share price is not gone crazy.
Right.
It's like they haven't rewarded the shareholders, the common stock shareholders, right? So
I mean, you got Tesla with a PE ratio of 5 billion, and you got Ford, who actually makes cars that work, with a PE ratio of 8.
Trucks. I know.
And trucks.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like such a disconnect between Tesla and Ford. Is Ford the better company? 100 billion times yes. Is Tesla
of course
garbage? Yeah, Tesla's terrible. Terrible.
From a quality control car, I agree. But they're doing other things, and I think that's where people get behind it, because they look at maybe the robotics function and the stream, just all the other tie-ins. But I get all that, but at the end of the day, company's got to make money. I mean, company's got to have good numbers.
Yeah. And eventually Tesla will have to sing that tune, and it won't be a pretty one.
They will.
And they'll end up splitting out all the other pieces, and they'll let Tesla, the auto company, go bankrupt. Is that'll happen.
Yeah, maybe.
That's I mean, there's always these disconnects in our economy, and I think that's the way. Anytime government gets involved, it creates those disconnects, which is unfortunate. I think that as the United States, when we allowed unionization to happen, initially it was for a good reason. It was because that employees were being abused, and the conditions were horrible, and it was really needed. We needed unionization, but then we let it go too far, to the point where it basically bankrupted the auto industry and the aerospace industry as well, with Boeing and and to a certain extent, even the airlines have been bankrupted by the unions. So we kind of let things go from where we needed help, and we took it too far to where we made it so it ruined the companies that we were trying to help and the people we were trying to help. I'm pro-union. Because I'm ex-healthcare, and healthcare workers are underpaid. They're overworked. They need to. If there's ever a place that's ripe for a union, it's going to be healthcare. They squeeze. We've got the CEO of a local small hospital makes $1 million a year. It's just so messed up. That guy doesn't know two words about healthcare because he's so far away from the clinical side of it. That's just pathetic.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but when it comes to auto workers, I'm anti-union. I'm like, dude, really?
Mm-hmm.
You know, why do you think the Chinese can
Yep.
build the vehicle for 1/10 of the price? You know, okay, so maybe it should be a little higher. Maybe unions should be in China, and there's a happy medium there. But come on,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a guy that hits a
Mm-hmm.
wrench and goes bzz, bzz, all day long and gets
Yeah.
paid $90 an hour. You know,
Exactly.
it's not right.
Exactly. Yep. I agree. I totally agree. Yeah. So, man, I know. Well, the thing is, we could say this till we're blue in the face, Troy, and the market will still
We're
crank up until it
pontificating
stops.
idiots.
It's just
Right?
they're lemmings. They're lemmings. No, these guys, they're just freaking lemmings, man. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I always laugh when somebody goes, "Well, Amazon is anti-union." I'm like, of course they are. Every company in the world is anti-union.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
You know, like,
Why
really? Why
I
would
know.
you?
I know.
Oh, Lord. But hey, how does this affect us as a daily trader? And basically, you have to walk in with a no bias. No bias.
Yes.
Tomorrow morning, I have
Yep.
no bias. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down. And the sooner I can figure
Right.
out whether it's going up, I can go long. The sooner I figure out it can go short, I'm going to go short. It goes down. And I have to constantly remind myself that and not have a bias, even though I believe we're overvalued. I believe there's a matter of time before the market has a major setback. Doesn't matter what I think, because what's going to happen, the only way I can make money is to go out there and buy low, sell high, or sell high and buy low,
Sell
right?
high, buy low. Right. Right. Yep. I'm with you. And I mean, you could still come in like tomorrow and you could still have a short bias. You just gotta, you know, if it's a trending up day, you're just going to have probably less opportunities to go short, and you're going to have to be quick. And when you see them, and you know, there's just less wiggle room, right? But you could do it.
Yes.
Same thing on the contrary. If it's fallen off and you want to go long, yeah, it's not going to go in a straight line either direction. It's not a 45-degree angle, but there'll be some fluctuation, and you could take some moves. But the smarter thing is to go with it if you can, right? So it makes for easier trading. It makes for less stressful trading if you can kind of ride the sentiment of the day and be on the good side of it. But it's hard when it chops around. It's very hard. We had a lot of everything today. We had early chop in the beginning. We came up. We traded through the overnight high. We came back down. We sold out pretty hard. We flattened for a long time, consolidated, and then just an absolute. What is this in the ES? This is like 20.
Big old rip. About
40
315.
point rip. 40 point rip in 45 minutes. Literally. I mean, just
yep.
Yeah, that was, you know. And yesterday was 75 points. 75, but it took like 2 hours. All right. So this is almost even more impressive because it was more distance in a shorter time frame. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I try not to get ahead of myself. I'm just looking here though. Tomorrow, Thursday. It's already Thursday because we had a shortened week. So wow, we're already a Thursday tomorrow.
Yep.
Thursday, September 4th. What is on the docket that's important for us as day traders on the US RTH session? We got some stuff coming out at 5:30 my time, 8:30 your time, Troy, which is like balance of trade and some export and import numbers, initial jobless claims, but they're just kind of precursor numbers. We've got at
ADP
10 a.m. your
changes.
time.
That 8:15.
Yeah. Oh, we do. Yeah, we do. Why? At
That's a
8:15
red.
your
That's a
time. Yeah,
red
we do.
item. Yeah, and then services
Should
PMI.
be. I don't see it as It could be, yeah. And then we have ISM, correct. We have ISM at 10 o'clock for
Yep.
you. All the ISMs. So yeah, it's just leading up. It's the day before non-farm, right? So these are when you get stuff, and everyone's going to try to glean some kind of freaking idea. Oh, the initial jobless claims. Oh, this is what's going to happen tomorrow. You know, they're already 92% convicted that he's going to drop the freaking rate. So how much more conviction do you need?
Right.
But they're gonna do their thing. The talking heads, they'll do their thing. So yeah, we have that tomorrow.
Don't you kind of think that maybe the Fed is going to do the 25 basis points just kind of as a consolidation prize? Like, okay, everybody's bitched about it long enough.
Once and done.
We're going to give you a little, but we're not giving you a lot. We're just going to give you a little teeny, a little teeny little bit, just so you'll shut up.
Oh,
right. I mean, that's kind
I
of the
think
way
Jerome
I feel
doesn't want to
about
do
it.
it. I think Jerome doesn't want to do it because he wants to screw it to Trump. He's like, screw you. You keep riding my ass. You've been riding my ass for a year. And but you're the one that elected me in the office in your first term, and you put me in, and Biden confirmed him and kept him there, right? So, but now you want me out because I'm not doing what you want, because I'm not lowering rates. And so, yeah, he may, God, dude, could you imagine if he doesn't do anything? Oh my God. What would happen? I would love it. I would love to see it.
There's your catalyst.
I would love to see
catalyst
nothing happen.
Market,
exactly.
Market reset to that reality.
Oh,
that would be a
would
big
I love
reset.
that.
Probably 1,000 points. Would
You
you
would.
think? Yeah.
Well, and then they're going to have to say, well, then are they going to come in and do an emergency half-point drop in October to catch it? No, they're not. Hell no, they won't. If they don't do it in September, they're not doing it in October or November. Maybe not for the rest of the year. I don't know. That would be great. Though. Oh my God.
I mean,
But part
ever
of
since my first macroeconomic class in college in 1988, actually 1986, my first macroeconomic course. Since that time, I have learned one thing about the Fed. The Fed fears inflation more than anything else. It is the thing that keeps them awake at night. It's the thing that is the boogeyman in the closet. And they are going to do everything in their power to control inflation, to the point of raising rates to, like they did in the late 80s, late 70s, early 80s, when Reagan got in, was 18% interest. Right?
Yeah.
When Volcker came in and said,
Volcker,
we're stopping inflation, right? And I mean, so, you and I have had 40 plus years of studying the Fed actions. And the one thing is that they will not tolerate inflation. They'll tolerate high unemployment, but they will not tolerate high inflation.
Yep. Agreed. But the thing is, I don't know how high inflation. What is our inflation at? I don't know if it's that high. Does it warrant? I mean, this is the thing. They say they have the dual mandate. They got to look at unemployment. That's fine, but I think I don't know. I think they added that at some point. I don't know when that was added, but they added it because if they just said, well, we're just going to look at inflation, then what's the difference between the Fed and the Treasury? If we're being on, I mean, I get it. They're a central bank, but I don't know. I mean, it's very, very complicated. It's way more complicated than my brain can handle. I really just got to look and pick my battles and take my trades where I take my trades, and try to take money out of the market, because you're not going to know everything. Everyone that tries to know everything, you're never going to know everything. There's just too much going on behind the scenes to do anything about it. You just look at yesterday. Sam and I were talking about this yesterday right here on the prime market wrap up, where he was seeing all of the sellers coming down in the morning, getting just trapped by buyers, and they were getting absorbed. And he was wondering, he was saying it out loud, like, why isn't this thing selling off more? And then it just kind of plateaued and baseline for a little bit, not long. You see all the buyers come in, all the liquidity builds up below it, and then we got off the air at 12 noon your time, Troy. So we have our normal break, right? What does it do? Literally within 3 minutes of getting off the air, this thing just motored, and that was that big 75-point run up. And he's just like, we didn't know what was causing it. Like we were all like, what the hell caused this big turnaround? Like, this is crazy. And then he and I were talking about the Google thing, and he's like, you watch. All these big guys knew about the Google. They knew the judge was going to come out and say this hours ahead of time. Half of Congress went and bought stuff. Everyone, they're all loading in. He could very, very well be right. I'm not saying he's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of that BS that goes on all the damn time. Yeah, and we can't have insider trading, but they sure can, right? It's unbelievable.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
Oh, I'm with you on this, man. I'm right there with you on all this stuff. I really am. But yeah. So let me see. Let me just look at earnings, corporate earnings tomorrow. We're kind of at the thin end of earnings season, but let's see. Thursday before the open. We got Broadcom tomorrow. Do we have any? I'm just looking to see if we have any consumer stuff. Not really. Not really. Broadcom, is this before the open? After the close. After the close. Broadcom after the close tomorrow. Okay, and then Friday's nothing. So, yeah, I mean, there's not really much outside of, ISM data and ADP numbers and that kind of stuff for tomorrow. Could be more of the same, man. Could be more of the same. We could be getting this all the way through to the 17th. Everything hitting all-time highs. Happy days are here again. Here we go. Pop the champagne every day. Woohoo! On paper, I'm a multi-billionaire. Woohoo!
Hey.
Oh man,
it is, man. We gotta adapt.
Is Tennessee part of the Powerball? I bet you guys are. You're because it's like 41 states or something part of this Powerball. That's like 1 point.
Yes.
It's probably gonna be 1.5 billion by tomorrow. It's tonight. I bought tickets yesterday. I went to the gas station. I bought tickets. I mean,
we're
this is
gonna
what
buy
I'm
some
saying,
tickets
man. Everyone just keep
here soon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Everyone, like everything's happy and rosy and
it's kind of pathetic when you have $1 billion and you net after taxes like 300 million. Like 2/3 of it goes back to where it came from to begin with. I mean, it's such a rip.
Yep.
I think the Congress could come up and say, "Hey, it's been bought with post-tax money. Therefore, I mean, because everybody's buying tickets with money they've already paid taxes on. Why shouldn't the money coming out be tax-free? And that would be a way better."
I'm paying. I don't know how. I don't know if this is a California thing or if this is. I got mine right here, man. I better be careful not showing numbers, but I bought 20. No, I bought 10. I bought 10 tickets for. What was it? It wasn't Monday because I missed Monday. It was Saturday, I guess, drawing, and I got $4 out of it. So I went back to cash in the $4. So I bought another, couple of tickets out of it, and then I'm like, yeah, give me my add another 10. So, but then instead of paying $20 or 20 because the $4 came back to me, it's like I paid $20.70, and I'm like, what the hell's the 70 cents for? What is it sales tax? Is it my county sales tax on it? I guess it is, but like it's all that crap shouldn't even and it's going to the colleges and the schools anyway, and half that money doesn't even see the light of day, as you know. It's going. Gavin Newsom's taking half this crap, dude. It's a bunch of joke.
In Tennessee, we don't have a state income tax, so that's one thing. We just have to pay federal taxes on it. So, that is a good thing. And my wife will. We don't buy the tickets unless it's over $1 billion. If it's over $1 billion, sure, we'll
Yeah, I
go buy
don't
a
play.
ticket or two.
Yeah, I don't play.
You know?
I rarely play it, but when it's at this kind of numbers, hell yeah. I mean, you're crazy not to. Like, what the hell? You never know. You never know, man. You just never know. Could get lucky. Someone's gonna get lucky.
So my
Might as
son
well be
says, "So
us.
what's the odds?" I go, "Well, it's probably 1 in 300 million." And he goes, "Well, what if you
Yes.
buy more tickets?" I go, "Well, then it'll be 3 out of 300 million." It doesn't change very much, right?
No, it doesn't.
It's a
It
crap
doesn't.
shot anyway. Yeah, but you know, in Tennessee at least, we have a really strong education package. So you can go through community college at least for basically free if you maintain a B average. So you know, that's really a good thing. So
That is.
you know, we're trying to
You can
break
get a
that
lot of your
cycle
general
of these.
education done.
Yeah,
You could do a
trying to
lot.
break the
Get a lot
cycle
of
of these
get all that
kids,
knocked out of the way.
you know, coming out with all this debt. We've got to break that
Yeah.
cycle.
For sure.
So.
I totally agree. Yeah, so I don't know, man. We closed at the high a day. I'm just looking at the ES. That's all. I mean, I'm just kind of, and I know we were up there in the NQ as well. So what do we do in the overnight? I guess I'll find out.
Well,
Did
one
we
thing
sell
that
off like
bothers
we did
me
yesterday
is
a little bit?
look at your cumulative delta for the day.
I know.
I've
I
got
know.
39,000 contracts. I mean, that is got to be that's a recipe for a trapped buyer. Trapped buyers up here, man.
Yeah.
39,000 contracts. That's nuts. It's usually, you know, 10, 5,000. Maybe a big day will be 10,000. We're at 40,000 contracts. Well, that's concerning.
In the NQ?
Always
In
concerns
the
me.
NQ?
No, that's in the ES. The NQ, let's see. NQ's not as much. It's actually minus 2,700 contracts.
Okay.
Minus.
Yeah, no, I know.
Well,
So, I mean, look, every time we get to all-time highs or anywhere at a high of a day, for a while, profit taking is natural. We get a little bit, and then it's like it just turns around and says, "Yeah, that's cool. Buy the dip. Great. We got a better opportunity to get in again." It's like it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
It is. But see, having negative,
I mean,
you know, negative on the Nasdaq tells me that there's rotation. There's rotation out of Nasdaq into the S&P. That's what it looks like, and that would make sense too, I guess. A broader index, less risk to the Mag 7.
Agreed. Exactly. And we haven't really. I mean, Google came out yesterday, and it really only there wasn't any damage. No, it came down to where the earnings, where the judge ruled at the close. That's where the low came yesterday's overnight, and also today in our RTH session. So it didn't even get below that. So everything above is all gravy. Everything's all like, oh, this is great. This is great. It's pretty interesting that it came right to the same spot. Point of control, high of day yesterday in the RTH at cash close. That's where that was our low of day, essentially to the tick in the overnight, which was like 11 p.m. my time, 2 a.m. your time last night. And then we got to it today around, a half hour before power hour. That was it. And then we took off and ripped to the moon. So it has not come below basically yesterday's high. That is, we basically just totally, what's it called? Stair-stepped or what have you. We're just one profile smack right on top of the other without any overlap. No gap. That's what we have.
Well, there it is. That's our Prime Day wrap up.
Yep. Our time has come to an end. Tanaka, thanks for being here, and the rest of you guys that are in here. Hope you learned something. We didn't talk much about the wrap up, but we talked about the markets, and that's important for everyone. So have a good evening, Coach Troy. I will catch you.
See you next week.
When?
Next week. Monday.
Next week. I'll catch you next week. See everyone else tomorrow.
All right.
Take care. Thank you.
See ya.
All right. Go Powerball.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.